Great, you're awake." Uchiha slowly opened his eyes and saw a girl about 8 or 9 years old. The girl was very cute, and the delicate girl was looking at him with a worried look. "It's Makoto. I'm sorry to make you worry. How long have I slept?" Uchiha stood up and shook his head and smiled apologetically at Uchiha Makoto. "How many times have I told you to call me sister?" Uchiha Makoto subconsciously refuted Uchiha and then worriedly said, Are you really okay? Dad said that you fainted because you were too excited to open the Sharingan, and you were too young and your body couldn't bear it. You were unconscious for about 3 hours. The Hokage and the clan leader have gone back. They asked you to rest at home. Are you better now?" "Yes, much better." Uchiha reached out and gently stroked his eyelids. The originally dark pupils disappeared in a flash, and the pupils turned scarlet. A black magatama rotated rapidly in the pupils. Unfortunately, it seems to be only a single magatama. Before crossing, many people complained that Uchiha Sasuke's entire clan only opened a single magatama during the sacrifice to the sky. But now that his father has died, he also only opened a single magatama Sharingan. If the four masters knew about it, wouldn't he be sprayed as a waste? However, he opened the single magatama Sharingan at the age of 6. Among the Uchiha clan, he is also the earliest genius to open his eyes. Soon, Uchiha was relieved again. Opening the eyes too early may not be a good thing for the Uchiha clan. For example, the future Uchiha Itachi seemed to have a serious blood disease because of opening his eyes too early. For example, Aihamadara died of so many brothers when he was 12 years old, and he didn't even open his Sharingan. As a time traveler, he is also familiar with the world of Naruto. And Uchiha who traveled to the son of Uchiha Kagami, a master of the Uchiha clan, has mixed feelings in his heart. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kagami has always been committed to the harmonious coexistence of Konoha and the Uchiha clan. When Senju Tobirama was still there, Uchiha Kagami tried very hard to express the goodwill of the Uchiha clan in front of the second-generation Hokage, and at the same time, he also helped Senju Tobirama to tell his intentions to the Uchiha clan. There is no doubt that Uchiha Kagami is the bridge of communication between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage line. With Senju Tobirama suppressing the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kagami's work is relatively easy. Senju Tobirama appreciates him, and the Uchiha clan yearns for peace. At the same time, they hope that Uchiha Kagami can compete for the next Hokage. That period can be said to be a honeymoon period between the two sides. However, since Senju Tobirama sacrificed himself and Sarutobi Hiruzen became the third-generation Hokage, the situation has also changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not Senju Tobirama after all, and he does not have the strength to suppress Konoha. The Uchiha clan is even more dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The first-generation Hokage and the second-generation Hokage are both from the Senju clan, so the third-generation Hokage will be their turn no matter what. Although the Sarutobi clan was not weak during the Warring States period, it was also considered a large clan. Even when Aihamadara heard from Senju Hashirama that the Sarutobi and Shimura clans were willing to join Konoha, he showed joy. But in the hearts of the Uchiha clan, the Sarutobi clan is not qualified to compete with them. How can Sarutobi Hiruzen be qualified to be the third-generation Hokage? It should be Uchiha Kagami. What the Uchiha clan can't accept is that the Uchiha Kagami, who they have given everyone's hope, actually took the lead in supporting Sarutobi Hiruzen to become Hokage. This made the Uchiha clan boil directly. Even if Uchiha Kagami didn't become Hokage, it would be their clan leader who became Hokage. Why did Sarutobi Hiruzen have a right? It is precisely because of this that the Uchiha clan has also split. Some support Uchiha Kagami, hoping that Uchiha Kagami can continue to be a bridge to maintain peace between the village and the family. The other part has become a hawk, believing that Uchiha Kagami is a traitor to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan must have their own Hokage, and for this, they will not hesitate to fight against the Hokage or even launch a coup. Gradually, this formed the doves and hawks of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kagami has been maintaining harmony between the two sides for many years, and he has been constantly carrying out tasks. He will take the initiative to take on and carry out those difficult tasks. After Uchiha was born, he rarely saw Uchiha Kagami, his chief father. He was handed over to Uchiha Makoto's grandfather, the second elder of the Uchiha clan, to take care of him. At the same time, the other party is also the leader of the doves in the Uchiha clan. Not long ago, Uchiha Kagami died while on a mission, and it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who came to convey this personally. When Uchiha heard the news for the first time, he also opened his Sharingan because of excessive stimulation. Of course, it was not because Uchiha and Uchiha Kagami had a good relationship, but because Uchiha was angry. As the strongest person in the Uchiha clan, and the only one who opened the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Kagami died, and Uchiha could barely accept it. But what about the Manjiki Sharingan? Don't you have any expression at all? Not only did Sarutobi Hiruzen not mention this matter, but the clan leader didn't seem to mention the Manjiki Sharingan either. Although Uchiha also knew that the possibility of him inheriting these eyes was almost zero, and he had no ability to protect these eyes, they all ignored him directly. Uchiha is not stupid. He has always believed that Uchiha Jing is just doing useless work. He cannot understand Uchiha Jing's idea of treating Konoha as home. He also cannot understand the clan leader and others. He doesn't even know who has the pair of Manjiki Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura, Danzo, or the clan leader. These people have great possibilities, and no matter who it is, it may become his next enemy and opponent. Of course, for Uchiha, he doesn't need to consider these for the time being, nor can he think about these problems. He needs to have strong strength and improve as soon as possible under the protection of some people. Only when your strength is strong enough can you decide your own destiny. Fortunately, Uchiha is not without any trump cards, not to mention the excellent bloodline he inherited from Uchiha Jing. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, there will be no problem in opening a 3-Magatama. After all, Uchiha Kagami opened the Manjiki Sharingan, and his future son, Uchiha Shursui, also opened the Manjiki Sharingan. It doesn't make sense, so only Uchiha can't open it? Chapter 2. The Battle Space Unveiled. As a traveler from another realm, Uchiha is not without his own advantages. Upon learning of Uchiha Kagami's sacrifice and awakening his Sharingan due to certain stimuli, his unique ability also came into play. This ability, rather unremarkable, is a battle space that refreshes 5 virtual opponents each month. By defeating them, Uchiha can randomly acquire one of their abilities, which may include ninjutsu, bloodlines, or various talents. If not for the inability to specify targets within the battle space, Uchiha would undoubtedly seek to challenge the newly born Kaguya Otsutsuki. Although he might not obtain her bloodline in a single attempt, repeated challenges would eventually yield results. Possessing an exceptional bloodline, Uchiha is confident that, given time, he can cultivate his skills to a level where neither the Uchiha clan nor the Hokage lineage would pose a significant threat to him. Unlike Uchiha Sasuke, whom many criticize for his shortcomings, Uchiha has had the privilege of exposure to the Uchiha clan's legacy since childhood. While Sasuke suffered after the massacre of his clan and lacked formal training in the Sharingan, Uchiha, being the son of Uchiha Kagami, has received ample guidance from his lineage. Even in Kagami's absence, Uchiha Meichin's grandfather, a seasoned ninja from the Warring States period, has been more than capable of providing instruction. Moreover, by cleverly disguising his intentions in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, Uchiha can reap numerous benefits. The Hokage lineage seeks a divided Uchiha, and with Kagami's demise, who better than his son, who embodies the will of fire and has maintained cordial relationships with his classmates? Should Uchiha perform well, even without ambition, the Sarutobi faction would naturally support his ascent. Uchiha does not intend to become a mere tool for others, yet before he fully matures, he chooses to seize the advantages that come his way. The single Tomoe Sharingan he possesses is already formidable, especially considering he has yet to awaken the Sharingan itself. Uchiha Meichin, upon hearing mention awakening his eyes, exhibited a glimmer of envy. The manifestation of the Sharingan is often accompanied by pain and loss, if possible. She would wish for him never to awaken such eyes. Uchiha, having closed his Sharingan, solemnly expressed to Uchiha Meichin that he hoped she understood the weight of his words. Unlike others of their clan, his sentiments diverged. Even his grandfather likely anticipated the day he would awaken his eyes. Meichin, I am a bit hungry. Could you prepare something for me? Uchiha requested. Observing that despite her youth, Uchiha Meichin possessed commendable culinary skills, often preparing the bento he consumed at school. Just a moment. I will prepare it right away. Uchiha Meichin replied hurriedly, and as he watched her rush off, a complex emotion flickered in Uchiha's eyes. In this ninja world, Uchiha Meichin epitomized the ideal wife and mother. In the original narrative, she married Uchiha Fugaku and ultimately met her demise at the hands of Uchiha Itachi. After his birth, Uchiha was entrusted to the care of the second elder, forging a bond of childhood companionship with Uchiha Meichin. Could he bear the thought of Uchiha Meichin marrying Uchiha Fugaku? Clearly, that was impossible. Nevertheless, he needed to focus on exploring the battle space. Immersing his thoughts into the battle space, Uchiha soon visualized the 5 candidates for this month: Night of the Massacre, Uchiha Sasuke, Akatsuki's Desperation, Yahiko, 4th Great Ninja War, Inuzuka Tsum, 3rd Great Ninja War, Iwa Ninja Suma Shurji, Konoha's Guardian. Kankuro, upon seeing these 5 options, Uchiha fell into silence. To be frank, apart from Uchiha Sasuke, he felt he could not defeat any of the others. Yahiko during Akatsuki's desperate times was nearly annihilated by Danzo and Hanzo. At that point, he should at least have been a jonin. Or else the Akatsuki organization would not have garnered attention from Hanzo. As for Inuzuka Tsum from the 4th Great Ninja War, Uchiha had little knowledge, but presumed she was a special jonin or higher. Kankuro, who first appeared as a chunin, later evolved into a special jonin. During the Guardian period, Kankuro would likely still be a strong chunin. Regarding Suma Shurji from the 3rd Great Ninja War, Uchiha had never heard of him, but he assumed he was stronger than himself, a mere novice at the Ninja Academy. Thus, among the 5 refreshed candidates, only Uchiha Sasuke was a viable opponent. And he was indeed the most worthy challenger. Both had recently entered the Ninja Academy, hailed as geniuses of the Uchiha clan. However, unlike Sasuke, Uchiha had always been mature for his age, aware that in this perilous ninja world, strength was paramount. His innate talent was already commendable. And with the connection to Uchiha's lineage, he exhibited exceptional aptitude in release. Although he could not compare to Sasuke's Indra Chakra, Uchiha had begun training from a young age. Had he not wished to remain low-key and conceal his abilities, he could have graduated from the Ninja Academy long ago, preserving his true strength. Having previously demonstrated his talent and matched Uchiha Meichin's prowess, which had earned her recognition as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha, despite being 2 years younger, was undeniably impressive. As Uchiha focused his thoughts, he felt his consciousness transported into the battle space. Gazing upon the figure before him, who bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Meichin, Uchiha Sasuke's expression twisted into one of madness. "Itachi, I will kill you," he declared, brandishing 2 shurikens towards Uchiha. Chapter 3. Acquiring Indra's Chakra. Am I to be regarded as Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha paused momentarily, yet his actions remained unfaltering. 2 kunai were swiftly hurled from his hand as he darted towards Sasuke's position. In the midst of his rapid movement, Uchiha swiftly formed hand seals, inhaling deeply to expand his abdomen, gathering chakra within. Clash! The 4 kunai collided midair. Seeing Uchiha approach at breakneck speed, Sasuke's heart tightened. He recognized the hand seals being formed. The fire release, great fireball technique, a signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, was also within Sasuke's repertoire, albeit not executed with particular finesse. Recalling the disappointment etched on his father's face, alongside the comparisons drawn between himself and Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's stubbornness flared. He formed his own hand seals, confronting Uchiha's fireball with a massive one of his own. However, upon collision, Uchiha's fireball, nearly twice the size of Sasuke's, consumed it, hurtling towards Sasuke with relentless force. Witnessing his fireball being effortlessly overpowered, Sasuke's pupils dilated in alarm, prompting him to evade. The fire release, body flicker technique did not disappoint. It managed to impede Uchiha's fireball momentarily, allowing Sasuke to narrowly escape its fiery embrace. Yet before he could revel in his survival, his expression shifted drastically. His surroundings were suddenly littered with explosive tags, on the verge of ignition. "Did you truly think I was unaware that the great fireball technique wouldn't kill?" Uchiha scoffed. Even before the technique was unleashed, he had strategically placed explosive tags around Sasuke using kunai and wires. This was more than sufficient to counter Sasuke, without affording Sasuke a moment to respond. The explosive tags detonated in unison, engulfing the defiant Uchiha in a tempest of flames. Ding! Congratulations, Uchiha has defeated Uchiha Sasuke and acquired pure Indra's Chakra. Would you like to fuse? As the battle summary materialized, Uchiha's consciousness returned to reality. The act of defeating Sasuke had proven far easier than anticipated. However, this was not entirely surprising. At this stage, Sasuke was indeed lacking. Whether his Sharingan had been activated remained uncertain, and even if it had, he would not have known how to utilize it. His proficiency in lightning release had not been cultivated due to a lack of guidance. In contrast to fire release, lightning release was evidently more suited to Sasuke, whose eventual growth would predominantly rely on lightning-based techniques rather than the proud flames of the Uchiha clan. What Sasuke could do, Uchiha could match, yet the reverse was not true. The ill-fated Sasuke fell victim to an old adversary's cunning. Through this battle, Uchiha discerned a method to swiftly vanquish early-stage opponents. The battle space did not prohibit the use of explosive tags. Perhaps he should prepare a greater supply of them for future encounters. However, as strategic resources, Konoha maintained tight controls over the personal acquisition of explosive tags, making it somewhat unrealistic for Uchiha to amass a significant stockpile. Moreover, while explosive tags had some efficacy against ordinary ninjas, their impact was diminished against formidable foes. To his astonishment, the battle space had yielded Indra's Chakra, a significant boon for Sasuke in the future. Furthermore, it was pure Indra's Chakra, alleviating any fears of being subconsciously influenced by this power. If given the opportunity to fuse Azura's Chakra as well, could he possibly awaken the Rinnegan? Uchiha had no intention of transplanting cells from Hashirama Senju. He awaited the chance to manifest Hashirama or Naruto Uzumaki within the battle space. If Ajura were to emerge directly, that would be nothing short of splendid. Fuse. Uchiha intently whispered to the battle space. In an instant, he felt a unique energy surging within him, and under its influence, he sensed a nearly doubled enhancement in his ocular power, with his chakra increasing by at least 50%. This was merely the beginning. Uchiha could distinctly feel Indra's chakra subtly augmenting his physique, chakra, and ocular prowess. One should not assume that aside from the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan lacked in physical constitution and chakra. They simply could not compare to the Senju and Uzumaki clans. In truth, each evolution of the Sharingan also elevated one's chakra reserves. The 3 Tomoe Sharingan typically afforded its wielder chakra levels exceeding that of an average J-nin by more than double. The sole downside was that Uchiha could perceive a chilling influence on his chakra, seemingly due to Indra's energy. Nonetheless, this was explicable. The chakra of Uchiha members often transformed upon awakening their eyes. Dinner is ready. Come eat. As Uchiha pondered the formidable nature of the battle space, the voice of Uchiha Mikoto echoed from the kitchen. I'm coming. Uchiha promptly rose to join Uchiha Mikoto. Her culinary skills were remarkable. Within half an hour, she had prepared a sumptuous dinner. Beef with scrambled eggs, stir-fried greens, and braised chicken. These were all cooking methods Uchiha had previously discussed with her. True to her nature as a born homemaker, Uchiha Mikoto had effortlessly mastered these techniques. Observing Uchiha relish his meal, Uchiha Mikoto propped her chin on one hand, a smile gracing her lips. It seemed that the sacrifice of Uncle Kage had not profoundly affected She had genuinely worried that Uchiha might undergo a drastic personality shift like many other Uchiha. I plan to return to school tomorrow. I will trouble you for lunch. Mikoto, Uchiha remarked between mouthfuls. His words caught Uchiha Mikoto off guard. So soon? Aren't you going to rest at home for a few more days? It's fine, Mikoto. I've nearly recovered. Uchiha replied, shaking his head slightly. He refrained from confiding in Mikoto that his bond with Kage was tenuous at best. Some truths were better kept private. After all, what kind of person could be indifferent to the life or death of their own father? Chapter 4. The Konoha F4 and Uchiha you've returned. Yesterday, the teacher mentioned that you took leave due to a family emergency. Has something occurred? The following day, upon Uchiha's return to the classroom, a curious classmate approached him. Despite being a member of the Uchiha clan, he was markedly different from his proud kin. As the inheritor of the Will of Fire, Uchiha consistently exhibited impeccable conduct, eschewing the haughty demeanor that characterized many Uchihas, who often looked down upon others with an air of superiority. Whether interacting with fellow clan members or common students, Uchiha seamlessly blended in, even taking the time to patiently instruct those who inquired about his training. Naturally, he could not divulge any family ninjutsu, as such knowledge would not be permitted by his clan, nor would it be acceptable within the village. The village needed to maintain a balance of power over civilian ninjas. Without showing kindness, how would they remember the Hokage's goodwill? This was a crucial strategy for winning hearts. While Uchiha fostered camaraderie with his classmates, he was mindful not to overstep boundaries concerning the Hokage's affairs. Upon hearing about the troubles in Uchiha's family, his classmates expressed their concern. The civilian ninjas were initially unaware of the specifics, yet the clan members understood the gravity of the situation. The renowned Uchiha Kagami had sacrificed his life. Would Uchiha truly remain unaffected? Rest assured, I am fine. Uchiha waved his hand dismissively, sensing the worry emanating from his peers. He smiled and reassured them. My father sacrificed himself to protect our village and his comrades. He never regretted his decision, nor will I. I shall inherit his spirit and carry forth the will of fire. Do not worry, I will not dwell in sorrow. His words resonated deeply with everyone present, particularly with the young blonde seated before him, who gazed at Uchiha with a flicker of understanding, perhaps even a sense of kinship. Indeed, he, like him, had grasped the essence of the will of fire. Unbeknownst to them, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with his advisor, Danzo Shimura, and Elder Mito Gate, were observing this scene through a crystal orb. It appears that this child, has effectively inherited Kagami's will of fire, mused Tsubaki Kamachi. Her expression inscrutable as she regarded Uchiha's image, lost in thought for a moment. Mito Gate cast a sidelong glance at Tsubaki and remarked, it is somewhat peculiar that he has moved beyond the shadow of Kagami's death so swiftly. There's nothing strange about it. One cannot accuse he of being emotionally detached. If he were indifferent towards Kagami, he would not have awakened his Sharingan. Let us not forget the significance of the Sharingan as explored by our esteemed teacher, Tobirama. Tsubaki replied, furrowing her brow, yet still defending Uchiha. Mito Gate shifted his gaze towards Danzo, who was fixated on Uchiha, his eyes profoundly contemplative, though he remained silent. Ahem. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt compelled to speak. Undoubtedly, he is the successor of both Kagami and the Will of Fire. Our primary focus should be on the girl from the Uzumaki clan. As for we merely need to observe whether the awakening of his Sharingan has any adverse effects. Moreover, the Sharingan may not necessarily pose a threat to Konoha. Let us remember that even after awakening the legendary eyes, Kagami remained devoted to Konoha, ultimately sacrificing his life for it. After uttering these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo once more, harboring unspoken doubts. During a previous mission, Danzo had accompanied Kagami, along with several members of Root. In a bid to rescue the girl, Kagami had urged Danzo to bring back Kushina while he held off their pursuers. Everything appeared logical, as even Kushina could vouch for Danzo's actions. To retrieve Kagami's body, they had nearly faced annihilation, and yet the Manjiki Sharingan had vanished. As Sarutobi Hiruzen, the best friend of Danzo, he understood Danzo well, yet he harbored lingering skepticism. What troubled him further was the revelation that Kagami's fatal wound had originated from an immensely powerful fire release technique. This led him to suspect the Uchiha clan. In terms of fire release prowess within the ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen ranked among the top 3, though he excelled in the use of the 5 elemental natures. Aside from Kagami, the only other suspects were other members of the Uchiha clan. This fueled Sarutobi Hiruzen's distrust of the Uchiha clan, particularly towards the lineage of the clan leader. Kagami had been their peer, a bridge of communication between the Uchiha and Konoha. While he wished to trust Uchiha Kagami, he was reluctant to grant him significant authority. Nevertheless, in dealing with matters pertaining to the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen was prepared to offer unwavering support. As long as Uchiha Kagami was present, the Uchiha clan would not pose a substantial threat. He held high hopes for Uchiha, yet the boy was still too young. It was precisely this mindset that led Sarutobi Hiruzen to refrain from pursuing the possibility that Danzo had taken Kagami's eyes. Better for them to be with Danzo than fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan. If Kagami's eyes had remained, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have found himself at a loss regarding how to handle them. The monkey speaks wisely. After all, he is Kagami's son. In the future, we will need his strength to pacify the Uchiha, Tsubaki stated, prompting Mito Gate to fall silent. Should he voice any objections at this juncture, it would indeed seem heartless. Regardless of their personal relations, they were ultimately comrades who could entrust each other's backs. Kagami had rescued his life more than once. Why not entrust him to me? I assure you I will cultivate him into Konoha's strongest ninja. Danzo, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. This is the best course of action for him. Within my root, he will receive the finest resources for training, without the need to fear any harm from the Uchiha clan. Chapter 5, Uzumaki Kushina Impossible. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately rejected Danzo's suggestion without a moment's hesitation. Once he entered Root, how could he hope to gain influence within the Uchiha clan? He had to live in the light. Beyond this reason, he harbored suspicions about Uchiha Kagami's eyes potentially falling into Danzo's hands, making it inconceivable for Sarutobi Hiruzen to entrust Uchiha Itachi to him. Sarutobi, after Itachi graduates, find him a good teacher and arrange for him to enter the Umbu. Mito came and contemplated for a moment before offering his advice. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded noncommittally. Although the Umbu lacked Uchiha members, Uchiha Kagami had once been a captain there. If Uchiha Itachi could meet his requirements, entering the Umbu would pose no issue. Furthermore, he could allow Uchiha Itachi to bring some Uchiha members into the Umbu to enhance his standing within the clan. However, it was still too early to discuss such matters. Why not let Orochimaru take Itachi as a disciple? A thought seemed to dawn upon T-Rune Komatsu, who proposed this idea. At the current stage, Orochimaru undoubtedly belonged to the ranks of esteemed disciples. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and T-Rune Komatsu held high hopes for him, though they hadn't voiced it. They felt that Orochimaru had a significant chance of succeeding the Hokage position in the future. Allowing Orochimaru to take Uchiha Itachi as a disciple would ensure that Itachi remained aligned with their Hokage lineage, thus providing protection as well as fostering allegiance. Of course, no one was considering training Uchiha Itachi for the Hokage role just yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed he was still young and that he wouldn't retire for at least 20 more years. By then, Uchiha Itachi would not be overly aged. No one could predict what Uchiha Itachi's future would hold, but until the issues surrounding the Uchiha clan were resolved, it was unlikely that an Uchiha would ascend to the position of Hokage. Tsunade could also suffice, Mito came and suggested with a furrowed brow. If Orochimaru were likely to become Hokage, he wouldn't be the best mentor for Uchiha Itachi. Mito came and believed they could and should assist Uchiha Itachi without being overly familiar. Tsunade, being the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, held no prejudice against the Uchiha clan and was a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Having Tsunade take Uchiha Itachi as a disciple would not only offer him protection, but also create a stir within the Uchiha clan, causing further internal strife. The first prodigy of the Uchiha clan, apprenticing under the Senju lineage, wouldn't that be a source of irritation? As for Uchiha Itachi's preferences, did they truly matter? In Mito Kamen's view, they did not. For their Hokage lineage, this was the most advantageous choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed deeply at Mito Kamen before speaking. Let us set this matter aside for now. It is still too premature to discuss. Even if Uchiha Itachi wishes to graduate early, he must undergo at least 2 years of education at the Ninja Academy. I will not permit him to graduate prematurely otherwise. At his words, a flicker of disdain crossed Danzo's eyes. On the surface, it appeared that Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking after Uchiha Itachi. But the truth was he likely held little genuine affection. Ultimately, it was about observing and indoctrinating Uchiha Itachi for another 2 years. Once Uchiha Itachi matured into a capable tool, they would reconsider how to deal with him. With this thought, Danzo closed his eyes, accepting that he could not bring Uchiha Itachi into his fold. However, what about that girl? T-Rune Komatsu then asked with a tone of concern. After all, she is to become the host of the Nine Tails. It seems a bit hasty to place her directly into the Ninja Academy after only 3 days in Konoha. This is Lord Mito's decision, to help Kushina integrate into Konoha more swiftly, Sarutobi Hiruzen countered. He believed that the Ninja Academy was a more suitable environment for observing Uzumaki Kushina than being beside Mito Kamen. He did not yet possess the audacity to monitor Mito Kamen. Even as Hokage, he refrained from encroaching upon Mito Kamen's influence, which he intentionally diminished. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the others fell silent. Even Shimura Danzo dared not openly defy Mito Kamen's wishes. As the class was about to commence, Uchiha Itachi and his classmates were greeted by their instructor, Sarutobi Seijiro, who entered the classroom accompanied by a girl of about 5 or 6 years with striking red hair. The arrival of the girl quickly captured the attention of many. Despite the alliance between the Land of Waves and Konoha, the Uzumaki clan seldom visited, and Mito Kamen remained reclusive, leaving most Konoha citizens unfamiliar with the Uzumaki lineage. For many, including Uchiha Itachi, it was the first encounter with someone sporting red hair. Upon seeing Uzumaki Kushina, a flicker of surprise crossed Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Uzumaki Kushina, indeed, when he discovered he shared a class with Namake's Minato. He had anticipated the possibility of becoming classmates with Uzumaki Kushina. However, Uchiha Itachi had no intention of engaging with her, though she was undeniably charming. The advantages of befriending her were substantial. Yet, he was an Uchiha. Even if Uchiha Itachi was the son of Uchiha Kagami and the inheritor of the Will of Fire, could Sarutobi Hiruzen truly permit an Uchiha to interact with the Nine-Tails host? This was not merely a matter of trust in Uchiha Itachi. It was a question of human nature's fragility. Not only Uchiha Itachi, but even Uchiha Kagami would likely be barred from approaching the Nine-Tails. As for why Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina became close friends in the original narrative, Uchiha Itachi found himself unable to comprehend. Setting aside their differing identities, Uchiha Mikoto was 2 years older than Uzumaki Kushina. They had not only become acquainted, but had also formed a deep friendship. What Uchiha Itachi could do was maintain a distance from Uzumaki Kushina for the time being, though sometimes the very things one wishes to avoid are the ones that come to pass. After entering the classroom, Uzumaki Kushina began scanning the room as if searching for someone, ultimately fixing her gaze on the back row, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 6. The Master of the Big Pot. Are you watching me? Uchiha Yi's perception abilities were quite remarkable, and after merging with Indra's chakra, his perceptive skills reached a new echelon. He keenly sensed that Uzumaki Kushina seemed to be focusing her attention on him, but fortunately, she did not dwell on it for long and soon shifted her gaze away. He speculated that perhaps Uzumaki Mito had advised Kushina to steer clear of the Uchiha clan, prompting her to scout out the Uchihas in the classroom so she could maintain her distance from them. Well then, Uzumaki-san, please introduce yourself, Sarutobi Seijiro said in the warmest tone possible. As a special jonin from the Sarutobi clan and the nephew of Sarutobi Hisashi, his presence at the Ninja Academy was not solely for teaching. He had been informed by Hisashi of Kushina's background, and it was essential for her to feel the warmth of a family, albeit without excessive assistance. He needed to observe her character through various trials. Hello everyone. I am Uzumaki Kushina, and I am delighted to meet you all. I look forward to your guidance. Kushina took a deep breath and mustered her courage to introduce herself. However, her introduction did not garner the support and welcome she had hoped for. Instead, a group of children began to openly mock her. Look, she has red hair. How strange. How can someone have red hair? There are no red-haired people in Konoha. Could she be a red-haired demon? Clearly, it's the color of chili peppers. The taunts from her classmates filled Kushina with insecurity. Just recently, she had lost her home. Uzumaki Village had been destroyed by an unknown force. She had been rescued by the powerful of Konoha, who had paid a heavy price for her salvation. Instinctively, she glanced toward Uchiha Yi's position, wondering if this boy would protect her as that uncle had. Sensing Kushina's plea for help, Uchiha Yi felt a wave of discomfort. Why are you looking at me, Uzumaki? I have no intention of getting involved with you. Nevertheless, he spoke up in a low tone. The Uzumaki clan is the family of the first Hokage's wife. To my knowledge, Lady Mito also had red hair. Are you not offending the wife of the first Hokage by disparaging red-haired individuals? Furthermore, there are many red-haired people in Konoha, including several from the Akimichi clan. Uchiha Yi's words rendered everyone momentarily speechless. No one expected him to invoke Lady Mito, a figure enshrined in textbooks. If they were to delve deeper, would they not be insinuating that Lady Mito's hair was unsightly? The children who had mocked Kushina now trembled in fear. Wow, they really didn't speak ill of Lady Mito. Not even Sarutobi Seijiro could find words at that moment. He realized Uchiha Yi had a remarkable talent for shifting the narrative. It seemed unlikely that anyone would dare to provoke Uzumaki Kushina in the future, despite his speechlessness. Sarutobi Seijiro turned to Kushina and said, Kushina-san, please find a seat. Thank you. Kushina surveyed the classroom once more and noted that her classmates' gazes no longer held the same aloofness as before. This brought her some relief. And she proceeded to sit near Uchiha Youhei, just a short distance away. Observing this, Uchiha Youhei raised an eyebrow but said nothing. After all, Kushina simply chose to sit near him. There was nothing to be said on his part. Was it forbidden for her to sit in proximity to him? This scene did not go unnoticed by Sarutobi Hizashi and the others, who exchanged glances. This child seems to harbor a bit of fondness for Ii. Hizashi remarked after a long silence. He then shifted his gaze toward Shimura Danzo. At this moment, it was crucial to observe Danzo, for he was the one who had brought Kushina to Konoha. As for the matter of Mito's son, he could offer suggestions, but he would not take the initiative. His goal was to avoid involvement. Danzo's gaze deepened as he watched Uchiha Youhei's figure in the crystal ball, a light chuckle escaping his lips. He has saved Uzumaki Kushina and has shielded her from several lethal dangers. It is only natural that she feels gratitude toward him. Her early arrival at the Ninja Academy likely stemmed from information gleaned from Lady Mito regarding Ii. Yet, she is, after all, the future host of the Nine Tails. Mito's son frowned. Despite Ii being one of their own, he was still Uchiha. Even if it were established that Ii could be trusted, they could not allow him access to the Nine Tails. The memory of that battle remained too horrific. Making Kushina the new Jinchuriki is merely our speculation. Without Lady Mito's approval, we cannot determine her fate as the next host. What you say holds no weight, nor does what I say, nor even what the monkey says. Only Lady Mito's word matters, Danzo said, casting a glance at Sarutobi Hizashi. Until Lady Mito decides to change the Jinchuriki, none of us can rush this matter. Otherwise, the responsibility will be too great for anyone to bear. Moreover, while Kushina is the most suitable candidate, she is not the only one. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded in silence. Though Mito seldom ventured out, he held her in utmost respect. Under normal circumstances, he would not contradict her wishes. His feelings toward Mito were complex. She was his greatest assurance, and as long as she lived, Konoha would not descend into chaos. Yet, as Hokage, who would relish the existence of a de facto emperor overshadowing them. In truth, Mito's involvement may not even be necessary. Suddenly, Danzo's tone took on a devilish allure, captivating everyone present. Chapter 7. The schemes of Danzo. You must understand that while other villages have encountered the issue of tailed beasts rampaging, we in Konoha have not. Thanks to the presence of Lord Mito. Kushina Uzumaki possesses chakra comparable to that of Lord Mito, enabling her to suppress the Nine Tails. She is indeed the most suitable choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe and spoke earnestly. Hiruzen, it is important to note that the ability to restrain the Nine Tails does not solely rely on the Uzumaki clan's chakra and sealing techniques. There are also the Sharingan and would-release techniques. Danzo's words were laden with implication. Kushina may not genuinely embrace Konoha. With her exceptional talent, should she one day gain control over the Nine Tails' power, what would happen if she chose to abandon Konoha? The gravity of Danzo's statement rendered the room silent. Can we trust Kushina Uzumaki? Yet, their trust in the girl was tenuous. After all, how well do they truly know her? Despite rescuing Kushina from the destruction of the Whirlpool Village, it remained challenging for her to develop a sense of belonging. They had previously devised a plan to help Kushina forge bonds in Konoha, but if she could indeed master the Nine Tails' power, she could discern good from evil. They found it difficult to ascertain their true feelings toward her. As for restricting Kushina's growth, that was nearly impossible. Not to mention, Lord Mito would undoubtedly strive to nurture her. Such endeavors were beyond their control. Hence, Kushina was not the optimal choice for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The Sharingan belongs to the Uchiha clan, while Wood Release is a legacy of the Senju clan. The late Tobarama Senju had conducted research on Wood Release and achieved notable progress. Had it not been for the outbreak of the First Shinobi War, he might have succeeded. I propose we resume the Wood Release research experiment. Setting aside the Sharingan, Wood Release is the most effective means to counter the Nine Tails. Danzo's gaze was piercing as he regarded Hiruzen. Moreover, you must have noticed that the military capabilities of various nations are being upgraded. A Shinobi world war could erupt at any moment. The recent destruction of the Whirlpool Village was likely a test of our resolve and strength by those Shinobi villages. It is likely they have obtained some of the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, which may reduce the incidence of tailed beast rampaging. This is certainly not favorable for Konoha. In the future, we must prepare to confront the tailed beasts. As Danzo continued, a cold desolation filled his eyes. For a hawkish individual like him, the attack on the Whirlpool Village was nothing short of a slap to his face. The existence of the Whirlpool Village had been immensely beneficial to Konoha. As long as they remained, there was no need to worry about attacks from the land of water by sea. They could have served as Konoha's maritime fortress. The Uzumaki clan also represented formidable combat strength. However, with the fall of the Whirlpool Village, Konoha would have to expend considerable effort to defend against the Mist Village should war break out. At times, Danzo would reflect on how wise the first Hokage was for distributing the eight-tailed beasts, securing substantial resources in the process. Over the years, other villages have suffered greatly from the tailed beasts, while Konoha has remained relatively unscathed. Yet now, contemplating the possibility of other villages gaining control over the tailed beasts, Danzo began to doubt the wisdom of the first Hokage's decisions. What was the purpose of distributing the tailed beasts in the first place? upon hearing Danzo's proposal. Even Hiruzen fell into silence. Resuming the wood-release experiment was unproblematic. After all, it was initially conducted by Tobarama Senju, and the relevant cells and experimental data still existed. There had been no intervention from Mito back then, considering the imminent threat of a shinobi world war and the prospect of facing tailed beasts. Even Hiruzen could not maintain his composure. He gazed intently at the crystal ball displaying Kushina Uzumaki and Uchiha Itachi, squinting his eyes. And after several contemplative puffs from his pipe, Hiruzen finally spoke. Very well, let us resume the wood-release experiment. However, until we are assured of its success, no human trials shall be conducted. Monkey, once the experiment commences, human trials will be inevitable. Danzo, initially pleased by Hiruzen's support for the wood-release experiment, now displayed dissatisfaction upon hearing that human trials would not be permitted. He did not merely wish to create a few wood-release subjects, if possible. He desired to transplant wood-release cells himself. This endeavor had made him acutely aware of his own limitations. Had it not been for the aftermath of the incident with the Uchiha, he too could have met a dire fate. With his current strength, further advancement appeared exceedingly difficult. And he could only pin his hopes on the wood-release experiment. The dangers associated with the wood-release experiment were considerable. Hiruzen hesitated. He understood this well. But as Hokage, could he truly make such a decision? We could initially use criminals and wandering ninjas for the experiments, and once we have made sufficient progress, we could allow Konoha's citizens to volunteer for the trials. Danzo regarded Hiruzen with keen interest, though the Senju clan has been disbanded. If there is a chance to obtain wood-release, they would not refuse. Who better suited for the wood-release experiment than them? This left Hiruzen in silence. For he understood Danzo's implications. Through the wood-release experiment, they could eliminate certain members of the Senju clan, thereby diminishing their influence. However, they were not intentionally targeting the Senju. Participation in the experiment would be a personal choice. Should the experiment succeed, one would become the inheritor of wood-release. This was not an act of treachery on Hiruzen's part. He would still care for Tsunade, Nawaki, and respect Mito. Yet, as Hokage, he needed to take decisive action. The true adversary to the Senju clan was not Hiruzen Sarutobi, but rather Tobarama Senju. When the Senju clan was disbanded, many had left with minimal ninjutsu, prohibited from passing down their surname, and even forbidden from mentioning it to their descendants. In comparison, their methods were hardly worth mentioning. As for Itachi and Kushina Uzumaki, Nara Shikamaru observed Kushina casting furtive glances at Itachi, hesitating to speak. What will happen next is not our concern. Hiruzen pondered for a moment before responding. Kushina's activities at the academy cannot escape Lord Mito's notice. Since even Lord Mito has consented, what more is there to discuss? Furthermore, let us not forget that while Itachi is an Uchiha, he is also the inheritor of the Will of Fire. If Kushina were to remain by his side, absorbing the Will of Fire, would that not be beneficial? Chapter 8. The affection of Kushina during the morning class. Uchiha felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. He could distinctly sense that Uzumaki Kushina's gaze would flicker toward him every 3 or 4 minutes. This made Uchiha feel a sense of impending doom, as if she were approaching him with intent. If only he could shout at Kushina, imploring her not to come closer. Had he known this would transpire, he would never have assisted her in resolving her predicament. Being targeted by Sarutobi Izashi was somewhat manageable, as he could still present himself as a normal individual. However, if Shimura Danzo were to take interest in him, it would spell disaster. He still needed time to grow. With the nurturing of Indra's chakra, Uchiha held confidence in his potential to evolve into a formidable powerhouse. Through the combat space, he had the opportunity to engage with various strong opponents, ensuring he would not lack experience in battle. Last night, he had exhausted his remaining 3 challenge opportunities, only to find himself woefully outmatched. The elite Jonin were beyond his current capabilities. Even against the seasoned Chunin, he managed to hold his ground for a time, yet ultimately succumbed due to a lack of experience. Following his defeats, the combat space also lost the chance to challenge those individuals. Uchiha was acutely aware of Danzo's duplicitous nature, and there was a significant chance he was the very one responsible for his father's demise. All he desired was to navigate his student years in peace. Why was this so difficult? Finally, the morning session concluded. Just as Uchiha prepared to seek out Uchiha Makoto, Uzumaki Kushina quietly approached him, and he could sense a hint of nervousness emanating from her. "Do you need something from me, Kushina?" he inquired, silently sighing to himself. "Thank you for speaking up for me earlier," Kushina said, mustering her courage to look earnestly at Uchiha. "May I call you Ikuin?" Uchiha's mouth twitched slightly. Ikuin? Were they that familiar? He shifted his gaze toward the distant figure of Minato, who appeared to be observing them with an amused expression. "Look away. If you keep staring, you might find yourself without a wife. We're all classmates, and I merely spoke the truth," Uchiha remarked nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. "Is that so?" Kushina pondered, nodding thoughtfully. "You possess a gentleness reminiscent of your father." Just as she was about to say more, a familiar figure entered the classroom, carrying a lunchbox. Upon spotting Kushina near Uchiha Makoto expressed surprise. She approached them with a sweet smile. It's time to eat." Uchiha nodded slightly, then turned to Kushina. "If you have no other matters to attend to, we should proceed to lunch. There is only an hour for the meal. And if we don't hurry, we'll have to wait until after school to eat." The lunch break at the Ninja Academy was brief, yet classes ended early in the afternoon, before 3 o'clock. Naturally, some diligent students utilized the training grounds to hone their skills. It resembled a joyful education, as becoming an exceptional ninja depended on personal initiative. Lunch? Kushina's expression stiffened. It seemed she had forgotten to bring her meal. What should she do? Return home for food? But that would take too long, and 1 hour was hardly sufficient for a round trip and a meal. Excuse me, did you forget your lunch? Uchiha Makoto noticed Kushina's predicament and gently offered, if you don't mind, I can share my bento with you. Eh? Is that really all right? Wouldn't he that leave you hungry? Kushina's gaze lingered on the 2 bento boxes, which appeared to contain a variety of delicious foods. Even she couldn't resist swallowing hard at the sight. Before the fall of the Uzumaki clan, she had been a princess, but royal fare did not always guarantee exquisite cuisine. After all, the Uzumaki clan was merely a small island nation. While fish was plentiful, gourmet delicacies were scarce for someone like her. Uchiha Makoto, noticing Kushina's subtle reactions, felt a sense of amusement. This classmate seemed genuine and rather endearing. It's no trouble. I always prepare extra. There is more than enough for both of us. All right. I want to hold back then. After a moment of conflicted expression, Kushina looked gratefully at Uchiha Makoto. Indeed, there were many kind souls in Konoha. This girl must also belong to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha and Uchiha Makoto, what a warm family this was. While in the land of waves, Kushina had heard tales of the Uchiha clan's reputation, with some claiming they were inherently malevolent. It was said that the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had privately expressed such sentiments, which were overheard and spread. However, hearsay is often deceptive. Mito, the grandmother of the village, bore no ill will toward the Uchiha. Now, having encountered 3 kind-hearted Uchihas, perhaps it was not the Uchiha who were wicked, but rather the second Hokage himself. Delicious. This is so incredibly good. Makoto, did you make this? I've decided. You shall be my lifelong best friend. Kushina exclaimed as she savored the meal. Uchiha and Uchiha Makoto exchanged glances. It seemed Kushina had never truly been satiated before. This was rather exaggerated. Even Uchiha shared a portion of his lunch with Kushina, enhancing her favorable impression of both him and Uchiha Makoto. They were all genuinely good people. She was determined to forge lifelong friendships with Uchiha and Uchiha Makoto. For Kushina, newly arrived in Konoha, such kindness and assistance were truly invaluable. This reminded Uchiha of the relationship between Minato and Kushina in the original narrative, which likely had similar roots. Reflecting on this, he sighed softly. He could not deliberately distance himself from Kushina, as that would seem conspicuous and draw unwanted attention. Moreover, subjecting a girl like her to cold indifference was not in line with the will of fire. He decided to take things as they came, unbeknownst to him. All of this was under Sarutobi Hiruzen's control. At this stage, they had yet to finalize whether Kushina would become the next Jinchuriki. She was merely a candidate. Chapter 9. The roots of the fall of the Uzumaki village. The Uzumaki village held a strong alliance with Konoha, and when the village came under attack, Konoha indeed dispatched elite ninjas to assist. With formidable figures such as Uchiha Kagami, Shimura Danzo, and nearly the entire root organization, their forces were ample enough to wage a small-scale war. If the aim were to annihilate a minor nation, apart from the Rain Country, which possessed its peculiarities, other nations would pose little challenge. The assistance rendered by Konoha to Uzumaki village was not insignificant. Even Uzumaki Mito found herself at a loss for words. Furthermore, the existence of Uzumaki village in the land of waves was inherently unwelcomed by other nations. The Uzumaki clan not only led the village but also held the title of daimyo, which inevitably raised eyebrows among the other daimyos. What would they think? If you ninjas are to become daimyos, what becomes of us? Do you truly believe you possess the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths? Even without the matter of sealing techniques, the land of waves would eventually become a target for other nations. To say nothing of the fact that the daimyo of the fire country might not regard Uzumaki village favorably. Therefore, it can be asserted that the foundation for the fall of Uzumaki village was laid at its inception. Konoha had not anticipated that by the time they arrived at Uzumaki village, it had already crumbled, and the strength of the unidentified ninjas surpassed imagination. Even Uchiha Kagami and a significant portion of the root organization had fallen there, making it a remarkable achievement to bring back Uzumaki Kushina. It could be deemed a fulfillment of their duties as allies. There was uncertainty regarding whether Uzumaki Mito intended to make Kushina a Jinchuriki. Should that occur, she would receive the utmost protection from Konoha, sparing her from the need to undertake missions like other ninjas. This would be a form of protection for Kushina, ensuring the legacy of the Uzumaki clan within Konoha for the future. Conversely, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored concerns that Kushina might grow to an uncontrollable extent and thus had no intention of making her a Jinchuriki. After their meal, Uchiha Makoto tidied up the lunchboxes and prepared to leave. However, the bond forged between Uchiha Makoto and Uzumaki Kushina over the meal was already quite strong. Human connections need not be lengthy. Sometimes, a mere alignment of hearts suffices to foster friendship. For Kushina, Uchiha Makoto was evidently a fine friend. The afternoon classes concluded swiftly. Both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Makoto opted not to remain at school for training. Unlike regular civilian ninjas, family ninjas like them preferred to return to their clans for training, where the environment was significantly superior to that of the school. Additionally, some clan ninjas would offer guidance. One of the factors contributing to the strength of clan ninjas over their civilian counterparts. It's been a pleasure, Itachi, Makoto. See you tomorrow. Kushina bid farewell to the two at the school gate. Residing in the Senju clan's ancestral home, she was quite distant from the Uchiha clan. If possible, Kushina genuinely wished to meander home a bit longer. See you tomorrow, Kushina. Kushina, see you tomorrow. I shall bring lunch for you. You are too kind, Makoto. It's no trouble at all. I shall merely prepare a little extra. It won't burden me, Uchiha Makoto replied with a smile, her eyes narrowing with mirth. Once Kushina had departed, she turned to Uchiha Itachi with a contemplative tone. Kushina is quite endearing, wouldn't you agree, Itachi? The latter part of her statement sent a shiver down Uchiha Itachi's spine. However, he maintained his composure. Weren't you two getting along splendidly before? He recounted the events of the class, surprised that Kushina seemed to have developed a heightened interest in him. Uchiha Makoto furrowed her brow. Are you certain that Kushina approached you because you assisted her? It's quite possible. She couldn't possibly have fallen for me at first sight, could she? Uchiha Itachi mused, then fell into silence. A thought struck him. His father had recently perished on a mission, and Kushina had just been brought to Konoha days ago. The news of the fall of Uzumaki village was no longer a secret. In fact, some villagers had been clamoring to seek vengeance on those responsible for the village's demise. However, the higher-ups seemed reluctant to allow such sentiments to spark a war. The destruction of Uzumaki village likely involved not just Konoha but other major villages as well. Should Konoha take action, it could ignite the Second Shinobi World War. No one desired such an outcome. Could it be due to Uchiha Kagami? Did he sacrifice his life to secure me a wife? Itachi pondered. What if I were to win the affections of both Uchiha Makoto and Kushina? What would become of Naruto and Sasuke in the future? Would they be my children, or would they carry the bloodlines of other Uchiha, Uzumaki, or even Senju? Clearing his throat, Itachi found himself compelled to defend Sarutobi Hiruzen. Many labeled him a relic of the past, claiming he had conspired with Shimura Danzo to ruin the Senju clan. In truth, the Senju clan was disbanded by Senju Tobarama. Most members integrated into the civilian populace of Konoha, while a portion relocated to the daimyo's estate. The son of Senju Hashirama married the daughter of the daimyo, giving rise to Tsunade and Nawaki, who presently lead a segment of the Senju clan residing near the daimyo's residence. This was a form of diversifying investments. One should not underestimate the political acumen of Senju Tobarama. Unlike the Uchiha, who fixated on the police force and remained oblivious to their peril. Had the Uchiha been adequately prepared, their clan might not have faced annihilation. Unfortunately, paths like that of the daimyo's estate were temporarily inaccessible to the Uchiha. Let us return. Your grandfather wishes to teach you how to utilize your Sharingan, Uchiha Makoto remarked, noticing Itachi's realization. A gentle smile graced her lips, tinged with a hint of envy. Previously, their strengths had been comparable, but ever since Itachi awakened his Sharingan, she found herself unable to match him. As a talented member of the Uchiha clan, it was difficult for Makoto to accept this reality, especially as she did not wish to be outpaced by Uchiha Itachi. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kushina skipped lightly into Uzumaki Mito's abode. Grandma Mito, I'm home. It's you, Kushina. How did you fare with your classmates? Uzumaki Mito welcomed Kushina to sit beside her, her face radiating warmth. It seemed that the destruction of the Uzumaki clan did not cast a shadow of sorrow over this elder. Chapter 10. Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina. Initially, I faced ridicule. Yet there were those who extended their helping hands. Uzumaki Kushina caressed her vibrant red hair and murmured, Mito grandma, do you know? Yui and Makoto are truly wonderful individuals. Subsequently, she animatedly recounted the events of the day. Uzumaki Mito did not interrupt Kushina. Instead, she listened patiently to her narrative. The emergence of remarkable individuals from the Uchiha clan left Uzumaki Mito somewhat perplexed, but more so, she felt a swell of happiness. Due to her connection with Senju Hashirama, Mito did not harbor the same animosity toward the Uchiha as others of her clan. Even the death of Hashirama was intricately tied to Aihamadara. Yet, to the very end, Hashirama felt a sense of regret toward Madara. As an observer, Mito was well aware that Madara had been forced away by Senju Tobarama. If one were to assess the situation, it could be argued that Tobarama was not entirely innocent. Despite this, Tobarama had once remarked that among comrades, Uchiha were the most reliable, and Uchiha Kagami was evidently one such trustworthy Uchiha. Would Uchiha Youhei be the next? Mito gazed deeply at Kushina, originally intending to make her the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails as a form of protection. However, such a decision would undoubtedly limit Kushina's interactions with the Uchiha clan. Yet, could she truly keep Kushina away from Youhei and Makoto? Clearly, that was impossible. After all, Kushina had finally made friends. And perhaps Mito needed to find an opportunity to meet Uchiha Youhei. Once Kushina finished her tale, Mito affectionately reassured her, in a few days, your Aunt Tsunade and brother Rope Tree will return from the Land of Fire. You can spend more time with them, and if anything arises, you can confide in Aunt Tsunade. Aunt Tsunade? Kushina hesitated, feeling uncertain since she had never met the two, despite their familial ties. Mito was indeed her great-aunt, and Tsunade and Rope Tree were her cousins, yet the lack of personal acquaintance left Kushina feeling quite anxious. Yes, Kushina, starting tonight. We will practice sealing techniques for 2 hours every evening. Mito added, you wouldn't want to rely on others to rescue you when undertaking missions in the future, would you? Kushina recalled the image of her parents entrusting her to Uchiha Kagami, as well as Kagami's determination to protect her. Her cherubic face was filled with resolute nods. Meanwhile, Uchiha Youhei was gasping for breath. Yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the elder Uchiha Youhei in the distance. His single Tomoe Sharingan was intensely focused on Youhei, with chakra nearly depleted. Uchiha Youhei, arms crossed, remarked, your talent is commendable. You are indeed the earliest to awaken the Sharingan. In terms of overall strength, you surpass the average genin. Yet your experience is still lacking. After a moment, Youhei continued, however, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Aihamadara, at your age, had not yet awakened his Sharingan. Yet his prowess far exceeded yours. He began taking lives at the tender age of 3. Youhei felt a tinge of exasperation. Youhei, a veteran from the Warring States era, had first-hand experience alongside Madara, making his insights invaluable. Yet comparing himself to Madara was indeed an overestimation. Even with Indra's chakra coursing through him, Youhei could not assure himself that his talent rivaled Madara's, let alone surpassed it. Madara was a true embodiment of a killer from birth to death. Though the ultimate antagonist of the series was Kaguya Otsutsuki, the oppressive aura she exuded paled in comparison to that of Uchiha Madara. Unbeknownst to him, Youhei gazed at Youhei with astonishment, despite Youhei possessing only a single Tomoe Sharingan. He felt that Youei's ocular prowess was not inferior to that of a double Tomoe Sharingan. He had previously taught Kagami and could distinctly sense that Youei's ocular ability surpassed that of Kagami. This revelation filled Youhei with excitement. Youhei possessed potential that might eclipse that of Kagami, perhaps even unlocking double Tomoe in the future. However, it was crucial not to disclose this yet, as he needed to prevent Youhei from becoming complacent while also guarding against potential threats from others. Like Youhei, Youhei harbored doubts regarding the clan leader and Shimura Danzo, yet he felt powerless to act. Despite being the second elder of the Uchiha clan and a leader of the Dove faction, he was merely an elite jounin. And with age and ailments taking their toll, he worried that even his elite status might dwindle. There was little he could do. Youhei would have to carve his own path. I still have much to learn. Youhei chuckled self-deprecatingly, recalling how he struggled against the Gate Guardian in the battle space. Feeling a sense of shame. Your understanding of this is commendable. Seeing Yui's determination, Youhei nodded approvingly. From now on, after school each day, come here for training. Particularly focusing on the use of your Sharingan. There is still much for you to master. Thank you, Elder Youhei. Youhei expressed his gratitude, regardless of Youhei's strength. He was a veteran forged in the crucible of battle, and there was much for Youhei to learn. This was the stark contrast between Uchiha Youhei and Uchiha Sasuke. Youhei had a comprehensive system to learn from, while Sasuke was left to navigate his path alone. Despite the fame of Kakashi's Sharingan, he was merely a novice in its true application. In the month that followed, Youhei maintained his studies, enjoyed lunch with Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Makoto, and underwent rigorous training under Uchiha Youhei in the evenings. He could feel his strength surging at a visible pace. Given another chance to challenge the Gate Guardian, he might not suffer defeat. As for the other two jounin, Youhei had no immediate intention of facing them. At long last, after concluding his training at Uchiha Youhei's residence, the battle space finally refreshed. Chapter 11, Battle against Rope Tree in the Final Confrontation. Uchiha Youhei's lips curled into a faint smile upon seeing the 4 character options presented. Elder Chiyo, Rebellious Youth Asuma, Beautiful Waste Sakura from the Chunin exams, and the second War Era Rope Tree. Finally, characters emerged that he felt he could contend with. Sakura during the Chunin exams was undeniably a waste, without her strongest summon. Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Youhei believed he could easily overpower her. At this stage, Sakura had yet to be trained by Tsunade, possessing only commendable chakra control and a modicum of genjutsu talent. Throughout her journey, the only illusion she cast upon herself was the delusion that she had caught up with Sasuke and Naruto. Other than that, she had not demonstrated any significant genjutsu skills. Against the Sakura of the Fourth War, Uchiha Youhei would certainly have been outmatched. However, the version from the Chunin exams, it was indeed justified to call her a beautiful waste. During his previous life watching Naruto, many held disdain for Sakura, yet her original portrayal depicted her as a beauty, with Lee falling head over heels for her. As for the second War Era Rope Tree, Uchiha Youhei harbored no illusions of guaranteed victory. After all, he was the grandson of Hashirama Senju, Tsunade's disciple, and Orochimaru's pupil, with a lineage that far surpassed his own. Had he not met an untimely demise due to a peculiar explosive tag, Rope Tree would have undoubtedly risen to the rank of elite jounin, with further advancement not out of the question. As for the current Rope Tree, Uchiha Youhei felt confident in his chances. Rope Tree and Uchiha Makoto were of similar age and strength, making victory attainable. Yet, he pondered how much growth his opponent might experience in the forthcoming years. Elder Chiyo was a different story altogether. Uchiha Youhei dismissed any thoughts of challenging her, recognizing her as a formidable Kage-level ninja, not someone he could hope to engage. As for young Asuma, he seemed a worthy opponent. This time, he anticipated acquiring something valuable. After a brief moment of hesitation, Uchiha Youhei decisively chose Sakura as his opponent and entered the battle space. Upon seeing the pink-haired girl before him, he wasted no time in hurling 3 kunai her way. Startled, Sakura quickly drew her kunai to defend herself, but alas, she faced Uchiha's unique kunai throwing technique. After successfully blocking 1 kunai, the remaining 2 struck her, one in the shoulder and the other in the abdomen. Before Sakura could react, Uchiha closed the distance, drawing a short blade from behind and swiftly severing her throat. In the next instant, his consciousness withdrew from the battle space. Ding! Congratulations to Uchiha for defeating Sakura Haruno. You have acquired Sakura's chakra control talent. Would you like to merge? Merge. After assimilating Sakura's chakra control talent, a smile crept onto Uchiha's face. He acknowledged that he had previously underestimated Sakura. Being chosen as Tsunade's disciple and nurtured by her indicated that she possessed a degree of talent. Uchiha had prided himself on his already commendable chakra control. But after merging with Sakura's talent, his proficiency surged further, increasing by at least a third, a substantial enhancement indeed. Next, Uchiha turned his attention to Rope Tree. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely initiated the battle. Entering the combat space, he observed the younger Rope Tree, clearly not yet 12 years old. This was likely the Rope Tree just before his demise, 2 years older than the present version. The chakra emanating from his opponent was more substantial than his own at this age, even surpassing that of Kushina Uzumaki by about a third. This demonstrated the exceptional nature of Rope Tree's talent. It was no wonder suspicions arose regarding his death being connected to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Rope Tree possessed considerable aptitude and could very well have risen to Kage level in the future. However, a worthy adversary made things interesting. A smile graced Uchiha's lips as he activated his single Tomoe Sharingan, swiftly forming hand seals for fire release, great fireball technique. In an instant, a colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Rope Tree. Calmly, Rope Tree performed his own hand seals, and just as the fireball was about to strike, he gathered a significant amount of chakra and expelled it, forming a swirling water wall that successfully blocked Uchiha's attack. The intense flames clashed with the water barrier, creating a thick cloud of steam. It was none other than the water release, water barrier technique perfected by Tobirama Senju. Uchiha's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting Rope Tree to have acquired such a skill. While others typically manifested this technique by channeling chakra into the ground to create a wall of water, Tobirama's version provided all-encompassing protection. It was evident that this had been specifically tailored to counter Uchiha's fire release. Realizing this, Uchiha closed in on Rope Tree once more, forming seals for lightning release, electromagnetic wave. A terrifying surge of electricity coalesced in his hand, striking the water barrier enveloping Rope Tree. Water conducts electricity, and the water barrier swiftly transmitted the lightning, forcing Rope Tree to dispel his technique and retreat. Having created some distance between them, Rope Tree regarded Uchiha with trepidation, recognizing that had he not reacted swiftly, he could have been severely affected by the lightning. When did a youth from the Uchiha clan shift their focus from fire release to lightning release? Uchiha, however, remained unfazed. He bit his finger, sliding it across the seal on his arm, summoning a colossal shuriken that stood taller than himself and hurled it towards Rope Tree. Not good. Rope Tree cursed inwardly, drawing a kunai to intercept the spinning shuriken. Boom. Before Rope Tree could execute his next move, Uchiha shouted. And it was then that Rope Tree realized the massive shuriken was laced with numerous explosive tags. Is Uchiha so devious? With a thunderous explosion, Rope Tree was engulfed in the blast. Did he use a substitution technique? Uchiha swiftly pinpointed Rope Tree's location. Despite the timely execution of his substitution technique, the explosion had still impacted him. He had no time to tend to his injuries as he faced the swift approach of Uchiha's blade. Chapter 12. The fusion of the Rope Tree's physique. Uchiha seldom revealed his body flicker technique. To be precise, he hardly showcased it in the presence of outsiders. In comparison to the myriad techniques of fire release, lightning release, and the array of Uchiha methods, Uchiha devoted a significant amount of his energy to mastering the body flicker technique. His talent in this art was commendable, especially considering his son, Uchiha Shursui, was renowned for his prowess in this technique. Furthermore, Uchiha Kagami's body flicker technique was also quite famous, having been refined under the tutelage of the legendary Senju Tobirama, tailored to his own circumstances. A year prior, Uchiha had already begun his training in this technique, integrating it into his everyday combat. While he typically refrained from demonstrating it publicly, within the confines of battle, he held no such reservations. The explosive power derived from his terrifying body flicker technique, combined with Uchiha's swordsmanship, delivered a strikingly abrupt assault. Under the bewildered gaze of the Rope Tree, Uchiha's longsword pierced through his abdomen. However, to Uchiha's astonishment, before he could withdraw the sword, the Rope Tree exerted a sudden force, driving the blade even deeper into his body. The Rope Tree tightly embraced Uchiha, simultaneously clutching several ignited explosive tags. Is he really this ruthless? Uchiha was taken aback. A typical ninja would undoubtedly lose their combat ability after such a blow. Yet the Rope Tree clung to life, drawing on the terrifying vitality derived from the combined bloodlines of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, determined to drag Uchiha down with him. Fortunately, over the past month, Uchiha had grown considerably. He decisively relinquished his longsword and swiftly formed hand seals. Even though I can no longer see my sister and cannot become Hokage, even in death, I shall send you to the Pure Land. The rope tree murmured as he closed the distance to Uchiha. At that moment, Uchiha was truly tempted to curse the rope tree for his lack of martial ethics. What deep-seated grudge do you harbor? I merely wish to kill you once for a reward. Must you go to such lengths? Boom. The explosion of the tags engulfed both Uchiha and the rope tree. Simultaneously, Uchiha's form transformed into a muddy semblance, his true self appearing a short distance away, gasping for breath. Earth release, earth clone, Uchiha muttered. One of the few earth release techniques he had mastered. In such a scenario, it proved highly effective. Subsequently, Uchiha's consciousness returned to his body. Ding. Congratulations. Uchiha has defeated the rope tree, acquiring the hybrid physique of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Would you like to fuse? Fusion. As Uchiha's thoughts shifted, he felt as though his body was being torn apart, a terrifying energy reshaping his very being. Damn you. Though the fusion of the rope tree's physique brought Uchiha immense joy, despite the absence of Ashura Chakra, it promised significant enhancement. Yet, the cellular tearing inflicted unbearable pain. Just as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a warm sensation flowed from his eyes, swiftly counteracting the agony. Unbeknownst to him, his Sharingan activated. The single Tomoe began to spin rapidly, and soon, Uchiha exhibited two Tomoe. Under the influence of the rope tree's physique, Uchiha's Sharingan upgraded once more, transforming into the double Tomoe Sharingan. Just as he believed his Sharingan was on the cusp of advancing to the triple Tomoe, the tearing sensation subsided, and the once rapid rotation of the double Tomoe ceased. The fusion process was fleeting yet prolonged, leaving Uchiha feeling as though he had emerged from a sauna. However, this fusion significantly elevated his strength, his chakra doubled, and his physique also saw substantial improvement. Coupled with the double Tomoe Sharingan, Uchiha felt confident in facing Steel Iron once more, certain of his victory. Indeed, the combination of Uchiha bloodline with that of the Senju and Uzumaki clans was not merely a straightforward sum. The enhancement was profound, but the process was brutal. Uchiha shielded his eyes, refraining from challenging others. Given his current strength, confronting the young Asuma Sarutobi should pose little difficulty. Yet he needed to reflect on his previous battles. Prior to this, his strength had been on par with the rope tree, ultimately succeeding in defeating him. Nevertheless, his combat experience remained somewhat lacking, unlike the rope tree, who had likely been seasoned on the battlefield, nearly leading to his demise. Regrettably, had the rope tree not been of such significance, he would not have minded perishing together, as Uchiha was curious whether mutual destruction could yield rewards. If so, in future encounters, he could adopt extreme measures, such as binding explosive tags to himself to obliterate his foes. In the days to come, Uchiha remained vigilant, recognizing that until he could awaken Susanoo, he was still vulnerable. Potential is merely potential. Sometimes, a single explosive tag can be fatal. In the realm of ninja combat, it is entirely normal for the weak to overcome the strong. The reflection lasted over an hour, after which Uchiha challenged Asuma Sarutobi, a youth of approximately 14 or 15 years, whose strength was comparable to that of the rope tree. After his upgrade, Uchiha dispatched him with ease. Following the battle, he acquired an understanding of Asuma's wind release techniques. Uchiha had not previously delved into wind release, having primarily focused on fire and lightning releases, which were his innate affinities. However, after assimilating Asuma's wind release prowess, Uchiha's capabilities in this realm surged, rivaling his current mastery of fire and lightning releases. Indeed, he relied heavily on the advantages presented by the battle space. Regrettably, Chiyo was simply unbeatable, had he been able to acquire her poison-making skills and combat experience. Uchiha believed he would have become invincible. In the following days, Uchiha dedicated himself to familiarizing and adapting to his newly augmented strength. Ikuin, do you know? A major event transpired at school today, said Kushina Uzumaki mysteriously as Uchiha took his seat. Recently, she had maneuvered to position herself next to him, which left Uchiha feeling both helpless and secretly pleased. Clearly, his allure to younger girls was significant. What happened? Not only Uchiha, but even Minato, Namikaze, and others turned to gaze at Kushina. Chapter 13. Is the Hokage coming to school? Hiki. I heard from Sister Tsunade that the Hokage will visit the ninja school today. It seems he will conduct combat training, and those who perform well will receive guidance from the village's elite ninjas and may even become their disciples. Uzumaki Kushina did not keep it a secret, adding that not only Sister Tsunade but also her teammates would be present, including some renowned jonin from the village, such as Kakashi Hitaki. Uchiha was taken aback, not expecting such news. Why was there no word about this within the Uchiha clan? He glanced around the classroom and noticed that apart from Uzumaki Kushina, the other students seemed equally oblivious. It appeared that Tsunade had given Kushina special treatment, indicating that she was faring well among the Senju clan. To become a disciple of such formidable figures? His gaze flickered as he turned to Minato Namikaze seated in front of him. Perhaps Minato had seized this opportunity to catch Jiraiya's attention and ultimately become his disciple. SHRU was also at the ninja school and was set to become Orochimaru's student. As for Uzumaki Kushina, she lacked for nothing. Uzumaki Mito, the hidden powerhouse of Konoha, was diligently teaching her. The school had combat classes, and he could distinctly sense Kushina's rapid growth and strength. When she first arrived in Konoha, she was no match for Uchiha Mei-chin, but now, he felt that Mei-chin would struggle to defeat her. However, it was not entirely accurate to say that Kushina surpassed Mei-chin. Battles among ninjas relied on intelligence, improvisation, and situational awareness. At this moment, he pondered many things. The Second Great Ninja War was on the horizon, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was likely assessing the students to nurture a new generation. Speaking of which, he and Kushina had been together for over a month. Yet Hiruzen and the others seemed to have made no move. Even Mito appeared to overlook his presence. Moreover, I must confide that the Hokage has intentions of accepting Tsunade and her teammates as disciples. SHRU has already been unofficially chosen by Orochimaru. Following this, Kushina whispered to E, suggesting that if Mei-chin performed well, she might graduate alongside SHRU and also become Orochimaru's disciple. Kushina had been in Konoha for over a month and had learned quite a bit. The benefits of having exceptional teachers were immense. While it was uncertain whether Orochimaru would take on disciples, he was undoubtedly a prominent figure among the younger generation, being a direct disciple of the third Hokage. Tsunade had personally sought out a teacher for SHRU. How could such a mentor be anything less than remarkable? Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Kushina had all met before. In comparison to Jiraiya, Orochimaru was certainly more reliable. As for Orochimaru, he felt a stirring of interest, despite Orochimaru's future unreliability and the need for caution. He had an obsession with the Sharingan. Yet, SHRU was still alive. Just as Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan through a sacrificial act. Orochimaru similarly depended on SHRU for his own advancement, embracing science. The only concern was SHRU's unpredictability. If teaming up with him led to numerous dangers, would Mei-chin survive? If one day they accidentally triggered an explosive tag together, would his beloved little cabbage be lost? Should he strive to become Orochimaru's disciple as well? He had the desire to complete his studies at the ninja school before graduating, but reality would not allow it. War could erupt at any moment, and the village could not permit him and his peers to linger in the school indefinitely. Moreover, exceptional teachers would not wait forever. Once war truly came, these talented ninjas would head to the front lines, leaving no time to mentor students. Early graduation was inevitable. 2 years was ample time for E to mature. At this stage, forming a connection with Orochimaru was worthwhile. By the time Orochimaru faced issues, he would have fully grown. As for Jiraiya, that was best avoided. He had been severely misled by the toads of Myoboka Mountain. Becoming his disciple would be exceedingly perilous. However, Tsunade, in the past, he did not think Tsunade suitable as a teacher, but now, having integrated SHRU's physique, he felt increasingly akin to a Senju. Moreover, you must perform well. I have already told Sister Tsunade that if you excel, she will introduce you to a great teacher. Kushina looked at with eyes full of expectation. Rest assured. He replied confidently with a smile, realizing that this time, he needed to take the fishing expedition seriously. As Kushina had mentioned, before the class even began, Sarutobi Seiger entered the classroom, speaking solemnly. Today as combat class, you must all perform well. The Hokage will be observing your displays. After stating this, he focused his gaze on Minato, and Kushina, lingering a moment longer on these three promising students. He needed to identify talent for Sarutobi Hiruzen and provide them with support. And Kushina were both heirs, yet Minato appeared to be an ordinary ninja. At least on the surface. Currently, in terms of strength, Minato might not surpass the children of noble clans, but his talent was among the best in the class. His remarkable reflexes, combat analysis skills, learning capacity, and diligence were qualities that Sarutobi Seiger greatly esteemed. When it came to progress, Minato was the fastest of them all. He had previously mentioned Minato to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and this time, Hiruzen also intended to assess Minato. If he could seize this opportunity, he might indeed shine brilliantly. Upon hearing this, the students in the classroom, just as Kushina had predicted, became excited. The Hokage. Most of them had only seen Sarutobi Hiruzen during the opening ceremony. To meet the Hokage and gain his attention was a dream come true. Chapter 14. The Talented Ninja Academy Ijuin. Today I shall challenge you once more. The sincere gaze of Minato and Namikaze turned towards Uchiha. To Minato, Uchiha was both a confidant and a rival. Despite being acutely aware of the vast chasm between their abilities, each training duel with revealed his own shortcomings, allowing him to glean invaluable techniques from This was particularly significant for Minato, who hailed from a commoner background. Occasionally, Uchiha would offer Minato insightful advice, greatly benefiting him. Thus, Minato directly sought to schedule a training session with Of course, but it may take a little while, he replied amicably, not declining the request. It seemed destined that Minato would capture the attention of Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was likely already reported to the Hokage by Sarutobi Kinomaru. If it weren't for the purpose of talent scouting, a J-nin like Sarutobi Kinomaru would hardly come to the academy to teach elite classes. One could argue that Hiruzen Sarutobi was somewhat of a conservative figure, often suppressing the offspring of many clans. However, during his tenure as Hokage, he treated commoner ninjas with considerable fairness. Under the guidance of Sarutobi Kinomaru, Uchiha and his companions arrived at the training ground, where not only their current grade gathered, but also students from previous years. He quickly located the class of Uchiha Makoto, which had already commenced combat training under the teacher's direction. Yet, the initial matches featured students of relatively weaker prowess. He believed even Minato could potentially defeat them. Subsequently, he sought out a senior class. As the current ninja academy operated on a 4-year system, this meant that the senior class consisted of this year's graduating students, including Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi, both sons of the Hyuga clan leader. Additionally, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eldest son, Sarutobi Shino, was also part of this formidable class. Naturally, the 3rd-year class, which included Uchiha Makoto, also boasted considerable strength, featuring talents like Ju, Uchiha Makoto, and the current generation Ino, Shika, CH Trio, Narashikaku, Akimichi CHG, and Yamanaka Inoichi. Comparatively, the 2nd-year strong contenders were fewer, yet still included the likes of Wai and Shimi, a future pillar of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku, the future clan leader of the Uchiha, had just graduated from the academy the previous year. Alright, enough watching. Our Class S combat training is about to commence. Perform well, and do not embarrass yourselves in front of so many. Sarutobi Konohamaru addressed his students with earnestness. Be aware that students from other first-year classes may challenge us. Do not lose to them. Uchiha belonged to Class 1, the so-called elite class. As such, they had the privilege of securing a combat training area, while other first-year classes could only challenge them for the attention they sought. Understood. The first pair to spar were Shimura K. White and Narashikawa. As Sarutobi Konohamaru's words echoed, the two students approached the competition area, performing the necessary hand seals before beginning their duel under the instructor's guidance. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, flanked by Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, arrived at the ninja academy. With their prowess, they preferred to remain inconspicuous, and thus the students were oblivious to their presence. Old man, is that your son? He resembles you quite a bit. Jiraiya jested, pointing at Sarutobi Shino, who had just taken the training field. Hiruzen gave Jiraiya a disapproving glance. It was rather disrespectful to call him old man. At not yet 40, he hardly considered himself elderly. Nonetheless, pride filled Hiruzen's eyes when speaking of Sarutobi Shino. Although Shino's talent was slightly inferior to Orochimaru's, he still surpassed most, inheriting Hiruzen's elemental chakra. Once he mastered the 5 elemental techniques, he would undoubtedly become a cornerstone of Konoha. Indeed, the strength of his bloodline was undeniable. His gaze then drifted to the Hinata brothers, Hizashi and Hayashi. According to Sarutobi Shino, both brothers possessed formidable abilities, worthy of the Hyuga clan. Unfortunately, their family's traditionalism made it challenging for the Hokage to intervene in their affairs. The existence of branch and main families rendered Hiruzen powerless. At times, he needed to negotiate with the main family to access their Byakugan abilities. However, he took solace in the fact that the Byakugan was not at risk of being acquired by other villages. Reflecting on the possibility of other villages obtaining the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan brought a pang of sorrow to Hiruzen. He truly wished to see the Uzumaki clan flourish. If only they could relocate to Konoha, he could only imagine the immense strength the village would possess. Orochimaru, how's your search for a teammate for Ju coming along? Tsunade inquired, a smile gracing her lips as she observed Ju from afar. Her brother had a remarkable rapport with others. Regrettably, she could not arrange for the current Ino, Shika, CH trio to join Ju. Else she would feel more at ease regarding his safety. Not yet, Orochimaru replied, arms crossed, shaking his head slightly. He bore no resentment towards Tsunade for entrusting Ju's training to him. On the contrary, he held a fondness for Ju. The boy exhibited considerable talent in both earth and water release techniques. Therefore, when selecting a partner for Ju, he needed to proceed with caution. Why not consider an Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested abruptly, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Makoto. An Uchiha? Orochimaru furrowed his brow. Although Ju did not bear the Senju surname, he was of the Senju bloodline. Combining that with an Uchiha would indeed create an intriguing team. Hiruzen's eyes deepened as he continued, since the sacrifice of Kage. Internal discord has plagued the Uchiha clan. We must assist those aligned with Konoha to grow swiftly. Uchiha Makoto, as the granddaughter of the second elder, represents the new generation of peace advocates. Accepting her as a disciple would benefit both Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, Hiruzen added, as for I sincerely hope one of you will take him under your wing. His talent is comparable to that of Kage, and as a bearer of the will of fire, he requires guidance for his journey ahead. Chapter 15. Tsunade, become his teacher. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya are all disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who holds a profound trust in these 3 individuals. They have matured into formidable ninjas capable of standing on their own. And it is time to bestow upon them greater responsibilities, as there are matters that must be conveyed to them. Uchiha? Kushina seems to have a good relationship with her. I have heard Kushina mention him before. But does that little brat truly possess such exceptional talent? To be compared with Elder Q? Tsunade is also acquainted with Uchiha Q, and to have earned the recognition of his grandfather, who harbors animosity towards the Uchiha, speaks volumes of his character. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is unable to lead them on missions, many of which are undertaken with Uchiha Q at the helm, during which he has imparted a great deal of knowledge to them. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, directing his gaze towards Uchiha. who was engaged in conversation with Uzumaki Kushina and Namake's Minato, saying he is the youngest Uchiha to awaken his Sharingan in history. He has already made considerable progress in fire and lightning release techniques. Even without the Sharingan, he possesses the strength to graduate early. Had he applied for early graduation, he might have eclipsed your record as the earliest graduate. As for now, I suspect he may already possess strength on par with a CH Nin. Oh, a 6-year-old CH Nin? Orochimaru observed Uchiha with keen interest, his serpentine tongue gliding across his lips. However, claiming he is comparable to a CH Nin does not guarantee he can become one. That remains to be seen through assessment. Moreover, since he has not applied for early graduation, I shall not prompt him to do so. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected with a light cough. Tsunade followed his gaze towards Uchiha, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the child. What is it about this Uchiha? Tsunade, would you be interested in becoming his teacher? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, gesturing towards Uchiha. Me, his teacher? Tsunade blinked, still pondering why Uchiha felt so familiar. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen presented her with this suggestion. Though I do not bear the Senju surname, I still possess the bloodline of the Senju clan within me. And he's an Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a draw from his pipe, smiling warmly. What is the issue? Did not Tobirama-sensei take cue as his disciple? The first Hokage even collaborated with the Uchiha to establish Konoha. The Senju clan has long since disbanded, and the Uchiha are part of the village. He is a member of the village as well. What prevents you from accepting him as your disciple? This could become a remarkable tale. He needs your guidance to flourish. While he could have allowed Uchiha to become Orochimaru's pupil, after a moment's hesitation, he chose Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously favored Orochimaru as the next Hokage. Should he become Orochimaru's disciple, he might indeed become a candidate for the Hokage succession. The talents of SHU would likely pale in comparison to Uchiha's. Of course, if one considers the foundational strength of the Senju clan, 10 Uchihas would not stand a chance against SHU. The villagers of Konoha would naturally lean towards supporting the Senju clan. However, allowing Tsunade to become Uchiha's teacher would circumvent this issue, and to compensate for Uchiha, Uchiha Makoto could become Orochimaru's disciple, thus providing the faction with two strong leaders, Uchiha leading, and Uchiha Makoto supporting. In such a scenario, Uchiha would embody the lineage of Hokage yet find it difficult to ascend to that position, which Sarutobi Hiruzen deemed the best outcome. It was not that Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected Uchiha or sought to manipulate him. Rather, he felt the Uchiha were not suitable for that position. As friends and comrades, the Uchiha were utterly dependable, but should one ascend to Hokage, who knows what chaos might ensue. Would you believe it? On the first day of becoming Hokage, he might declare war on the ninja world, leading to the downfall of Konoha. Tsunade fell into silence at his words, realizing that should Uchiha become her disciple, the Uchiha clan would likely descend into turmoil once again, particularly from the hawkish members who would view Uchiha as a thorn in their side. Uchiha apprenticed under Senju Tobirama due to the latter's strength, but what did Tsunade possess? Furthermore, she doubted her suitability to guide Uchiha. That role belonged to Orochimaru. As for Jiraiya, Tsunade simply dismissed him from her thoughts. Think it over. This child is currently facing considerable challenges. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. If you accept Uchiha as your disciple, I shall permit you to take Uzumaki Kushina as your disciple afterward. Kushina? Tsunade's expression shifted to one of surprise, as she was somewhat aware of Kushina's potential fate. Initially, Tsunade had thought that Kushina might never leave Konoha. She had not anticipated that Sarutobi-sensei would agree to her mentoring her. Indeed, Kushina is a good child. She has found her bonds in Konoha. As her elder sister, you cannot turn a blind eye, can you? Moreover, you are the most suitable person to teach her, are you not? If she learns the sealing techniques of the Mito clan, along with your remarkable strength and medical ninjutsu, even if she merely becomes a ninja, she could stand on her own in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his satisfaction with the current generation of students in the Ninja Academy: Sarutobi Shinji, SHU, Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Uzumaki Kushina, Hyuga Hizashi, and Hinata, alongside the new generation of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. They represent the elite of Konoha's new generation. Once they mature, the future of Konoha holds great promise. Tsunade acknowledged her intrigue. She was quite familiar with her cousin, Uzumaki Kushina, who had been brought up by her grandmother. Her grandmother had mentioned that Kushina's talent in sealing techniques was not inferior to her own. Moreover, the physique and vitality of the Uzumaki clan would undoubtedly facilitate Kushina's mastery of strength and medical ninjutsu, which could yield enduring benefits. Contemplating this possibility, Tsunade found herself captivated. At this moment, Namake's Minato had already taken to the practice field, where his opponent was a member of the Sarutobi clan. In this battle, Minato demonstrated his solid foundational skills and timing, rhythmically defeating his opponent. Old man, that blonde-haired kid. Do you know him? Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As a ninja of common origins, he naturally held a fondness for civilian ninjas, and in Minato, he saw a reflection of his younger self. This child is just like me. Chapter 16. Jiraiya. This child is like me. This child is named Minato Namake's, a ninja born of humble origins. He possesses remarkable reflexes, combat analysis skills, and an exceptional capacity for learning. Within less than a year of enrollment, he has risen from the bottom of his class to a commendable average, holding his own against ninjas from prestigious clans. When speaking of Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen's words brim with admiration. By the way, his theoretical knowledge is unparalleled, achieving a perfect score. A perfect score? This child is indeed like me. The tale of an underdog rising to greatness strikes a chord with Jiraiya, who has always favored narratives of the overlooked genius. Moreover, Minato's flawless theoretical results resonate with Jiraiya's own experiences. Fool. Orochimaru scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Jiraiya. Weren't you also an underachiever when you joined our team? Although Jiraiya later proved his potential, Orochimaru found it difficult to comprehend why Sarutobi-sensei initially chose him, given that he was not particularly outstanding. Nevertheless, Jiraiya has since demonstrated his worth. If you're interested, you might closely observe Minato Namikaze, Sarutobi mused, originally intending for Minato to become the final member of Orochimaru's team. However, if Jiraiya showed interest, it might be beneficial for Minato to become his disciple as well. Among his 3 disciples, he held Orochimaru in high regard, but had a particular fondness for Jiraiya. He has a solid foundation, a remarkably clever child. Look. He is now challenging Uchiha Itachi. As Jiraiya watched Minato defeat a member of the Sarutobi clan, he turned to challenge Uchiha Itachi, a smile gracing his lips. Minato's audacity to confront a formidable opponent mirrored Jiraiya's own spirit. It was delightful. Perhaps Minato was not the most outstanding performer on the scene, yet he resonated profoundly with Jiraiya's aspirations. Orochimaru and Tsunade's gazes shifted towards Uchiha Itachi, curious about how this youth would fare. According to Sarutobi, Itachi's strength far exceeded that of his opponent. At this moment, would he, like other Uchiha, crush his opponent to showcase his might? Or would he allow his foe some opportunities to shine? This choice reflected one's character, and neither option could be deemed incorrect. For instance, Orochimaru would decisively vanquish his adversary. As Uchiha Itachi stepped onto the battlefield, he smiled at Minato, saying, "I didn't expect you to challenge me so soon. I am well aware of my own capabilities. I am no match for you or your classmate, Uzumaki." Despite his words, Minato spoke without a hint of self-doubt, responding calmly, "If I were to fight anyone else, I wouldn't even qualify to challenge you. Is that so?" Uchiha Itachi formed a defensive hand seal, awaiting Minato's initiation. Not only did he have a good rapport with Minato, but he also felt no need to establish his strength by swiftly defeating him. Furthermore, as the inheritor of the will of fire, how could he be so ruthless? After forming the hand seal, Minato swiftly approached Uchiha Itachi, launching a kick aimed at his face at a rapid and cunning angle. However, Itachi effortlessly intercepted Minato's attack, casually tossing him aside. Minato spun gracefully in the air, landing steadily on the ground. He then composedly formed a hand seal and inhaled deeply, declaring, "Wind release, great breakthrough." He unleashed a rapidly spinning vortex of wind towards Uchiha Itachi. In response, Uchiha Itachi executed the fire release, great fireball technique with a speed that far surpassed Minato's. What remarkable speed in forming hand seals. Tsunade couldn't help but exclaim. She was not renowned for her speed in hand seals, and Itachi's swiftness had already eclipsed her own. Indeed, he might even be faster than Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Sarutobi nodded slightly, acknowledging, although the speed of forming hand seals does not necessarily indicate a ninja's strength. Truly formidable ninjas can even simplify their seals, like the first Hokage and Tobirama-sensei. Yet, Itachi's speed surpasses that of the vast majority of ninjas. I heard from Sidro that he is also training to form seals with one hand. I haven't seen him do it yet, so I wonder if he succeeded? Jiraiya scratched his nose, dismissing, "What's so impressive about one-handed seals? It's hardly noteworthy. Show me you can form seals with your feet like I do." Tsunade and Orochimaru turned dark at his remark, who in their right mind would use their feet for hand seals. If you're so skilled, why not try using your toes? Nevertheless, Minato displayed undeniable talent, having nearly reached the limits of his capabilities. Orochimaru regarded Minato with admiration, sensing a kindred spirit. If he encountered the right opportunity, Minato would undoubtedly seize it and shine brilliantly. With Sarutobi's guidance, he was destined to become a powerful ninja. As Sarutobi observed Minato flourish in his battle against Uchiha Itachi, he nodded in satisfaction. Itachi's strength was within his expectations. He even wondered if his own son, Sarutobi Konohamaru, could measure up to Itachi, let alone Minato. Meanwhile, Minato was rapidly progressing through his combat with Uchiha Itachi, a truly remarkable feat. Such an intelligent child, it would be a pity to leave him under Jiraiya's tutelage. Perhaps he should be entrusted to Orochimaru? However, judging by Orochimaru's demeanor, he clearly had no intention of competing with Jiraiya for Minato. Let fate decide, he concluded. Tsunade gazed intently at Uchiha Itachi, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity with him, akin to her feelings towards Senju Hashirama. Yet, Uchiha Itachi was no Senju. She could only attribute this feeling to Itachi's unique charisma. She had encountered this quality in others, including her grandfather, Senju Hashirama, yet Itachi belonged to the Uchiha clan. Tsunade, what do you think? Itachi is quite impressive, isn't he? Have you decided to take him on as your disciple? Sarutobi inquired, noticing her unwavering focus on Uchiha Itachi. Tsunade's expression was complex as she replied, "I doubt I can teach him much. Is it truly wise to entrust such a genius to me? Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru would be far more suitable." No, you are the most fitting mentor. You are a Senju, and he is an Uchiha. While this may lead to some complications, it is undoubtedly what is best for him. Sarutobi gazed earnestly at Tsunade. Chapter 17. Have you ever seen Konoha at 4 in the morning? Tsunade gazed thoughtfully at Uchiha on the training ground. Hesitating for a moment before speaking, I will give it a try, but I must first interact with this little brat. If he cannot meet my expectations, I will not hinder his growth. Tsunade felt a lack of confidence in teaching Uchiha. It would be fine if she could guide him well. But if her actions resulted in a setback, she would be leading him astray. Tsunade bore no ill will towards the Uchiha. She had once been on a mission with Uchiha Kagami and naturally did not wish to impede Uchiha's development. As a teacher, her role was not only to assist him in enhancing his abilities, but also to impart her experiences and safeguard his growth, an area where she excelled. In the current Konoha, few surpassed her and her 3 disciples, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite pleased with them. Tsunade's style differed from his own. Yet she had indeed become his disciple. With Tsunade leading Uchiha on missions, as long as they did not encounter insurmountable foes, Uchiha would undoubtedly grow safely. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to neglect Uchiha, it certainly was not the case, as he had appointed the foremost healer of the ninja world to safeguard him. And Uzumaki Kushina also possessed the potential to be a top-tier healer. If Uchiha could not thrive under such circumstances, it would simply be fate. Tsunade nodded thoughtfully. After all, safeguarding them was her forte. Without her healing, Jiraiya and Orochimaru would have perished long ago. I understand. Tsunade took a deep breath and agreed, contemplating what kind of third member to prepare for her team. Uchiha, the most talented in the Ninja Academy, possessed sealing techniques comparable to Uzumaki Kushina. And it remained uncertain whether Kushina had awakened the terrifying sensory abilities of the Uzumaki clan. With Uchiha's exceptional combat analysis skills, he was undoubtedly a candidate for the team's brain, thus, the final choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt somewhat troubled. He wished to place a civilian ninja on the team. But civilian ninjas could not keep pace with the other two. It was imperative for them to be geniuses. Should he include Shin Nosuke? He quickly dismissed this notion, intending to have Shin Nosuke undergo training in the Umbu, concealing his existence for protection, lest enemy ninja villages target him. If Shin Nosuke were to join Tsunade's team, other village leaders might personally seek to confront them. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze shifted to another clan, the Hyuga clan. It was not that he was particularly interested in Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi, but rather other members of the clan. Given the difficulty in finding children comparable to Uchiha and Uzumaki Kushina, arranging for a scout from the Hyuga clan would suffice. As for whether this would grant Tsunade the support of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, thereby influencing his own standing, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unperturbed. If it were Shinjiro, he might have worried, but this was Tsunade. Among his 3 disciples, Tsunade was the least inclined to become Hokage. Even Jiraiya had a greater chance of assuming that role. Moreover, the Hyuga clan had once been a subordinate of the Senju clan. Even without that history, would they not support Tsunade? Orochimaru could arrange for a member of a clan, even accepting Hyuga Hizashi. As for Jiraiya, aside from Namake's Minato, he could arrange for some clan geniuses as well as some civilian prodigies, depending on Jiraiya's own thoughts. He could only offer suggestions. To be honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen wished for Jiraiya to form an entirely civilian class. Even if they ultimately produced 2 exceptional Genin, it would be advantageous for Konoha, as they would be trusted allies of the Hokage lineage. As Sarutobi Hiruzen began his planning, the battle between Uchiha and Namake's Minato had reached a fever pitch. Namake's Minato relentlessly attacked Uchiha, relying primarily on taijutsu due to his limited chakra. Minato was continuously studying taijutsu, lacking a ninjutsu legacy. He indeed suited this path. And with his remarkable learning aptitude, he had already distinguished himself in class. With spins, leaps, blocks, and kicks, regardless of how Minato attacked, Uchiha displayed remarkable composure. Are you ready? Suddenly, Uchiha, sensing the moment was right, spoke after blocking Minato's assault. Finally going to get serious? Minato did not feel disheartened. He was well aware of the vast gap between them but was determined to bridge that divide. He had already caught up with other clan children. And now it was time to face Uchiha and Uzumaki Kushina. Let us see how many moves I can endure against Uchiha. Uchiha remarked, "You are indeed a top-tier genius, but I apologize. I am simply extraordinary." Minato's talents were undeniably evident. Jiraiya had stated that anyone compared to him would pale in comparison. Only Kakashi without the Sharingan could possibly rival him. Yet, we are speaking of ordinary ninjas. Not someone like Uchiha, who was on another level. In a flash, Uchiha clenched his left fist and struck towards Minato's face with breathtaking speed. Minato hurriedly blocked with his other hand, which had not been caught. However, to Minato's astonishment, despite his quick reaction, his body lagged slightly. Uchiha's strike landed squarely on his face, followed by a sense of weightlessness as Uchiha swept his leg, toppling him to the ground. This sudden defeat left Minato momentarily dazed. Why does it feel as though the gap between Uchiha and me has not only failed to narrow, but has actually widened? Yet soon, his gaze hardened with resolve. No, the distance has not increased. I simply had not witnessed Uchiha's full strength until now. I must strive harder. I am labeled a genius by my teacher, yet Uchiha is also a genius if I do not put in the effort. How can I hope to close the gap? How are you? Are you all right? Uchiha helped Namake's Minato up, his tone gentle. I'm fine. Your strikes are well measured. Minato chuckled self-deprecatingly. I wonder how you, this monster, train. I must work even harder from now on. Have you seen Konoha at 4 in the morning? I have. Young man, you must continue to strive. Uchiha patted Minato's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Chapter 18. Meeting the parents? At 4 in the morning in Konoha. Minato Namake's murmured to himself, recalling how he was still nestled comfortably in bed at that hour. Soon, however, his gaze hardened with determination, seeing others, stronger than himself. Working so diligently made him realize that his own training was insufficient. Henceforth, he resolved to rise 2 hours earlier than usual each day, sleeping from 9 in the evening until 4 in the morning, which should suffice. When fatigue set in, he would practice his hand-sign speed. As Uchiha Youhei's speed far surpassed his own. I understand now. Haikuin, I will strive harder. Minato expressed his heartfelt gratitude towards Uchiha Youhei, sensing that Youhei wished for his swift growth to alleviate his own solitude. After they exchanged a reconciliation gesture, Uchiha Youhei surveyed the surroundings and called out, next. Youhei's display left his classmates exchanging glances. Minato had already performed admirably, yet Youhei had defeated him with relative ease. Not even Kushina Uzumaki felt inclined to challenge Uchiha Youhei at that moment. Sarutobi Chidori sighed quietly at this spectacle, recognizing that Uchiha Youhei had outpaced his peers significantly, to the point where they were losing the courage to confront him. This was not necessarily a good sign. Thankfully, Uchiha Youhei had already caught the eye of Sarutobi Azashi. Thus he need not worry about a lack of opportunities to showcase his abilities. Seeing no challengers, Uchiha Youhei let out a resigned sigh and stepped down from the training area, granting the opportunity to others. His gaze drifted towards the fourth-year students, particularly the Hyuga brothers. Currently, no one at the school could match him. Only if the Hyuga brothers collaborated alongside Sarutobi Shino would they stand a chance, albeit a slim one. Before the establishment of the ninja village, battles among ninjas typically occurred individually. However, after its foundation, emphasis shifted towards teamwork and combat experience. Thus, ninjas' individual combat capabilities were generally stronger prior to the village's formation. Nevertheless, this did not imply that they became weaker afterward. Sometimes, teamwork could yield even greater strength. The Hyuga brothers, in conjunction with Sarutobi Shino, certainly possessed the potential to contend with him. Yet, there was no pressing need, as he still had at least a year to grow. What strategies did Sarutobi Azashi have in mind for him? This little fellow is quite intriguing. Even setting his sights on the upperclassmen, Jiraiya remarked teasingly. As for the early morning in Konoha, Jiraiya stated that he could see it every day, merely on his way home to rest. At present, there were indeed no opponents left for him at the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Azashi cast a glance at Sarutobi Shino. Uchiha Youhei likely wished to challenge his son. It appeared Shino was doing well, having attracted Youhei's interest. However, Shino was probably not a match for Uchiha Youhei, as the latter's talent was exceptional and required careful guidance. Orochimaru had ceased observing Uchiha Youhei and instead focused on Uchiha Makoto, who was currently battling with Rope Tree, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. The two were evenly matched, and the conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans was particularly intriguing. It was an opportune moment to closely observe the awakening process of the Sharingan. At this moment, Orochimaru's curiosity about the Sharingan was piqued, especially regarding Uchiha Makoto's eyes, which surpassed the ordinary Sharingan significantly. If he could cultivate a Manjiki Sharingan, it would surely be fascinating. Tsunade, have you seen Youhei? What do you think? Do you have any insights to offer him? Kushina Uzumaki inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Tsunade, who sat across from her. Indeed, he is a true genius. Sensei has asked me to take him on as a disciple, Tsunade replied, her thoughts swirling as she glanced at Rope Tree. Uchiha Youhei certainly evoked a sense of familiarity in her. Mito Uzumaki paused her meal, observing Tsunade with keen interest. As an experienced individual, she quickly grasped Sarutobi Azashi's intentions and wholeheartedly supported them. Tsunade was indeed not suitable for the role of Hokage, and neither was Rope Tree. If Rope Tree were to assume the position of Hokage, it would essentially become a hereditary seat for the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan, however, was more fitting. As Konoha was originally founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans, this land belonged to the Uchiha. Regrettably, the Uchiha's temperament was somewhat lacking, and until their issues were resolved, they were not fit to hold the position of Hokage. Otherwise, the third Hokage would not be Sarutobi Azashi, but rather Uchiha Makoto. If there were an Uchiha capable of addressing the Uchiha and Konoha's issues, effectively integrating the Uchiha into Konoha, then he would be suitable for the role of Hokage. Nevertheless, the Uchiha were not the most appropriate choice. Konoha currently needed a Hokage of commoner origins to provide hope to the ordinary ninjas, at least on the surface. Sarutobi Azashi's intention to take on disciples like Jiraiya and Orochimaru reflected this sentiment. Orochimaru was indeed a commendable candidate. So, Tsunade, will you take Youhei as your disciple? Kushina Uzumaki exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Tsunade was one of Konoha's most formidable figures, and if Youhei could receive her guidance, his strength would likely see a remarkable enhancement. A flicker of a smile crossed Tsunade's face. I'm still considering it. By the way, my teacher intends for me to become your teacher as well. Tsunade becoming my teacher, and Haikuin too? Kushina's eyes sparkled as she eagerly moved closer to Tsunade, wrapping her arm around her. Please, Tsunade. I implore you to become both mine and Haikuin's teacher. Well, let's see how you perform from here on out, Tsunade replied with a smile. Having already decided to accept Uchiha Youhei as her disciple. However, she found Kushina's enthusiasm amusing and felt compelled to test her cousin's resolve. Mito Uzumaki watched this exchange with a heart full of warmth. It seemed that even in her absence, Kushina would have family in Konoha. A thought crossed her mind. And she said to Kushina, Kushina, find an opportunity to bring Uchiha Youhei to her home. I would like to meet this child. Grandma Mito. Kushina exclaimed in surprise. Was this what it meant to meet the parents? Chapter 19. Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya on the playground of the ninja school. Minato Namikaze, panting from exhaustion, concluded his training for the day. As he prepared to retrieve his backpack and head home, he noticed a tall, white-haired man seated nearby. Arms crossed and a playful expression illuminating his face. A flicker of surprise crossed Minato's eyes, quickly followed by a recollection of what Kushina Uzumaki had mentioned earlier that morning. Could it be that he had been chosen? With a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, he approached the man and inquired, Are you, esteemed ninja, waiting for me? Jiraiya's eyes glinted with intrigue. How can you be so sure that I am waiting for you? I heard my teacher mention this matter earlier. I believe my performance has garnered your esteemed recognition, Minato replied, his confidence unwavering. Suddenly, Jiraiya's demeanor darkened as he fixed a stern gaze upon Minato. You are mistaken. Your talents are too exceptional. I must eliminate you to prevent you from becoming an adversary to our sand village in the future. With that, he drew a kunai, intending to strike. Yet, in the face of Jiraiya's sudden aggression, Minato remained unmoved, calmly observing the man before him. Just as the kunai was poised to make contact with Minato's neck, Jiraiya halted his advance, dissatisfaction etched on his face. What is the matter, kid? Are you frightened? Unable to move? No, Minato replied, his composure intact. If you intended to take my life, you could have done so at any moment. I doubt I would have had time to react. Why wait until I finish training? Jiraiya paused, taken aback, before erupting into hearty laughter. You're quite impressive, indeed. Jiraiya, acknowledge your potential. He leaned closer, a glint of excitement in his eyes. How would you feel about becoming my disciple? After all, I am a student of the Hokage. Realizing he had stumbled upon a rare gem, Jiraiya recognized that Minato was not only exceptionally gifted, but also possessed an unparalleled capacity for learning and analysis, rivaling even Orochimaru. The thought of training a disciple more talented than Orochimaru filled him with pride. Jiraiya-sensei? Minato was momentarily taken aback, his face alight with joy as he bowed respectfully. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Excellent. Let us celebrate. I'll treat you to a meal, and we can begin your training tomorrow afternoon. Jiraiya playfully tousled Minato's blonde hair. Reveling in the moment, thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato's eyes shone with elation, though he had yet to witness Jiraiya's true strength. He believed in the man's prowess as a formidable ninja and a disciple of the Hokage. He felt assured that under Jiraiya's guidance, he would rapidly enhance his abilities. As for the possibility of deception, Minato dismissed such notions. Lies would eventually be revealed, and he recalled that Kushina had previously mentioned Jiraiya's name. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a fortnight had gone by. Uchiha Itachi had not received the guidance of any esteemed masters, yet his strength progressed steadily. Through battles in the training space, he recognized his shortcomings and realized he needed a powerful ninjutsu. Unfortunately, the Uchiha clan had not preserved the techniques of fire release, great fire annihilation, or fire release, great fire destruction. Even the fire release, dragon flame song was absent. Itachi had indirectly inquired about these techniques from Uchiha Youhei, only to learn that certain ninjutsu could only be inherited by the clan leader and were passed down orally, without any scrolls documenting them. When Aihamadara departed from Konoha, he left behind no such techniques, which left Itachi feeling a deep sense of regret. The ordinary fire release was simply inadequate compared to the great fire annihilation. He pondered whether he would encounter Madara in the training space and if he might unleash those formidable techniques. Of course, should he actually possess the great fire annihilation. Itachi feared he might find himself in tears. Madara's ocular prowess and techniques far surpassed mere ninjutsu. Itachi turned his attention to Chidori, aware that he could also delve into studying the Rasengan, though he had never seen a tailed beast bomb, making it inconvenient to research the Rasengan. Chidori, however, was a different matter. Yet, mastering Chidori was no simple task. While Kakashi had developed such a technique at the tender age of 12, it was due to his lineage as an exceptional lightning release ninja, and Itachi surmised that Kakashi had likely inherited the lightning techniques of his father, Hatake Tsukumo. To create Chidori, to reach such heights, Itachi understood he needed to exert greater effort, but fortunately, time was on his side. Meanwhile, he observed the rapid evolution of Minato, akin to a parched sponge absorbing water eagerly. It was evident that Minato had encountered Jiraiya, a development Itachi had anticipated. Minato was indeed the type of person. With proper guidance and opportunities, he would flourish at an astonishing pace. One day, while Itachi was meeting with Uchiha Mikoto to return home and continue his studies on the transformation of lightning release, Kushina called out to them. Itachi-kun, Mikoto, my grandmother would like to invite you both for a meal. Are you free today? Your grandmother? You mean Lady Mito? Itachi was taken aback. He had barely crossed paths with Uzumaki Mito. Yes, Grandma Mito wishes to see you both since you are my friends, and she cares for me quite a bit. Kushina replied, feeling a bit awkward about introducing her friends to her family, but hopeful that Itachi and Mikoto would accept the invitation. Exchanging glances, Itachi and Mikoto each nodded in agreement. Itachi turned to Kushina and said, "Thank you for arranging this." As they prepared to meet Uzumaki Mito, Itachi felt it prudent to keep this encounter from his family, wary of any unnecessary conjectures they might conjure. It was best to wait until after meeting Mito to discuss it with them. To be honest, the thought of meeting Mito made Itachi somewhat anxious, uncertain whether she might perceive the Indra Chakra within him. Chapter 20. The Trial of Uzumaki Mito. Ever since he assimilated Indra's chakra, Uchiha Youhei has felt an increasingly chilling aura emanating from his chakra. While this sensation has somewhat improved after merging with the physique of Hashirama, Uchiha Youhei's chakra remains notably colder than that of an ordinary Uchiha. It stands to reason that Uzumaki Mito would also be able to perceive this, if even Xiangling could. There is no reason Mito could not. Fortunately, Uchiha Youhei currently possesses only the two Tomoe Sharingan. Should he awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, he would be left wondering if he had just set foot in the Shinju clan's territory, only to be swiftly eliminated by Uzumaki Mito. The shadow cast by Aihamadara over Konoha is far too profound. Uchiha Youhei believes that, no matter how composed Mito may be, she could never tolerate the emergence of a second Aihamadara in Konoha. Uchiha Youhei and Uchiha Mikoto followed Uzumaki Kushina to the Shinju clan's domain, near Mito's residence. He could distinctly sense the presence of numerous Umbu members surveilling them. However, once they passed through the gates, that feeling of being watched dissipated. This was to be expected. Uzumaki Mito is not only the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails but also the wife of Shinju Hashirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen would need to be exceptionally bold to dare monitor Mito. If such a thing were to come to light, his position as the third Hokage would surely become untenable. The trio soon arrived at the backyard, where they encountered the legendary Kunoichi. In the eyes of many, Uzumaki Mito, who wields the power of the Nine Tails, is considered the strongest ninja of this era. Tsunade, appearing somewhat exasperated, was perusing scrolls beside Mito. Upon noticing the arrival of Uchiha Youhei and Mikoto, she could not help but roll her eyes before returning to her scrolls. Lady Mito, Uchiha Youhei and Uchiha Mikoto promptly stepped forward to pay their respects. Very well, take a seat. Mito responded, her gaze momentarily lost in thought as she looked at Uchiha Youhei, who bore a striking resemblance to both Aihamadara and Hashirama. This left her momentarily bewildered. Such a connection seemed implausible. It was not that Mito looked down upon Hashirama, but rather that Hashirama lacked the qualifications to be compared to Uchiha Madara. If Hashirama possessed even a fraction of Madara's strength, she would be content to meet her end with a smile. Soon, Mito realized the reason behind her confusion. She had mistakenly associated Hashirama with Youhei. Upon closer examination, she noted that Youei's vitality indeed surpassed that of Hashirama, though it paled in comparison to Madara's. As she continued to observe, Mito quickly found solace in the fact that Youei's aura and demeanor were vastly different from Madara's. It appeared that her apprehensions were unfounded. Instead, she felt an innate sense of affinity towards Uchiha Youhei. Moreover, he bore no malice, embodying a naturally kind-hearted Uchiha, unlike Madara, whose animosity was palpable even during his amicable relations with Hashirama. Previously, she had heard much about Uchiha Youei's character, and combining that with her observations, she could almost conclude that he was indeed a good child. As for Uchiha Mikoto, she exuded a gentle nature. These two children were unlike the typical Uchiha. If all Uchiha were to embody such traits, Konoha would undoubtedly achieve lasting peace. Yes, Uchiha Youhei, accompanied by Uchiha Mikoto, obediently took a seat not far from Uzumaki Mito, patiently awaiting her words. The purpose of summoning you here is twofold. First, to express my gratitude for the care you have provided to Kushina during this time. It is solely due to your support that she has been able to integrate into Konoha so swiftly. Mito cast a loving glance at Kushina. It is our duty. Uchiha Youhei replied earnestly. Since Kushina has arrived in Konoha, she is naturally a part of it, and she is also my friend now. Mito nodded with satisfaction, then glanced at Tsunade before turning her gaze back to Uchiha Youhei. I would like to inquire your perspective on the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Youhei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Mito would pose such a question to him, a mere child of less than 6 years. Nevertheless, he spoke earnestly. The connection between a clan and a ninja village should be mutually beneficial. The village offers protection to the clan, safeguarding its members, while clan members, in turn, belong to the village and must also protect it. As long as the village does not betray the clan must also fulfill its duty to protect the village. Faced with Mito, Uchiha Youhei felt he could not deceive her. He articulated his thoughts sincerely. Naturally, he also reserved a contingency for himself, such as in the event the village betrayed the clan, they would rise in defiance. The later actions of Uchiha in response to Shimura Danzo's treachery were a testament to this. Uchiha Youhei remembered how Uchiha Shisui had fallen victim to Danzo's schemes. Mito nodded slightly at his words, sensing no deception in Youei's response. As for the hypothetical scenario he presented, she regarded it as inconsequential. Konoha would not betray the Uchiha clan. Surely, no fool would seek the downfall of the Uchiha. How do you perceive the position of Hokage? Mito continued, probing further. Tsunade also leaned in, eager to hear Youei's reply. It is not that the one who becomes Hokage is inherently recognized by all. Rather, it is the person who earns the respect of the people that ascends to the role. Some members of the Uchiha clan have been mistaken from the very beginning. Mito nodded in approval, recognizing that regardless of and Appo's future actions, his pursuit of communal acknowledgement was commendable. This was a far cry from the selfish nature of Aihamadara. If you were to become Hokage, what would you do? Mito inquired further. I would act as Hokage to suppress all enemies in this world. Anyone who threatens the safety and stability of Konoha, be they clan or friend, would be my adversary. Chapter 21. Teacher Tsunade. The words of Uchiha resonated within Uzumaki Mizuhito, casting him into a state of profound contemplation, reminiscent of sentiments he once heard from Senju Hashirama. The Hashirama of Year had embraced a similar mindset when he vanquished Aihamadara. Uchiha's assertion that he would suppress all adversaries upon becoming Hokage was not without merit. After all, during Hashirama's lifetime, he had indeed quelled an entire era, rendering other villages hesitant to even consider war. Should Uchiha possess formidable strength capable of subduing the enemies of the village, what objection could there possibly be? None at all. This notion brought great solace to Uzumaki Mizuhito. If Uchiha could mature to the level of Hashirama, the shinobi world would be at peace. As for whether Uchiha might commit any unreasonable acts or how he would conduct himself once he ascended to Hokage, Mizuhito harbored no concerns. Once one attained such power, the desire to become Hokage would likely dissipate, unless a rival emerged within Konoha capable of contending with him. Gazing thoughtfully at Uchiha, Mizuhito finally spoke. Are you willing to apprentice under Tsunade? I trust you comprehend the significance of this mentorship. It transcends merely having her as your team leader after graduation. A team leader differs greatly from a true mentor, akin to how Kakashi serves as a team leader for Naruto while Jiraiya embodies a genuine teacher. I understand. Uchiha directed his gaze toward Tsunade, who was assessing him at that moment. I am eager to be your apprentice, Tsunade. This opportunity is monumental for me. Humph. Little brat, do you truly believe I wish to take you on as a disciple? Tsunade retorted with a playful scoff. However, let me clarify. I shall not involve myself in the internal affairs of your Uchiha clan. Should you aspire to compete for the position of Hokage in the future, know that I will not offer my support. With her arms crossed, Tsunade emphasized her point to Uchiha. Though the Senju clan had been disbanded, Tsunade's influence remained significant. If she were to overtly endorse Uchiha as Hokage, it could potentially incite troublesome repercussions. As long as you do not obstruct my path to becoming Hokage, I shall be content, Uchiha replied, unperturbed. In the pursuit of the Hokage position, one's lineage often played a crucial role, without a connection to the Hokage legacy. Achieving such a status would be arduous. In truth, Uchiha's desire to become Hokage was not as profound as one might assume. As a time traveler aware of the future conflicts within the shinobi world, he found himself more focused on enhancing his own abilities. Once he reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths, or even surpassed it, would the title of Hokage still hold significance? It would be Uchiha who brought prestige to the title, rather than the other way around. Calling me teacher already, you little rascal. Tsunade smirked, ultimately allowing Uchiha's address to stand. Educating such a prodigious disciple would undoubtedly be an intriguing endeavor for her. Observing Uchiha's demeanor, Uzumaki Mizuhito felt a smile tug at his lips. Other Uchiha were unlikely to display such eagerness in seeking a mentor. Many proud Uchiha might even perceive such an overture as an affront. Truly, Uchiha was a unique individual. And Mizuhito pondered just how far he might grow in the future. Before Uchiha reached his full potential, Mizuhito resolved to offer his support. His motivation was not solely rooted in his affection for Uzumaki Kushina, whom he regarded as a cherished granddaughter. Rather, it was also a matter of honoring Hashirama's legacy. Hashirama had long harbored guilt over his failure to fully support Aihamadara's ascension to Hokage, often lamenting whether things might have turned out differently had he done so. The Uchiha clan could very well become an enduring challenge in the future. Senju Tobirama had placed his hopes in Uchiha Kagami, yet with Kagami as sacrifice. All eyes now turned to Uchiha. This endeavor also represented Mizuhito's effort to fulfill Hashirama's dying wish. Starting tomorrow, come to me after school each day for guidance. Tsunade declared, running her fingers through her hair. To be frank, I am not particularly suited to teach you. However, if you are interested, I can instruct you in the art of superhuman strength and medical ninjutsu. Of course, I cannot guarantee your aptitude for these disciplines. The Uchiha clan's combat style had always been characterized by elegance and technique, while Tsunade's approach combined the explosive chakra of the Senju with the fighting style of Sarutobi Hiruzen, resulting in her unique superhuman strength. Tsunade worried that Uchiha might be misled by her teachings. Yet, Uchiha remained unfazed, possessing the physique of a rope tree. He had no fear of losing control over his strength. He was indeed more inclined toward a technique-based approach. But he recognized that augmenting his skills with superhuman strength would yield an even greater deterrent effect, much like Aihamadara. Setting aside the Otsutsuki clan, Aihamadara's prowess ranked among the finest in the annals of shinobi history. Even with the later emergence of Indra's chakra reincarnation, Sasuke, who awakened the Rinnegan, he still fell short of Madara's might. Following the template of Aihamadara for his advancement was undoubtedly a sound strategy. But Uchiha possessed the advantage of a combat space, positioning him to surpass Madara in strength and versatility. I will strive to learn diligently, Uchiha declared with a confident smile. If you have any uncertainties, I can offer guidance as well. I am simply curious if you have any interest in sealing techniques. Mizuhito interjected at that moment, turning his gaze toward Uchiha Makoto. Makoto, would you care to join us? Me? Uchiha Makoto pointed incredulously at herself. She understood that with Tsunade accepting Uchiha as her apprentice, she would not be considered. To her surprise, Mizuhito was willing to offer her guidance as well. Indeed. You are Kushina's friend. I hope you two can forge a lifelong bond, and in the future, the Uchiha will rely on you both, Mizuhito said. His gaze filled with affection for Uzumaki Kushina. As for how much Uchiha Makoto could learn, Mizuhito was uncertain. Despite her apparent talent and significant potential to become an elite Jonin, keeping pace with Uchiha would be no small feat. Mizuhito could distinctly sense the vibrant vitality emanating from Uchiha. Perhaps the combat styles of the Senju and Uzumaki clans would be exceptionally suited to him. With the combined legacies of the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans embodied in Uchiha, no one could fathom the heights he might eventually attain. Chapter 22. The true genius of the Uchiha clan seemingly struck by a thought. Uchiha turned to Tsunade and inquired, do you have any research on lightning release? Lightning release? Tsunade furrowed her brow, pressing down the scroll in her hand. She had anticipated teaching Uchiha fire release, and had been hastily studying it in recent days. To her surprise, he was asking about lightning release instead. Tsunade acknowledged her oversight. Who would have expected an Uchiha to wish to study lightning release? The Senju clan possesses some training notes on lightning release, though they are limited. If you desire, I can have Tsunade search for them tonight and provide them to you by tomorrow, Vortex Mizuho said, taking a sip from her teacup. Mizuho was aware of her granddaughter's intention to teach Uchiha fire release and smiled silently at the thought. The Uchiha clan had historically excelled in fire release, with Aihamadara's mastery being a nightmare for many. Yet, it was indeed unusual for Uchiha to pursue lightning release. That would be most appreciated. Uchiha sighed in relief. The willingness of Tsunade and Vortex Mizuho to share their training notes demonstrated their genuine desire to nurture him. The Senju clan's development of lightning release was likely more extensive than that of the Uchiha clan, providing an opportunity for to explore further. Advanced training notes on ninjutsu are often the core of a clan's legacy. Mizuho's readiness to share them indicated her kindness. After enjoying dinner at Mizuho's residence, Uchiha escorted Uchiha Makoto home. Not long after their departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Senju clan's territory to meet Mizuho privately. I trouble you this time, Lady Mizuho, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with utmost respect. Clearly, Uchiha's visit to Mizuho was also motivated by Hiruzen's intentions. Not at all. Mizuho gently shook her head. He is a good child. If you treat him sincerely, he will not act against Konoha. Perhaps the hidden dangers of the Uchiha clan may be resolved through him. Pausing for a moment, Mizuho added, he is a child who grasped the meaning of Hokage at the tender age of 6. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted suddenly. He understood Mizuho's implication. Uchiha not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also demonstrated remarkable political awareness. What a conundrum. A fortunate dilemma. If Uchiha could genuinely resolve the Uchiha clan's issues in the future, appointing him as Hokage would not be out of the question. However, that was a matter for decades to come, and perhaps he would not be around to witness it. Hiruzen secretly hoped for such an outcome. He did not deny the latent dangers within the Uchiha clan, nor their formidable strength. With war on the horizon, he needed the Uchiha's power. Please, Lady Mizuho, keep a close eye on this child, Sarutobi Hiruzen implored, taking a deep breath. He had entrusted the task of Vortex Village to Uchiha Kagami, only to find that Kagami had sacrificed himself, leaving Uchiha an orphan. Hiruzen felt a sense of responsibility, wanting to make amends for Furthermore, if Mizuho could guide Uchiha onto the right path, it would be beneficial for both him and Konoha. What? Tsunade has accepted you as her disciple? Upon returning home, Uchiha excitedly shared the news with Uchiha Youhei, who was taken aback. Yes, Makoto has also been permitted to train under Tsunade-sensei. Uchiha nodded slightly. This is good news for us. Uchiha Youhei stood up, pacing back and forth before speaking. But this also means you've marked yourself on their side. The elder and the clan head may take issue with you. And what of it? Uchiha shrugged dismissively. Can they really expel me from the Uchiha clan? Or strip me of my Uchiha bloodline? Don't overestimate their significance. Decades ago, they were nothing. Ultimately, they were merely opportunists. Uchiha's words left Uchiha Youhei silent. Indeed. The current clan head rose to power by betraying Aihamadara. If one were to analyze it, their positions were not entirely legitimate. The Uchiha clan had always valued strength. And previously, the strongest among them had been Uchiha Kagami. Had Kagami still been alive, in a few years, the current clan head might not have been able to secure his position. So, do you wish to align yourself with the Hokage? They might not truly have your best interests at heart, Uchiha Youhei asked, rubbing his temples. Though Uchiha Youhei was a proponent of peace and desired harmonious coexistence between the village and the clan, he did not wish for the village to interfere excessively in clan affairs. This created a conflicting sentiment, especially given Uchiha Youhei's upbringing during the Warring States period. I understand. But I also need their assistance, do I not? Uchiha gazed intently at Uchiha Youhei. Only by becoming one of their own can I rightfully compete for the position of Hokage in the future. The Hokage, you say? Uchiha Youhei felt a stirring within. Regardless of faction, both the Dove and Hawk camps were obsessed with the Hokage position. Particularly for Uchiha Youhei, he once believed Uchiha Kagami had a chance. Only to see it slip away to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Would they now offer Uchiha this opportunity? He was indeed of pure lineage. Uchiha Youhei sighed softly. From now on, focus on training diligently with Mikoto under Tsunade. Leave the rest to me. I am not yet unable to walk. If they raise objections, I will bear the burden for you. However, you must also strive to excel, at least surpassing Fugaku. Currently, Uchiha Fugaku, the young clan leader, had recently graduated and joined the Konoha Guard to build his credentials. It was said he had already awakened his Sharingan, rivaling many mid-level ninjas in strength. Before Uchiha demonstrated his talent, Uchiha Fugaku was widely regarded as the foremost genius of this generation. And it was not out of the question for him to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan in the future. One could only wonder when Uchiha would surpass Fugaku. Uchiha Youhei held high hopes for Uchiha. I will, Uchiha replied confidently with a smile. Not to mention the future, even in the present. Uchiha Fugaku likely could not match him. Chapter 23. Chidori completed. The air crackled with the sound of chirping as Uchiha's hand shimmered with lightning. The ferocious lightning chakra resonating like the cries of thousands of birds. A hint of a smile graced Uchiha's lips as he surveyed the lightning in his hand. After 3 months of diligent study under the guidance of Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito, he had finally mastered Chidori. Is it complete? Tsunade asked. Her arms crossed as she assessed the lightning in Uchiha's grasp. Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina, and Shju watched with curiosity. They had witnessed Uchiha formulate the theory, peruse extensive materials on lightning release from the Senju clan, and ultimately achieve this ninjutsu with the support of Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito. Almost, Uchiha replied, nodding slightly. With a burst of speed surpassing that of a typical nin, he charged towards a distant target dummy and effortlessly pierced through it. After the demonstration, he spoke. For me, the ninjutsu is complete, but disseminating it will be quite challenging. This technique requires rapid movement towards the opponent, and its speed may obscure the enemy's counterattack. It necessitates the Sharingan to achieve its utmost potential. However, the Uchiha clan possesses few with lightning affinity. Most are primarily adept in fire release. Although it is possible to develop lightning affinity later, it can never rival innate lightning chakra. It is better to delve into fire release. At the very least, you have succeeded, have you not? If you were to use this technique against me, I fear I would perish instantly. Shju remarked, glancing at the demolished dummy, swallowing hard before adding, this ninjutsu's power might already rival that of B rank, wouldn't you say? No, it is an A rank ninjutsu. Uzumaki Mito interjected decisively, her gaze towards Uchiha brimming with admiration. The most suitable ninjutsu is the one that aligns with one's own abilities. The same ninjutsu can yield different results in different hands. For instance, the Uchiha clan's fire release, Great Fireball technique is merely a stronger fire technique in the hands of other Uchihas, but in the hands of Aihamadara, it becomes lethally potent, requiring dozens of skilled water release ninjas to counter it. Your technique embodies the pinnacle of lightning release transformation, with some degree of form alteration as well. You should continue to explore this lightning release. I believe it holds immense potential for further development in the future. A lightning chakra mode rivaling that of the Raikage may not be beyond reach. Is it true that Aihamadara's fire release requires dozens of adept water ninjas to counter? Tsunade questioned, intrigued by the mention of Aihamadara. Previously, Uzumaki Mito had often expressed that Uchiha's talent was on par with that of Aihamadara. Yet Tsunade's understanding of Madara was limited. She scarcely knew the true extent of her grandfather's strength. Perhaps he was merely slightly stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Tobirama. Indeed, Tobirama once mentioned that Madara's Manjiki Sharingan techniques could significantly enhance the power of ninjutsu. His use of ninjutsu surpasses that of ordinary ninjas. Uzumaki Mito reflected with a hint of nostalgia. At times, she pondered whether Tobirama's methods to prevent Madara from becoming Hokage were justified. If Madara had not strayed, would Hashirama still be alive today? If Hashirama had not died, would Tobirama have met the same fate? Would the Uzumaki clan have faced extinction? Had they heeded Madara's counsel to unify the entire shinobi world, would peace have truly been attained? Madara undoubtedly made many mistakes and was a man of madness. Yet his pursuit of peace is undeniable, she concluded. Is that so? It's hard to envision just how powerful he truly was, Tsunade mused, stepping closer to Uchiha and ruffling his hair. You have performed admirably, my little apprentice. At just 6 years old, you have created an A-rank ninjutsu, a feat unparalleled in the entire shinobi world. Uchiha replied with a bashful smile, if it weren't for Master Tsunade and Granny Mito's assistance, I might have struggled for 5 or 6 years without success. Well done, indeed. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Her efforts to consult Kakashi regarding the nature transformation of lightning chakra for this little prodigy not in vain. Have you considered what to name this technique? Uzumaki Mito inquired, increasingly impressed by Uchiha. It was a pity that he was over a decade younger, otherwise, he would make a fine son-in-law. Let's call it Chidori, as it perfectly encapsulates the sound of 1,000 birds chirping when used, Uchiha decided, unwilling to alter the name that had already taken root in his mind. He was uncertain if Kakashi's Chidori was akin to his own, But since Uzumaki Mito approved, he felt assured that his version was authentic. Chidori, a splendid name. Uzumaki Mito affirmed with a nod. Henceforth, it shall be known as Chidori. Ah, what a pity that I lack lightning affinity and cannot learn it, Shju lamented, cradling his head in disappointment. Over the past 3 months, he had grown familiar with Uchiha. Previously, he had even challenged him, only to find himself outmatched by the younger Uchiha. This revelation had struck a blow to Shju's confidence, yet being an optimistic youth, he resolved to train harder to catch up to Uchiha. Shju. Tsunade sighed, exasperated as she regarded her younger brother. Chidori is not easily mastered. Mastering such a transformation requires CH Nin level prowess, a feat that even most CH Nin cannot achieve. You still have much ground to cover. Even if Uchiha were to teach Shju Chidori, it would take years for him to master it. It would be wiser for him to focus on honing his water release skills and the earth release techniques of Orochimaru, which suited him far better. Why pursue lightning release when there is a clear path ahead? Tsunade pondered. Well, since you have developed Chidori, I must now begin teaching you the technique of monstrous strength. Are you ready? Tsunade declared, determined to ensure that Uchiha learned the skill. Otherwise, she would appear an inadequate teacher. Through their time together, she had realized that while Uchiha belonged to the Uchiha clan, his physique was no less remarkable than that of the Senju. Combined with an astounding ability to manipulate chakra, even if he were not an Uchiha, he would still be well suited to be her disciple. Why would Uchiha bother with the Sharingan when he could follow her lead and master monstrous strength? Chapter 24. The right way to fight with the Uchiha bloodline. Indra's chakra, the physique of the rope tree, and Sakura's talent for chakra manipulation, it is fortunate that Tsunade remains unaware of Uchiha's circumstances, for she would likely be envious to the point of tears. Over the past 3 months, the opposing space has refreshed 3 times. Yet Uchiha's fortune has not been as favorable as at the outset. The first encounter, the hidden tears of Kamui Uchiha Bito. In his final battle against Kagaya Otsutsuki in the 4th Raikage, Darui, along with the 4-sound ninja, found Uchiha reluctantly admitting that his strength was still somewhat lacking. Even the newly awakened Manjiki Sharingan Obito was beyond his capability to confront. Darui, as the 5th Raikage, was equally formidable. During his battle with Kagaya Otsutsuki, Uchiha had contemplated prolonging the fight, recalling that Kagaya was already gravely ill at that time. Perhaps by stalling, he might achieve victory. However, he ultimately overestimated himself and underestimated Kagaya, a figure who had once participated in the conflict against Orochimaru and the 4th Kazekage, far beyond what he could contend with, leading to his swift defeat. Uchiha harbored suspicions that Kagaya possessed the strength akin to that of an elite jonin. The second opponent, Moya, was easily vanquished by Uchiha. However, the only reward was the Black Mist formation technique, which held little value for him. Even if he required such a technique, he could easily seek out Uzumaki Mito, a master of sealing arts, to learn from. In the annals of shinobi history, few surpassed Uzumaki Mito's prowess in sealing techniques. The second encounter, the night of the clan's doom, Uchiha Itachi, the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, and the CH Nin exams, alongside Gaara of the Sand, mark a poignant era. Senju Tobirama, the younger brother of Senju Hashirama, seemingly met his demise at the hands of 5 adult Uchiha, either through brutal assault or outright murder. Even Uchiha had to concede that the Uchiha of that era displayed considerable madness, not merely in the slaying of a child like Tobirama, but in their willingness to attack anyone wielding a weapon. They even spared not the children of their own clan, exemplified by Uchiha Kei. However, it is not to say that only the Uchiha were culpable. Had the Senju been in their position, they too would have acted without hesitation against Uchiha children. With Itachi having activated his Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha found himself utterly outmatched. Tsunade, during the famed battles of the Sannin, had already gained substantial battlefield experience, rendering her a formidable opponent beyond Uchiha's reach. Although Uchiha easily defeated Tobirama, he regrettably did not acquire Tobirama's physique, but rather gained a modest increase in chakra from him. Against Gaara during the CH Nin exams, Uchiha faced defeat. Had it merely been Gaara, Uchiha could have managed a victory, yet upon realizing he could not prevail, Gaara unleashed Shikaku, an adversary far beyond Uchiha's current capabilities. The third encounter, the CH Nin exams in this phase, he faced Kiba, a descendant of the Snow Clan, and the puppet master, Sasori. Overcoming Kiba earned Uchiha the affinity for canines, while defeating the white-clad opponent granted him mastery of one-handed hand seals, significantly enhancing his sealing speed. Defeating Hinata Hyuga proved a challenge, as during the CH Nin exams, he was effectively a casualty of Naruto's narrative arc. Without the Ninetales' power, Naruto would have been no match for Neji. Fortunately, Uchiha's own strength surpassed that of an average CH Nin, and after a considerable effort, he triumphed over Neji, acquiring the Gentle Fist technique, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Should Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hisashi learn that Uchiha mastered the Gentle Fist better than they, it would surely evoke a complex array of emotions. However, Uchiha found it challenging to employ the Gentle Fist effectively without the Byakugan, limiting his ability to harness its full power. He intended to integrate the Gentle Fist into his combat system, aspiring to develop his unique fighting techniques. He vividly recalled both Naruto and Kagaya's methods, each employing national martial arts. Kagaya utilized the standard 8 trigrams, while Naruto incorporated numerous Wing Chun movements. The simplicity of battles at the 6 paths level was striking, and Uchiha lamented not having considered such techniques prior to his reincarnation. Had he combined martial arts with the chakra system and external enhancements, he would have been truly invincible. As for Sasori, Uchiha faced a formidable challenge. As a shadow-level expert, he was not an opponent Uchiha could contend with. In the original narrative, Chiyo and Sakura managed to defeat Sasori, largely due to Sasori's own lack of will to fight. The combined strength of two was hardly sufficient to overcome him. It would be a dream to believe otherwise. Despite not acquiring many valuable techniques from the battle space, Uchiha's strength continued to grow at a visible pace. He not only developed the Chidori technique but also learned numerous combat skills from Tsunade, who was generous in sharing her knowledge. Even Uzumaki Mito, when approached, would patiently provide guidance. Furthermore, Mito imparted various combat techniques from Aihamadara, the most knowledgeable about him being Shinja Hashirama, with Shinja Tobirama possessing no fewer than 100 strategies to counter Madara. The efficacy of these strategies remained open to interpretation, as Madara's death precluded the possibility of validation. Through constant exposure, Uzumaki Mito became well-versed in Madara's combat techniques and diligently passed them on to Uchiha. Whether Uchiha could evolve into his second Uchiha Madara remained uncertain even for Mito, yet her aim was to assist Uchiha in growing stronger. Do you have plans to graduate early? Suddenly, Ropetree inquired of Uchiha. Ropetree's question drew the attention of Tsunade and Kushina, who turned to observe whether Uchiha intended to graduate ahead of schedule. Perhaps, but I plan to graduate next year. Why? Do you intend to graduate early? Uchiha candidly expressed his thoughts. While his current prowess appeared commendable, he was still only 6 years old, with ample potential yet to be realized. Chapter 25. Tsunade's despair. I intend to have SH Moku apply for early graduation this year. At that time, Orochimaru will take SH Moku on missions. The ninja world is currently unstable, with war looming on the horizon. If you and Makoto do not apply for early graduation, you will find yourselves with no time to adapt later. Graduating early will at least afford you some time to familiarize yourselves with your tasks. Your strength is ready to be put to the test in battle and grow through experience. As for Makoto, should she apply for early graduation, she could be assigned to Orochimaru's team. Once war breaks out, I can arrange for your class to undertake missions together. After all, both Orochimaru and I will have little time to guide you. Tsunade cast a serious glance at Uchiha Makoto, whose presence lingered nearby. If Uchiha Makoto fails to seize this opportunity, she may not have the chance to remain Orochimaru's apprentice later. Should she wait until next year to graduate? Avoiding the battlefield would require her to report to the Konoha security department, which would inevitably tarnish her reputation among us. After all, SH Moku will also be on the battlefield. The Shinja clan may detest war, but they have never shied away from it. Joining Lord Orochimaru's team? Uchiha Makoto gasped in surprise. Orochimaru is currently the face of the younger generation of Konoha ninjas, while Kakashi was still in the Umbu executing missions. Orochimaru was regarded as the top prodigy. Makoto could hardly believe that she might have a place in this. Though the Uchiha are proud, they also admire strength, and many among them harbor resentment towards Orochimaru. During her time at the Shinja household, Makoto had encountered Orochimaru before and received some guidance from him. She never imagined he could potentially become her leading instructor. Indeed, if you are willing to graduate early, Orochimaru will accept you as his apprentice. Your abilities are comparable to SH Moku's, and you have already met the requirements for early graduation. However, should you choose otherwise, I shall not press the matter, Tsunade said, her tone imbued with warmth. She genuinely hoped Makoto could become Orochimaru's disciple, as she is a cautious and intelligent girl, perfectly capable of balancing SH Moku's impulsiveness, thereby preventing him from meeting an untimely demise. Tsunade had no doubt about SH Moku's talent. With ample resources and ninjutsu at his disposal, he was destined to become a formidable ninja. Yet, she worried about the various threats he would face. A Shinja who proclaims a desire to become Hokage is not necessarily a commendable one. Oh, my foolish brother. Once war breaks out, if both Orochimaru and I head to the battlefield, I can ensure that Uchiha and SH Moku undertake missions together, thus ensuring their safety. Uchiha has already attained the status of a CH Nin, and if he can grow stronger quickly, my worries will be alleviated. Uchiha Makoto turned her gaze towards Uchiha, who nodded in affirmation. With newfound resolve, she declared, I am willing, Lady Tsunade. Previously, Makoto had grappled with the decision of whether to join the ranks of mission ninjas or enter the Konoha security department. Yet, the prospect of becoming Orochimaru's apprentice made the choice much clearer. Furthermore, she could undertake missions alongside Y. To refuse would be ungrateful. Uchiha then shifted his focus to Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, will you also graduate early? I will not graduate early, but I will join you in experiencing missions. Once the team disbands, I will return to school to continue my studies. Additionally, I should inform you that another member of my team is Hige Hinata. You may very well join Orochimaru's team as an individual. Although the possibility of our two teams undertaking missions together depends on everyone's willingness and the thoughts of teacher Saratobi, Tsunade mused. She had contemplated the idea of bringing Uchiha Makoto into her team, but with two Uchiha, that was evidently impractical. Uzumaki Kushina lowered her head in disappointment. Clearly aware of the situation, I will graduate early. Uchiha Youhei contemplated and agreed. Should I apply after returning? Uchiha Youhei had no objection to Hinata becoming his apprentice. While the Hokage clan may be somewhat rigid, their Byakugan is undeniably useful. It is unfortunate that Hinata was not joining Moku's team. Otherwise, he might not have succumbed to an explosive tag. Just apply 3 months from now. Teacher Sarutobi will likely approve swiftly. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. During these 3 months, I will teach you the fundamentals of superhuman strength, and I hope you can grasp the basics within this time frame. Mikoto, you should also give it a try. Even if you cannot master it, it will help you hone your chakra control. She did not believe anyone could master superhuman strength in 3 months, as it would be quite embarrassing for her otherwise. I will do my best. In the ensuing 3 months, Uchiha Youhei grew at a pace that left Tsunade in despair. 3 months. Do you know how Tsunade endured this period? Uchiha Youhei began mastering superhuman strength from scratch, even integrating it into his fighting style, which caused Tsunade to question her own capabilities. She had prided herself on being called a genius by many, yet in comparison to Uchiha Youhei, she felt anything but exceptional. Observing the expression of Uzumaki Mito, it seemed she had anticipated Uchiha Youhei's remarkable progress, prompting Tsunade to ponder if true geniuses possess such innate talent. While Tsunade was indeed a genius relative to ordinary ninjas, she felt she paled in comparison to genuine prodigies. Unbeknownst to her, Uchiha Youhei was merely showing restraint. Had he pushed himself, he could have mastered superhuman strength within a month. Fortunately, when Tsunade later instructed Uchiha Youhei in medical ninjutsu, she regained a measure of her dignity. Medical ninjutsu is simply a matter of research and can be learned with relative ease, requiring none of Uchiha Youhei's intense dedication. Indeed, in the realm of medical ninjutsu, no one could rival her. She swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of Konoha, and it is likely she ranks among the best in the ninja world. While Uchiha Youhei may be a genius, he still could not surpass her. In truth, Uchiha Youhei's speed in studying medical ninjutsu was impressive, but his focus lay elsewhere, and his talent in medicine was not particularly outstanding. Chapter 26. Significant advancements in the 3 months leading up to graduation. Uchiha Youhei made remarkable progress in his abilities. Not only did he integrate immense strength into his combat techniques, but he also acquired valuable skills through his battles in the realm of space. He triumphed over the young Minato Namikaze, thereby gaining the space affinity of the legendary 4th Hokage. Defeating Lee during the Chunin exams allowed him to absorb Lee's fighting experience, significantly enhancing Uchiha Youhei's combat prowess, though he regrettably did not acquire the 8 Gates technique. Overcoming the formidable Shinkai Izumi proved to be a strenuous endeavor for Uchiha Youhei. After all, she was a distinguished Chunin and destined to become an exceptional Jonin. However, through considerable effort, he managed to defeat her and obtained her swordsmanship. A modest gain nonetheless. His victory over Tintin during the 4th Great Ninja War granted him her proficiency in ninja tool throwing, although, in truth, it was of little consequence to Uchiha Youhei, as none could rival the Uchiha in shuriken throwing. He also defeated the Umbu Ninja, Tiger, acquiring his stealth techniques, and bested Yuri Kaori to gain the ability to decipher codes. His confrontation with F.K. Uzumaki allowed him to inherit the physical attributes of the Uzumaki clan, further augmenting his own physique. Finally, he triumphed over the young Uchiha Fugaku, acquiring his Sharingan prowess, which, combined with Uchiha Youei's already impressive physique, enabled him to awaken his Sharingan to the level of 3 Tomoe. By the time he graduated from the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Youhei had surpassed the majority of Chunins, and with a few more completed missions, he could readily qualify for the position of Special Jonin. However, he was not yet inclined to reveal the full extent of his abilities. At merely 6 years of age, possessing strength comparable to a Chunin was already astonishing. Should he display the might of a Special Jonin, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, and if other villages were to learn of his capabilities, he would likely find himself on their kill list. At Tsunade's behest, the applications for early graduation from Uchiha Youhei, Uchiha Mikoto, and S.H. Suk were simultaneously submitted to the Hokage's office. How about it, Sarutobi-sensei? Please expedite the formation of our team. After all, I and Orochimaru shall be leading it, Tsunade urged, reclining casually on the office sofa. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a couple of deep puffs from his pipe before responding with a resigned expression. I can approve the early graduation applications for the 3 of you. Allowing Kushina Uzumaki to temporarily leave the academy for your training is also agreeable. However, there is an issue with Hinata Hizashi's side. What? They do not consent? Tsunade frowned, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face. As an elite Jonin of Konoha and the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, she was not accustomed to being opposed. Are the Hyuga clan so formidable that they believe themselves superior to me? The recent international situation had become increasingly tumultuous, with the possibility of conflict looming large. As Hizashi was the heir to the Hyuga clan, they were reluctant to allow him to undertake missions. However, in a gesture of goodwill, they offered to send a Hyuga girl to join Tsunade's team, proposing that Hinata join Orochimaru's squad. Sarutobi sighed. He had hoped to have Tsunade mentor the future leader of the Hyuga clan, which would stabilize relations within the clan and facilitate better communication in the future. Unfortunately, they were unwilling to allow Hizashi to engage in missions, though offering a clan girl and Hinata was a significant concession. Does the Hyuga clan have any suitable candidates? Tsunade's expression brightened slightly. The clan was notoriously limited in numbers, and even Hinata had been relegated to the branch family. It was unexpected to find a suitable candidate from the main house. This is her profile, Sarutobi said, handing a document to Tsunade. This child has been receiving training from her family and has not attended the ninja academy. Her talent is commendable, so there is no need for concern. They would not send a child lacking in ability to waste your time. Moreover, based on my observations, Hinata's potential might even eclipse that of Hizashi, which is unfortunate given his status in the branch family. This insight was not just Sarutobi's discovery. Danzo had also recognized it and considered exploiting the situation to sow discord between Hinata and Hizashi, even attempting to incite conflict between the branch and main families. At first glance, this plan seemed plausible, as they sought little, merely to diminish the main family's control over the branch family, preventing arbitrary punishment. This would undoubtedly benefit the branch family. However, opposing the main family was nearly impossible unless the latter made a grave error. Otherwise, the branch family had little recourse. Hyuga Rika, aged 8, possesses excellent chakra control and has already mastered the 8 trigrams 32 palms. She appears to be quite the prodigy and might even learn some medical ninjutsu from me, Tsunade mused, her expression contemplative. Indeed, I believe this child may be well suited for you. Perhaps they also consider your team to be relatively safe, Sarutobi remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. Many regarded Tsunade solely as a medical ninja, overlooking her formidable combat prowess. Naturally, being in Tsunade's company would indeed be safer. How is your research on ninjutsu progressing? Sarutobi inquired further. It's still a work in progress, but I anticipate completion within 6 months, Tsunade replied confidently. At that point, I shall revolutionize the landscape of medical ninjutsu. Sarutobi opened his mouth, wishing to clarify that Tsunade was exceptional, not representative of all medical ninjas. However, seeing his disciple's fervor, he ultimately refrained from dispelling her enthusiasm. Very well, I shall grant you 6 more months. Konoha is doing its utmost to avoid war, but the current climate among the nations is anything but tranquil. Even the Land of Rain is aggressively stockpiling war supplies. According to the intelligence gathered by Danzo, Hanzo seeks to elevate the Land of Rain to the status of a 6th great nation, and war is on the horizon. Time is of the essence. Sarutobi cautioned Tsunade earnestly. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. I understand, Tsunade replied, seemingly struck by a thought as she addressed Sarutobi. By the way, I believe my great-grandfather's sword is in your possession, correct? We did not take it as an heirloom at the time. You mean the Raijin sword? Sarutobi's expression shifted subtly. He had not expected Tsunade to mention it. Are you intending to give the Raijin sword to Uchiha? Chapter 27. The Uchiha most resembling Senju Tobarama. Didn't I mention that the young Y developed an A-rank lightning release technique? Recently, he intends to further refine this technique, which necessitates a superior weapon. However, finding chakra metal is no simple task. The Senju clan's previous stockpile has all been donated to Konoha, and this time, the young lad requires quite a substantial amount of chakra metal. When I inquired about the weapon he desired, he expressed a wish for a sword, and I considered giving him the unused Raijin sword. Tsunade remarked with apparent indifference. Yet, that sword belonged to teacher Tobarama. Is it truly appropriate to bestow it upon him? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of Tobarama discovering that his weapon had fallen into Uchiha hands, likely prompting him to summon his spirit from the Pure Land to chastise these unfilial disciples. Tsunade, however, shrugged off his concerns. What is there to fret about? Ultimately, it is merely a sword. In reality, it holds little symbolic significance. Hasn't your generation already inherited the greatest legacy of our grandfather? Or to put it another way, you are indeed the legacy of our grandfather. Seeing you all flourish Konoha, he would likely have no objections. Tsunade's words brought a wave of comfort to Hiruzen. He and his companions could indeed be considered the inheritance of Tobarama. It was the sacrifice of their teacher that allowed them to survive. For years, Hiruzen had sought to prove that his teacher's choice of him was not in vain, diligently toiling away. A closer look would reveal that he was beginning to show strands of gray hair. Hearing Tsunade's praise for him filled his heart with immense satisfaction. After all, the Raijin sword would only gather dust. Why not give it to Uchiha? Why as a gesture of goodwill? I have observed why. He is quite amiable. At least if you treat him well, he will remember it, and there is no need to worry about raising a treacherous wolf. His spirit is remarkably stable. Unlike what you might expect from the Uchiha, Tsunade reflected before reminding Hiruzen. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe before responding. The Raijin sword is still in the Hokage's office. You never took it, and it is still the second Hokage's sword. It would not be appropriate to simply hand it over. Instead, let Uchiha inscribe Chidori into the sealing book, and I can then present the Raijin sword as a form of encouragement. Very well. Tsunade did not refuse. Chidori was completed under her and Uzumaki Mito's guidance. If Hiruzen truly desired it, he could readily approach them. This technique without the Sharingan is practically useless, and there are hardly any formidable lightning release users in the village. In essence, this could be seen as a roundabout way of granting the Raijin sword to Uchiha. By the way, I also require the scroll for the Flying Thunder God technique. Seemingly recalling something, Tsunade addressed Hiruzen once more. The Flying Thunder God technique? Does Uchiha Youhei possess spatial talent? Hiruzen furrowed his brows. He had genuinely not noticed such an aptitude in Uchiha Youhei. The Flying Thunder God technique was something they all trained under Tobirama. Yet despite their growth into shadow level and elite Genin warriors, none had mastered it. Hiruzen had thought the technique might become lost to time until he learned that Uchiha Youhei could potentially acquire it. Indeed. I discovered it when I had Uchiha Youhei sign a contract with a slug. His aptitude for spatial techniques is remarkably exceptional, perhaps rivaling that of our grandfather, Tsunade admitted. Grappling with the truth she found hard to articulate. Uchiha Youhei is exceedingly intelligent and possesses outstanding talent. There is little left for me to teach him. Should I truly push him to delve into medical ninjutsu for the next few years? If so, even Tsunade would have to concede that she was leading him astray. It would be far better to have Uchiha Youhei become a formidable warrior sooner. Entrusting him with the Flying Thunder God technique, Konoha's most challenging jutsu, would undoubtedly grant Uchiha Youhei additional time for research. Once Uchiha Youhei gains renown, I could proudly proclaim that I was his mentor. Is that so? Let him attempt it. Then, I also studied the Flying Thunder God technique, but unfortunately did not master it. By the way, Kagami did not master it either. Hiruzen felt compelled to mention Uchiha Kagami to affirm his own aptitude. If I can master it, it would be a boon for the impending war. However, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique requires not only spatial talent, but also exceptional reflexes and keen sight. Otherwise, even if one can teleport, it would still lead to demise. Furthermore, a solid foundation in sealing techniques is necessary. Acquiring all this cannot be achieved in a short span. If that is the case, it would be better for him to continue studying at the Ninja Academy for a few more years. He could use this time to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. No need for that. If that young lad remains in school, it would be a waste of his talent. Tsunade decisively countered, believing that the Flying Thunder God technique was merely an embellishment for Uchiha Youhei. Neither my grandfather nor Aihamadara mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet they both became unparalleled forces. My grandmother never learned it either, yet she stands as the foremost figure in the current ninja world. My teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not master it, yet he is one of the 5 Kage, having wielded his staff to defeat the 3rd Kazekage. Very well, if you believe so. Then let us pass the Flying Thunder God technique on to him. Remember to inform him that it is perilous. Without complete assurance, he should not recklessly attempt it. Hiruzen pondered for a long while before acquiescing to Tsunade's request. Hiruzen now felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. Konoha might soon face a situation of one against many, leaving him little time to consider what to do once Uchiha Youhei matures. He could only hope for Uchiha Youhei to grow ever stronger. Very well, I shall take the Raijin sword as well. And later I will have Uchiha Youhei prepare a scroll for the Chidori technique. Tsunade stood up, waved her hand, and walked out, watching the door close behind her. Hiruzen let out a deep sigh. The threat of the ninja world war loomed ever closer, and all he could do was delay, granting the new generation time to grow and for the would-release experiments to unfold. Konoha had its trump cards. Uzumaki Mito still possessed formidable combat prowess. The fall of the Uzumaki clan may have been a test of her strength. If a conflict truly arose, Mito could certainly challenge those who dared to confront her. Yet, that should be their final trump card. As a junior, Hiruzen hoped such a scenario would never come to pass. If only the first Hokage had unified the ninja world in the first place. Chapter 28. The Perfect Match. Uchiha Hikari's Raijin sword when Tsunade returned home. Uchiha Hikari. Uchiha Makoto, Nawaki, Uzumaki Kushina, Namake's Minato, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and others were already waiting. Namake's Minato, as Jiraiya's disciple, had been exceptionally brought along today. Over the past 6 months, Minato's strength had visibly surged. Jiraiya indeed possessed remarkable talent in laying foundations for others, and Minato, being exceptionally gifted, had flourished under his guidance. Though still far from Uchiha Hikari's level, let alone Uzumaki Kushina, he had already caught up with and even surpassed the clan heirs. Moreover, many believed Minato would meet the graduation standards by his 2nd year. Whether he would apply for early graduation, however, depended on his and Jiraiya's decision. Following Hikari's path was impossible. Minato currently fell short of early graduation requirements, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would never permit it. Upon hearing of Hikari's early graduation application, Minato was momentarily stunned but quickly composed himself. He acknowledged the gap between them but vowed to bridge it. Kid, this sword is yours now. After greeting the others, Tsunade tossed the Raijin sword to Hikari. Is that the 2nd Hokage's Raijin sword? Jiraiya gasped in astonishment. He had once coveted this blade and even asked the old man for it, only to be refused. Indeed, it is the Raijin sword, Tsunade confirmed, crossing her arms proudly. Officially, it was exchanged for Chidori. Remember to submit a Chidori scroll to the old man later. Understood. As expected, Hikari showed no reluctance in handing over Chidori. Instead, he marveled at the Raijin sword, channeling Chakra into it. Instantly, lightning crackled along the blade. That sword. Mito Uzumaki recognized it immediately, her expression distant. I recall Tobirama forged it to compensate for his lack of proficiency in lightning release. The 2nd Hokage wasn't skilled in lightning release? Orochimaru. whose idol was not the first Hokage or his own teacher Hiruzen, but Tobirama Senju, regarded Mito with curiosity. Tobirama later mastered it, but in his early years, lightning release was indeed his weakness. The Raijin sword was crafted with rare materials, making it exceptionally sharp. Few weapons in this world rival it, Mito reminisced. Hikari, try infusing it with lightning release chakra. Yes. As Hikari did so, the lightning on the blade intensified dramatically. Lightning release enhances its power. It can even deflect certain jutsu. Mito explained. But remember, the sword is merely a tool. True strength lies within yourself. I understand, Grandma Mito. Hikari formed the Chidori seal one-handed. The screech of 1,000 birds erupted as lightning coiled around the Raijin sword, amplifying its brilliance and drawing everyone's gaze. Clearly, the sword was even more compatible with Hikari than anticipated. A satisfied smile graced Hikari's lips, though he hadn't yet developed Chidori Samban. The Raijin sword effectively achieved a similar effect. With this, he now possessed the capability to challenge special Jonin, and even veteran Jonin no longer intimidated him. Hikari had grown considerably. But this was no time for complacency. Beyond the threats posed by enemy villages seeking to eliminate him, the lurking presence of Madara Uchiha remained an unavoidable challenge. Until Madara's demise, Hikari needed to maintain a low profile, ensuring his strength never exceeded Madara's expectations. The Raijin sword suits you well. Do not disappoint it, Tsunade said warmly, imagining her grandfather's pride. I won't, Tsunade-sensei. Hikari knew the sword was neither omnipotent nor invincible. After all, Naruto and Sasuke had shattered it. If they could break it, so could others. Strengthening himself remained paramount. By the way, Orochimaru, how is your team coming along? Tsunade turned to him. I heard from Hiruzen-sensei that Hige Hizashi will join your squad. Indeed. Orochimaru nodded impassively. Hige Hizashi, Nawaki, and Uchiha Makoto, a formidable lineup. This arrangement would facilitate his research into the Senju and Uchiha lineages. He might even be the first to lead such a team. The Hige, a millennium-old noble clan with the Byakugan, held immense strategic value. Combined with Makoto's meticulousness, they could temper Nawaki's impulsiveness. You two get to mentor students, while I. Jiraiya scratched his head in frustration. Minato here clearly isn't ready for early graduation, and finding compatible teammates for him is no easy task. Minato chuckled awkwardly, apologetic for holding his teacher back. That's your own fault. Minato could technically graduate early if you lowered your standards. We all know your ulterior motives, Tsunade scoffed, arms crossed. Jiraiya's ambition to assemble an all-civilian team didn't bother her. Many civilian shinobi still carried Senju bloodlines, aligning with Hashirama and Tobirama's vision. Yet civilian shinobi inherently lacked certain advantages. By insisting on recruits of Minato's caliber, Jiraiya had set himself an impossible task. Chapter 29. The mysterious destruction of Vortex Village. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head awkwardly, admitting it's quite unavoidable, really. Most of the exceptional youths have been chosen already, and finding a student who can stand alongside Minato is no easy task. Moreover, I firmly believe that civilian ninjas shouldn't inherently lag behind their clan counterparts. What they lack are resources and opportunities. His words prompted Uchiha Youhei to purse his lips. Though he refrained from retorting, there was indeed merit in Jiraiya's statement for ordinary ninjas and clans alike. Figures like Jiraiya and Guy had reached the pinnacle of human potential. After entering Sage Mode, Jiraiya proved to be even more formidable than the average Kage. As for typical ninjas, attaining such heights is exceedingly rare, particularly when compared to the overwhelming prowess of Uchiha and Senju clans. Of course, even the Senju and Uchiha, without the chakras of Indra and Azura, would not necessarily surpass ordinary ninjas by a significant margin. Those families, while appearing powerful, often rely heavily on their heritage. Ordinary secret technique clans remain perilous. Yet Jiraiya was confident that Namake's Minato could rival the geniuses of those clans. Even Uchiha might not be beyond reach. If Uchiha had not drawn upon extraordinary advantages, perhaps Jiraiya's belief would hold true. During Minato's prime, he could indeed triumph even against the Manjiki Sharingan. However, Uchiha was no ordinary Uchiha. He was confident that he could one day stand shoulder to shoulder with Aihamadara, perhaps even surpass him. For the average Uchiha, awakening the Manjiki Sharingan is already a monumental challenge, and achieving the eternal Manjiki Sharingan is even more daunting. Yet Uchiha possessed a unique combat space. And if he could engage multiple Uchiha, attaining the eternal Manjiki Sharingan might not be impossible. Furthermore, as he continuously perfects his physical condition, he could emulate Indra, acquiring a Manjiki Sharingan that would not lead to blindness, with its power rivaling that of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan even at its initial stage. In truth, Yamanaka Shimi's strength was commendable. Defeating him would require considerable effort. Often overlooked, he was arguably the most formidable presence in the academy. His character was also quite admirable, making him a reliable teammate. Suddenly, Uchiha spoke up unexpectedly. Yamanaka Shimi? The young clan leader of the Yamanaka clan? Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten about Yamanaka Shimi until now. Why had he overlooked such a person? Tsunade, with a knowing tone, remarked, the Yamanaka clan is also a prominent family in Konoha, known for their discretion. As a teammate, he would indeed be quite dependable. Is that so? Jiraiya mused, glancing thoughtfully at Namake's Minato. While he aimed to cultivate 3 civilian disciples, finding suitable and exceptional companions for Minato was equally commendable. Perhaps we should observe Yamanaka Shimi further? By the way, there's a civilian ninja in our class named Haruno Sho, who has excellent chakra control and solid foundational skills. He consistently ranks first in theory classes, Rope Tree chimed in, eager to recommend a classmate. He couldn't fathom why Jiraiya was so fixated on civilian ninjas, so he decided to introduce one of his peers. Haruno Sho, you say? I shall remember that, Jiraiya replied, ruffling Rope Tree's hair. He wouldn't hastily accept them as disciples based solely on Uchiha Youhei and Rope Tree's recommendations. He needed to conduct his own assessment. Meanwhile, Uchiha Youhei's expression was rather subtle. He hadn't anticipated Rope Tree would suggest Haruno Sho to Jiraiya. In the world of Tsukuyami, Haruno Sho seemed to have become Hokage, yet that was ultimately an illusionary realm. He recalled that Haruno Sho was merely an ordinary genin. Yet he was surprised to learn that Haruno Sho possessed excellent foundational skills and chakra control, along with impressive theoretical grades. It seemed that Haruno Sakura and Appo's strengths were indeed inherited. By the way, Hinata Hizashi did not join our team. Instead, a branch family child named Hinata Rinka has come, Tsunade added, continuing her commentary. Orochimaru quickly grasped the underlying truth and smirked. Is it to protect the future clan leader? The Hyuga clan remains as it ever was. Despite possessing an exceptional lineage and formidable bloodline, they have yet to produce any true powerhouses. That's not entirely accurate, Uzumaki Mito interjected, countering Orochimaru's assertion. The Hyuga clan has faced crises multiple times and emerged victorious. The most recent instance was about a century ago when they clashed with the Uchiha clan. Initially, the Hyuga were at a disadvantage, but their clan leader unleashed a tremendous power, decisively eliminating numerous Uchiha elites. Although he perished shortly after the battle, the strength he exhibited at that time was likely beyond that of a Kage. What? Beyond the level of a Kage? Everyone turned to look, astonished. They had not anticipated the Hyuga clan harbored such strength. I seem to have heard of this. Was it Hinata Tenjin? Uchiha You's mind surged with tumultuous thoughts. Even though the Byakugan had been reduced to mere insignificance within the Hyuga clan, it remained a formidable ability in its own right. Not to mention the potential evolution into the Rinnegan, the original Byakugan was a hallmark of the Otsutsuki clan. Comparing Kagaya Otsutsuki's Byakugan with that of the Hyuga clan revealed a stark regression. The Hyuga had reduced their once pristine capabilities to that of mere binoculars. Indeed, the Hyuga clan had become rather pathetic. Nevertheless, there was a possibility that the Hyuga clan possessed methods to temporarily create Rinnegan. However, the demise of that clan leader might very well have resulted from a backlash. It was hard to fathom how an ordinary ninja could endure the repercussions of wielding the Rinnegan. Uzumaki Mito was taken aback that Uchiha Youhei was aware of this. I never expected you to know about Hinata Tenjin. In our time, he was regarded as a legend. Yet, how could a clan that had endured for a millennium be anything but extraordinary? Mito pondered, perplexed. The Uzumaki clan also had a legacy spanning millennia. While their overall power might not match that of the 5 great nations, they certainly should not have been extinguished so swiftly, leaving Konoha with no chance for rescue. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan had hidden cards. If they were truly provoked, they could easily take down several Kage from those villages. However, judging by the current state of affairs, it appeared that none of the Kage had fallen, suggesting that the Uzumaki clan had likely encountered unforeseen circumstances. The sacrifice of Uchiha Kagami only reinforced this possibility. Yet who among the ninja villages could orchestrate such a turn of events? Chapter 30. Speculations about the Hokage effortlessly annihilating the Uzumaki clan and slaying Uchiha Kagami. These were feats far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary shinobi. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but suspect that Aihamadara might still be alive. Yet, how could that be? After all, Hashirama Senju had personally struck him down. And Mito had no reason to doubt Hashirama's word. Perhaps there was someone lurking in the shadows of the shinobi world, orchestrating chaos with deep-seated malice toward Konoha. While Mito's presence still served as a deterrent, she knew that once she was gone, no one would remain to oppose this unseen threat. This was one of the reasons she tirelessly nurtured Uchiha Hikaru. Hikaru himself harbored a keen curiosity about the past. He believed that studying history granted wisdom. For only by understanding the brutal era of the warring states could one truly appreciate the fragile peace of the present. Though he often questioned Hashirama's judgment, he never denied the man's greatness. In the warring states period, clans were locked in perpetual conflict. Children, younger than Hikaru was now, were forced to take up arms and kill. By comparison, the current shinobi villages, despite the occasional outbreak of war, offered relative stability. Children no longer had to live with the constant specter of death. The transition from clan warfare to the village system marked undeniable progress. As for why the system of one nation, one village was adopted instead of a unified military-political structure, that was simply a limitation of the times. Even Hikaru conceded that most shinobi were ill-suited for governance. The separation of powers was a necessary compromise. Human capacity was finite. Expecting warriors to master both combat and statecraft was unrealistic. Yet Hikaru also recognized that systems were not immutable. Change was possible, if people were willing to embrace it. Konoha, however, lacked the strength to reform further. The task would fall to future generations, perhaps even to him. Does studying history truly grant wisdom? Mito mused, nodding thoughtfully. She couldn't help but notice how Hikaru's insights grew sharper with time. The Senju and Hige clans had once collaborated extensively. Yet neither the Senju nor the Uzumaki truly understood the secrets of the Byakugan. Mito sighed before elaborating further. Orochimaru listened intently. Compared to the fragmented records he had gathered, Mito's first-hand accounts were far more illuminating. Unable to resist, he interjected, "Is it because of the caged bird seal? It's a form of Fuinjutsu, isn't it? Surely there must be a way to undo it." Mito shot him an exasperated glance. The Hige's affairs are complicated. Tobirama once studied the Byakugan and even sought my help in dismantling the caged bird. But after brief research, I concluded it was nearly unsolvable. It binds the very soul. Even the soul? Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki, shuddered. Why would they do this? Aren't the branch family members still their kin? To prevent outsiders from obtaining the Byakugan. Hikaru explained calmly. The Byakugan holds immense strategic value. Its long-range vision is unparalleled, and unlike our Sharingan, it imposes no severe burden on the user. If stolen, the Sharingan drains the wielder's chakra, often fatally. Hence, we have no need for a seal like the caged bird. Instead, we hunt down thieves relentlessly. Jiraiya stroked his chin. That makes sense. But why divide the clan into main and branch families? If protecting the Byakugan is the goal, why not mark everyone? His naive remark earned him several exasperated looks. Mito suppressed a sigh. She had always found Jiraiya endearing. But his political naivety was frustratingly reminiscent of Hashirama's idealism, though far less astute. At least Tsunade and Orochimaru possessed sharper minds. Her gaze settled on Hikaru. A glimmer of expectation in her eyes. Hikaru, what are your thoughts? All men harbor selfish desires, Hikaru replied after a pause. The caged bird may have originated as a protective measure, but over time, power corrupts. Someone inevitably seeks to dominate others, to exploit them for personal gain. This holds true for clans, villages, even nations. Authority erodes morality. He wasn't sure if his words would reach Hiruzen Sarutobi. But he couldn't bring himself to lie to Mito. Some truths were better left unspoken, yet understood. Konoha, barely decades old, was already showing cracks. Had the Senju not disbanded, the Hokage lineage would have remained their exclusive privilege, until resentment boiled over, dooming both the clan and the village. Excellent, Hikaru. I knew I was wrong about you. Mito smiled approvingly. She had half expected evasion, but Hikaru had spoken frankly, even expanding on the implications. Her investment in him had not been in vain. Perhaps an Uchiha would indeed ascend to the Hokage's seat one day. You flatter me, Lady Mito. It's only thanks to your guidance, Hikaru demurred. Mito chuckled dismissively. The Hige would never brand all their members. The clan's ultimate technique likely requires an unsealed Byakugan, a final trump card. In the era before villages, such measures were necessary for survival. But with Konoha's founding, the dynamic shifted. A heavy silence fell. The main family rarely saw battle now, diminishing the need for their secret technique. As their relevance waned, tensions between the main and branch families would only escalate. Yet even the Hokage was powerless to intervene. This was a conflict beyond their reach. Chapter 31. The Flying Thunder God Technique. Uchiha refrained from disclosing to them that there existed a prominent Otsutsuki clan on the moon. A group that the Hyuga clan ought to be wary of. Uchiha speculated that the caged bird was originally intended to guard against the Otsutsuki clan. But now, it seemed that everyone had forgotten the initial purpose. Perhaps the Hyuga clan had completely forgotten about the existence of the Otsutsuki clan as well. Very well. You should not concern yourselves with the affairs of the Hyuga clan. They are beyond your purview. Vortex Mito gestured dismissively and continued. The matter remains unresolved. And it is likely more complex now. Remember not to mention certain things to your Hyuga classmates. We understand, Grandma Mito, Vortex Kushina promptly replied. And the others echoed her sentiments. The ensuing banquet was much more harmonious, as Uchiha and his companions listened to Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade recount their amusing experiences encountered during missions. Vortex Mito occasionally shared anecdotes from the village's founding era, creating a rare moment of tranquility. Before leaving Tsunade's residence, she discreetly slipped a scroll of ninjutsu into Uchiha's embrace, softly admonishing, I exerted considerable effort to procure this for you. Take a look first. If you can practice it, then do so. If not, then let it be. Do not take risks, as the dangers associated with this ninjutsu are quite significant. Only one person in the entire Hidden Leaf has successfully learned it. Remember, ensuring your safety is paramount. Even without this ninjutsu, it will not impede your journey to becoming strong. Understood. Uchiha glanced at the exterior of the scroll, noticing the absence of its name. The others were oblivious to this exchange, as Tsunade clearly wished to keep it private. He was curious about what ninjutsu Tsunade had chosen for him. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Uchiha departed with Uchiha Makoto. Once everyone had left, Vortex Mito turned to Tsunade and inquired, What did you give E? A scroll of the Flying Thunder God technique, which I requested from my teacher. This boy possesses commendable spatial aptitude, and with the insight provided by the Sharingan, his reaction capabilities are impressive. He may very well learn the Flying Thunder God technique. If he succeeds, I will have less to worry about when he embarks on missions. Tsunade revealed, her intentions tinged with a hint of personal ambition. On one hand, she hoped for Uchiha Youhei's strength to grow, on the other. She genuinely wished to impart knowledge to him. Moreover, she hoped he would master this life-preserving ninjutsu, allowing him to escape should he encounter an adversary he could not overcome. Vortex Mito recalled Shinji Tobarama's attitude towards the Uchiha clan. If Shinji Tobarama were to discover that the individual most likely to master the Flying Thunder God technique was indeed Uchiha Youhei, would he not rise from the Pure Land in a fit of anger? The Flying Thunder God technique requires a substantial foundation in sealing techniques. I hope you can guide them when you have the time, Tsunade added, slightly embarrassed. At this juncture, my own ninjutsu is at a crucial phase, and I lack the time to instruct him in sealing techniques. Besides, I cannot compare to you in that regard. Vortex Mito cast a resigned glance at Tsunade. Although Tsunade possessed considerable talent, she preferred to delve into medical ninjutsu rather than devote more attention to sealing techniques. Fortunately, Vortex Kushina was promising. Each time Vortex Mito looked at her, she saw a reflection of her younger self and treated Kushina as if she were her own granddaughter. I had intended to teach that child sealing techniques. In the future, he could serve as a safeguard for Kushina. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has not said so, Vortex Mito believed that the possibility of Kushina becoming the Ninetales Jinchuriki was still rather high, regardless of whether Uchiha Youhei and Vortex Kushina were to become lovers or remain friends. Uchiha Youhei's presence would likely enable him to assist Kushina in subduing the Ninetales within her. Both the Sharingan and sealing techniques were potent tools for suppressing the beast. However, recent developments within the village had caused Vortex Mito some concern. She was aware of the would-release experiments and felt that the success rate was not particularly high. Yet she could not impede such endeavors too much. At times, she felt utterly helpless. Upon returning home, Uchiha Youhei bid farewell to Uchiha Makoto and retrieved the ninjutsu scroll Tsunade had given him. Upon examining the contents of the scroll, he was taken aback. The Flying Thunder God technique, he could hardly believe that Tsunade had managed to acquire this ninjutsu for him. Was this the profound benefit of joining the Hokage lineage? The difficulty of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique was exceedingly high, yet Uchiha Youhei did not deny its utility. It was invaluable for both travel and combat. With the Sword of the Thunder God combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, would he not become a lesser version of Shinji Tobarama? As he meticulously studied the scroll, Uchiha Youhei soon understood why the Flying Thunder God technique was so challenging to learn, with so few having succeeded. The requirements were indeed extraordinarily high. However, he felt that he possessed all the necessary elements to embark on mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Before the activation of his Manjikyu Sharingan, the Flying Thunder God technique remained an exceedingly powerful ninjutsu, and even after its awakening, it retained its efficacy. After all, it was the technique that had led to the demise of Izuna. Of course, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique did not render one invincible. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Shinji Tobarama had been pinned to the ground by Aihamadara with his black rods, unable to resist. The following day, Uchiha Youhei arrived early at the training ground number 7 in the Hidden Leaf. Upon his arrival, he found a girl of similar age to Uchiha Makoto quietly awaiting him. The girl was exceedingly cute, exuding an air of natural, pure beauty. Her white eyes revealed her identity, Hyuga Rika, another teammate of Uchiha Youhei. He had not anticipated encountering such a beautiful girl. Upon spotting Uchiha Youhei, Hyuga Rika formally saluted him, saying, "Hyuga main house, Hyuga Rika. I look forward to working with you." "Hello, I am Uchiha Youhei. I also look forward to working with you." Uchiha Youhei felt a sense of resignation. This girl seemed rather stiff. Chapter 32. The formation of Tsunade's team. Uchiha Youhei could distinctly perceive that this woman, akin to the other members of the Hyuga clan, was exceedingly rigid, perhaps even more so than her kin. Although she had taken the initiative to greet him, Uchiha Youhei still sensed a certain aloofness in her politeness. She was not an easy person to get along with, but fortunately, she did not seem inclined to put him in a difficult position, which was within the realm of his acceptance. Moreover, the relationship between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had never been particularly amicable, especially after the dissolution of the Shinji clan. Under the manipulation of Shinji Tobarama, the Uchiha and Hyuga began competing for the title of the foremost clan in Konoha. In truth, comparing the Hyuga to the Uchiha was a profound insult to the Uchiha. Despite their decline, they had not fallen to the level of standing alongside the Hyuga. Yet, what could the Uchiha do in the face of such competition? Was he to physically confront the Hyuga? When Uchiha Youhei had first entered the Ninja Academy, he had indeed encountered challenges from the Hyuga clan, which he easily overcame, thereby establishing his reputation as the foremost genius of the Uchiha. In these times, if Uchiha could not best a few Hyuga, it would be difficult to claim the title of Uchiha genius, especially given that quite a number of Uchiha struggled against the Hyuga. After all, the Hyuga specialized in taijutsu during their childhood, when chakra was scarce. Those who focused on physical training, like the Hyuga, held a significant advantage. Uchiha Youhei settled down not far from Hinata Rika and began perusing the foundational texts on sealing techniques that Uzumaki Mito had previously provided him. Sealing techniques were indeed quite intricate and challenging to master. The basics were difficult to learn, and advancing further was even more arduous. Were it not for his aspiration to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Youhei might have been disinclined to delve deeply into sealing arts. After all, once he awakened the Rinnegan, a single Earth explosion star could potentially resolve most sealing issues. However, The Flying Thunder God technique demanded a high level of proficiency in sealing arts, compelling Uchiha to dedicate a substantial amount of time to the study of these techniques. Fortunately, with Uzumaki Mito, a master of sealing arts, personally guiding him, he felt encouraged to persist. As Uchiha sat down, Hinata occasionally cast glances in his direction, observing him discreetly. Her presence in Tsunade's team was a result of her own volition, otherwise, the Hyuga clan would not have compelled her to join. Within her main family, she enjoyed the finest resources, with training opportunities that the branch families could scarcely dream of. She lived in luxury, attended by servants and branch family members, seemingly destined only to manage the branch family and propagate it, with all other endeavors appearing futile. Hinata did not wish to live such a life. She harbored a vague sense that the Hyuga main family should not exist in this manner. She had never shared this sentiment with anyone. But upon hearing of the opportunity to join Tsunade's team, she had eagerly applied. She sought to transform her life, to become a formidable individual who would protect her entire clan rather than be shielded by the branch family. Curious about Uchiha, the foremost genius of the Uchiha, Hinata wished to ascertain just how extraordinary he truly was. Uchiha, feeling somewhat helpless under her scrutiny, realized he had no way to prevent her from watching him. Fortunately, Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina did not keep them waiting long. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the training ground. "Ikuin!" Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed, dashing over to Uchiha with enthusiasm. "Kushina." Uchiha nodded in acknowledgement before introducing her to Hinata. "This is our teammate, Hinata." Only then did Uzumaki Kushina notice Hinata beside them, and a glimmer of admiration flickered in her eyes. What a cute girl, she thought. But it also made her feel a twinge of apprehension. Having one Uchiha Makoto was already a considerable pressure, and now another Hyuga? All right, from now on, you are all members of Tsunade's team. I do not expect you to become best friends, but I hope your relationship will not be too strained, Tsunade said, shooting Uchiha a fierce glare before continuing. Now, let us begin with self-introductions. You will need to know each other, as you will be working together on missions. Uzumaki Kushina understood that Tsunade was signaling her to start, but she was unperturbed. Instead, she cheerfully suggested, "How about you, Tsunade-sensei? You should go first. In this team, I am your captain, so you will refer to me as Tsunade-sensei," Tsunade replied, rolling her eyes at Kushina's exuberance. "I am Tsunade, an elite jonin of Konoha, specializing in taijutsu and medical ninjutsu. I enjoy drinking and gambling and despise troublesome matters. As for my dream, I am to win bets against everyone in the world." What an extravagant dream, Uchiha thought to himself. If Tsunade were to truly win against everyone, the cost might very well be the destruction of the ninja world. Noticing that neither Uzumaki Kushina nor Hinata seemed inclined to speak, Uchiha took the initiative. "I am Uchiha, 6 years old, proficient in fire style and lightning style. My interests include gourmet food, and I do not wish to see friends depart from me. As for my dream, I aspire for world annihilation. I wonder if that qualifies as a dream. Wanting world peace certainly counts as a dream." Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Sensing that Uchiha was sincere, it was evident that he genuinely desired peace, contradicting the notion that all Uchihas were deranged. Uchiha was indeed a splendid child. "Now, it's my turn. I am Uzumaki Kushina, skilled in taijutsu and sealing techniques, with a bit of medical ninjutsu as well. I cherish living alongside dear friends and despise the thought of separation through life and death. My dream is to live happily with those I care about." As she spoke, Uzumaki Kushina cast a fleeting glance at Uchiha before returning her gaze to Tsunade. "Do not worry. We will protect our homeland together," Tsunade assured. Understanding the depth of Kushina's words, she affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. "Yes, you were truly sweet." Chapter 33, The Prodigy of the Hokage Clan. As time passed, under the companionship of Tsunade, Uzumaki Mito, Nawaki, Uchiha Kageyaki, and Uchiha Makoto, Uzumaki Kushina gradually developed a sense of belonging to Konoha. Now aware that war could erupt at any moment, she dreaded the thought of Konoha suffering the same fate as Uchiha. She refused to let Uchiha Kageyaki and the others endure the same tragedy she had. Hokage cast a puzzled glance at Uzumaki Kushina before introducing herself with composed dignity. "I am Hokage, skilled in the gentle fist. There is nothing I particularly like or dislike. As for my dream, it is to become strong and seize control of my own destiny. To become strong and master one's fate? A noble ambition indeed." Tsunade's gaze lingered on Hokage with intrigue. While the Hokage main family was far from idle, few among them possessed such genuine drive. She hadn't expected her team to welcome a Hokage with such aspirations. Now, she would witness just how far Rinka could grow. Rinka met Tsunade's eyes with quiet confidence. Among Konoha's kunoichi, Tsunade stood as a paragon of strength, someone from whom she hoped to learn. "Very well. I'm already familiar with Kageyaki and Kushina's abilities. Now, you and Kageyaki will spar. Show me your full strength, unless you wish to be humiliated." Tsunade's lips curled into a smirk as she gestured toward Uchiha Kageyaki, mischief glinting in her eyes. Kushina, still young and inexperienced, would likely be no match for Rinka. But Kageyaki was different. Tsunade doubted anyone his age could rival him, not Nawaki, nor even Namake's Minato. The Jiraiya stubbornly believed Minato would one day surpass him. This spar would serve to temper Rinka's pride, ensuring she remained disciplined within the team. As for how Kagayaki and Rinka would coexist afterward, that was none of Tsunade's concern. If they proved compatible, they would forge an unbreakable bond, much like Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who despite their differences, trusted each other implicitly in battle. If not, Tsunade had contingencies. Kushina could return to the academy, Kagayaki could join Nawaki's squad, and Rinka, as a high GA main family member, would likely be barred from the front lines. Understood. Rinka blinked in surprise but quickly steeled herself. This was her chance to measure herself against the Uchiha's so-called prodigy. After all, she too was a hidden genius of the high GA, her skills rivaling high GA Hisashi's despite being a year younger. Let the high GA's finest witness the Uchiha's best. Uchiha Fugaku. I am the Uchiha's foremost genius. Rinka's gaze burned with determination, drawing a resigned sigh from Kagayaki. Of course Tsunade would make things difficult for him. Then, let us begin. Kagayaki formed the seal of confrontation, which Rinka mirrored. In an instant, she lunged forward like a panther, her palm striking toward him. Kagayaki parried, and the two descended into a rapid exchange of taijutsu. Their movements a blur of precision. The rhythmic clash of their blows filled the training ground, drawing a contemplative frown from Tsunade. Kagayaki's superiority was undeniable, despite his youth. He already possessed Nin-level prowess. Yet Rinka's performance surpassed expectations. What truly baffled Tsunade, however, was how Kagayaki fought as if he were a high GA himself. Without the Sharingan's predictive abilities, his counters mirrored the gentle fist flawlessly. Were it not for the absence of chakra disruption techniques, one might mistake him for a high GA. Unbeknownst to Tsunade, Kagayaki was far from comfortable. He had to defeat Rinka using pure taijutsu while avoiding her tenketsu strikes, lest he suffer an embarrassing defeat. Frustration gnawed at Rinka as her attacks were systematically dismantled. Kagayaki seemed to anticipate her every move, his mastery of taijutsu eclipsing hers. Gritting her teeth, she inhaled sharply, gentle fist art, 64 palms. Finally, Kagayaki's lips curled into a faint smile. The moment Rinka's first strike landed, his body dissolved into shadow. A clone? A shadow clone. When? Rinka's eyes darted wildly, but before she could react, Kagayaki's voice echoed from below. Earth release, headhunter jutsu. A hand seized her ankle, yanking her underground until only her head remained above the surface. Kagayaki stood over her, his handsome features framed by the sunlight. Rinka's face twisted with indignation. Yay, Kagayaki. You won. Kushina cheered, clapping excitedly. Kushina, she asked her teammate too, Tsunade chided, rolling her eyes before helping Kagayaki pull Rinka free. As she dusted the girl off, she arched a brow. You formed the shadow clone and transformation seals one-handed, using nearby rocks as cover. But Rinka possesses the Byakugan. How did you ensure she wouldn't see through it? Chapter 34. The first task assigned by Tsunade, the Byakugan can perceive the shadow clone technique, though it is uncertain whether it can fully see through the more advanced form of the technique. Uchiha could not recall if the Byakugan had the ability to penetrate the shadow clones in their earlier iterations. In any case, Kagaya Otsutsuki's Byakugan failed to discern the difference between a shadow clone and its original in an instant. Otherwise, she would not have fallen into traps during her battles with Naruto. This was merely an experiment, as the Sharingan could not unveil the intricacies of shadow clones. As for the Byakugan, the only way to find out was to try. Even if it failed, there would be no significant loss, and he could always employ alternative strategies to secure victory. Uchiha waved his fingers, his face adorned with a confident smile as he explained. It must be said that Senju Tobirama was truly cunning. To counter the Uchiha clan, he employed every conceivable method. Regular clones could be seen through by the Sharingan, so he developed the shadow clone technique. To combat Uchiha Izuna, he devised the Flying Thunder God technique to evade detection from the Manjiki Sharingan. He diligently studied water release to counter the Uchiha's fire release, mastering it to a degree surpassing even that of the Mizukage. Can you believe it? Even the dark technique was a product of Senju Tobirama's research, specifically designed to neutralize the Uchiha Sharingan advantage. No one had ever targeted the Uchiha with such relentless precision as Senju Tobirama did. While he could not contend with Aihamadara, he certainly had the upper hand against the ordinary Uchiha. Hinata Rinaka stood by, utterly speechless. How could one hold such disdain for oneself? Nevertheless, she had to concede that Uchiha's prowess indeed surpassed her own, particularly since he was 2 years her junior. This fellow truly deserved the title of the foremost genius. Tsunade nodded slightly. This assessment was predicated on Uchiha's strength exceeding that of Hinata Rinaka, thus rendering his actions entirely justifiable. However, Tsunade felt a tinge of disappointment that Uchiha did not defeat Hinata Rinaka through taijutsu to showcase his remarkable strength. Tsunade glanced at the time and proclaimed, well, now that introductions are out of the way and I have a general sense of your abilities, I will plan your training upon my return. The time has come to embark on our mission. I collected the task yesterday. Wonderful. We are about to undertake a mission. Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed eagerly. The prospect of performing a task, possibly involving combat with other ninjas, thrilled her. Even Hinata Rinaka, typically composed, displayed a flicker of excitement. As for her, leaving the village for a mission had become a fervent desire. Many from noble clans never had the opportunity to step beyond the village limits, let alone leave the land of fire. Uchiha's expression grew subtly complex. as he sensed that Tsunade might take advantage of this opportunity in a manner that would leave them at a disadvantage. When they arrived at the entrance of a hot spring establishment, Uchiha Youhei's apprehension escalated. Tsunade was undoubtedly orchestrating this intentionally. Tsunade, are you treating us to a soak in the hot springs? Uzumaki Kushina asked with hopeful anticipation. She had previously been brought here by Tsunade and found it immensely enjoyable. However, Tsunade had warned her to keep a close eye on Uchiha so that he would not become too enamored with the springs and forget to return home. Uchiha Youhei's eyelids twitched as he inquired, somewhat awkwardly, our mission isn't here, is it? Tsunade regarded him with a knowing expression. You are indeed clever. Your task today is to clean this hot spring. Can you manage that? What? Uzumaki Kushina and Hinata were left utterly dumbfounded. One was a former princess of the Uzumaki clan, and the other was the heiress of the Hyuga clan. How could they be expected to perform such menial work? Now Tsunade was asking them to clean the largest hot spring in Konoha. Who could say if they were capable of such a feat? Even if they could, it would surely exhaust them. Come on, I have faith in you. This is the first task for my team. I trust you until you let me down. If you fail your first mission, it could affect your future assignments. A glint of mischief danced in Tsunade's eyes. In her early days as a ninja, she had been assigned numerous tedious tasks by her mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, which nearly drove them to despair. Even Orochimaru had been affected by the strain. Now, she could pass on similar experiences to her own disciples. Perhaps this was the true joy of being a mentor? However, she was not entirely placing them in a difficult situation, as a ninja must often confront unpleasant circumstances if they could not even manage to clean a hot spring. Then there was little point in continuing. Lady Tsunade, welcome. The hot spring owner greeted her warmly upon her arrival. Yes, these 3 children will be cleaning the hot spring. Please provide them with the necessary tools. Also, arrange a private room for me, and prepare some snacks and beer, if you would be so kind, Tsunade instructed, pointing to Uchiha and the others. Of course, I will arrange everything immediately. The owner responded eagerly, fully aware of Tsunade's generous nature. Her current invitation for ninjas to clean the hot spring would likely exceed her usual expenditures. All right, you may begin your cleaning. Do not disappoint me. Tsunade waved them off and made her way to the private room arranged by the owner, leaving Uchiha and the others exchanging glances. Even Hinata expression was less than favorable at this moment. Let us get to work. If we complete this quickly, perhaps Tsunade-sensei will treat us to a soak in the hot springs afterward, Uchiha suggested, picking up a cleaning tool and sighing deeply. Kushina, wait for me. I will use shadow clones to assist. If you do not mind, you can also use shadow clones, and cleaning the hot springs could serve as a form of training. As Uchiha spoke, he stepped into the public hot spring, his feet touching the warm water surface. Walking on water is an essential part of a ninja's training, with significant demands on chakra control. You have yet to practice this technique, so this is a perfect opportunity for you to hone your skills. Yes, I understand. Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed, her face lighting up with realization. No wonder Tsunade had brought them here for the mission. It was indeed a training opportunity. And she had misjudged Tsunade's intentions. Hinata regarded Uchiha thoughtfully. Was it truly so? Regardless, it mattered little now, as they would seize this chance for training. Chapter 35, the wealthy Kushina as the esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan. Hinata had been bestowed with the finest training resources from a young age. She had already dabbled in water walking, albeit with limited proficiency. Seizing the opportunity, she aimed to enhance her skills further. Moreover, if Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha could accomplish it, why could she not? Talent is always acknowledged, and Hinata understood that Uchiha was significantly stronger than herself. Thus, she could accept him as the leader of their small team. Observing Uchiha and Hinata diligently at work, Uzumaki Kushina puffed her cheeks but obediently assisted them in their cleaning tasks. Their responsibilities included clearing away refuse and dealing with the impurities in the hot springs. Surely, helping to dispose of garbage and tidying up the area posed no issue? Witnessing this, Uchiha nodded slightly, contemplating that he should perhaps teach Kushina some basic skills like water walking and tree climbing upon their return. Given her remarkable chakra control, she could likely master these tasks within a day. Indeed, Uzumaki Kushina was a prodigy, aptly described as a miniature whirlpool. Her chakra possessed a suppressive effect on tailed beasts, and her chakra reserves exceeded those of Uchiha Mikoto by more than threefold. Her chakra manipulation was exceptionally proficient, brimming with an abundance of yang-release chakra, and her aptitude for sealing techniques was notably impressive. Such talent was quite rare even within the Uzumaki clan. It could be said that Kushina was significantly stronger than Naruto Uzumaki. However, with Ashura's chakra coursing through him, Naruto was undeniably unique in his own right. While they toiled away, Tsunade luxuriated in the hot springs, occasionally indulging in snacks and sipping beer, relishing the ease of her daily routine. If every task could be so enjoyable. Tsunade mused that being a mentor might not be such a burdensome role after all. How exhausting. Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed as she dispelled her shadow clones, massaging her temples. Even her resilient physique struggled to endure the workload. She glanced at Uchiha, who, unlike the Uzumaki clan, employed an even greater number of shadow clones. Did he truly manage to handle it all? Yet, it appeared that Uchiha possessed an even more substantial chakra reserve than she did. Was this truly the chakra capacity one would expect from an Uchiha? Indeed, it is somewhat tiring. Uchiha also recalled his shadow clones, quickly adapting to the situation. He had previously contemplated using shadow clones for training, but upon reflection, it seemed excessively taxing. The multi-shadow clone technique was classified as forbidden for a reason. When the clones vanished, the original must bear the corresponding memories, and not everyone could dismiss such burdens as Naruto could. Even Uchiha, at present, had to consider the ramifications of using shadow clones. Many could employ shadow clones, yet few could wield them with the finesse of Naruto Uzumaki. Even Senju Tobirama fell short in comparison. Alright, you both go find Tsunade. I shall seek out a private room, Uchiha instructed after coordinating with the hot springs proprietor. Should Tsunade decline to treat them, he could certainly cover the expenses himself. Uchiha Kagami had established commendable relationships for Uchiha, enabling him to integrate seamlessly into the Hokage faction. Otherwise, if other Uchihas attempted the same, without Kagami's influence, they might have resorted to hostility upon witnessing Yi's formidable prowess, not to mention the resources he had acquired. It was worth noting that the esteemed Uzumaki Minato was primarily guiding Uchiha. Additionally, Uchiha Kagami's legacy would ensure that, as long as Uchiha remained prudent and refrained from reckless ventures, he would be well provided for throughout his life. Similarly, Hinata Rika lacked financial woes. And though Uzumaki Kushina merely received an allowance from Uzumaki Minato, she was by no means impoverished. After securing Kushina's consent as the Uzumaki clan's foremost heir, Minato entrusted numerous sealing techniques to Konoha. In a gesture of goodwill, Sarutobi Hiruzen allocated several establishments to Kushina's name. Moreover, Minato had designated a considerable portion of his assets to her. Consequently, Konohagakure's acquisition of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques was well-deserved, unlike the underhanded tactics employed by other villages. Other villages may pillage, but such actions were not permissible for Konohagakure. This significantly bolstered the village's foundation. As for granting Kushina a modicum of wealth, Konohagakure was more than capable. In truth, these assets were originally donations from the Senju clan to the village. This initiative not only enhanced Konohagakure's reputation but also fostered loyalty among the Uzumaki, and if possible, it would be splendid to attract some of the displaced Uzumaki back to the fold. Fortunately, Tsunade proved to be an excellent mentor. Even if Kushina and her companions did not express their sentiments, Tsunade did not mind treating the trio to a soak in the hot springs. Building rapport with them could prove beneficial in the future, especially if she found herself in need of financial assistance. She had long coveted Kushina's allowance. Time rushed by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. During this period, Uchiha and his companions had diligently executed various intricate tasks within the village. Upon completion of their assignments, they trained alongside Uzumaki Minato or Tsunade. Each of them had experienced tremendous growth. Uchiha, in particular, had mastered several sealing techniques and had even begun to grasp the Flying Thunder God technique. However, the gap between his proficiency and that of Namikaze Minato remained vast, as did the distance from Senju Tobirama's level of expertise. His positioning and activation times were somewhat prolonged, indicating that Uchiha was still unable to employ the technique in combat. At most, it served as a means of swift travel. Nevertheless, this was more than enough to elate Uchiha. After all, it was the esteemed Flying Thunder God technique. Of course, he had yet to disclose this revelation to anyone, not even to Tsunade or Uzumaki Minato. This was not an act of concealment, as he had not truly mastered the technique. Without the ability to activate it instantaneously in battle, how could it be considered the Flying Thunder God technique? Chapter 36. The mentally sound Uchiha beyond the Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha's overall strength was visibly ascending at a remarkable pace. At his tender age, he was in a rapid phase of human growth, where physical development inherently spurred an increase in strength. Moreover, Uchiha had been diligently training during this time. Even if he were merely practicing sealing techniques and the Flying Thunder God technique, the enhancement would be substantial, not to mention, Uchiha was engaged in various other forms of training. Simultaneously, over the past 6 months, Uchiha had reaped immense benefits from the combat space. For instance, he had defeated the Uchiha Itachi of the Nin era, acquiring his combat wisdom, vanquished Uchiha Izumi during the massacre night, gaining her ocular power, triumphed over Queen Hebe, seizing control of the Dragon Vein, and bested Uchiha Sasuke from the first valley of the end battle, inheriting his lightning release talent. He had also overcome the young Yahiko, obtaining water affinity chakra, and defeated Senju Hashirama, acquiring his physical constitution. Additionally, he conquered Hebe, acquiring foundational knowledge of ninjutsu. With Uchiha's personal efforts, combined with the achievements amassed in the combat space, his abilities had subtly reached the level of a jonin, even hinting at the prowess of an elite jonin. Should this information circulate, it would likely cause widespread disbelief. After all, Uchiha was merely a 7-year-old child. A jonin at such a young age was astonishingly extraordinary. Even Aihamadara, upon hearing this news, would likely doubt its veracity, for both he and Senju Hashirama were far from being Uchiha's match at that age. In fact, the previous concerns of Uzumaki Mito regarding Uchiha were amplified, especially upon witnessing his Sharingan unexpectedly evolving into the Three-Tomo state. Uzumaki Mito was left astounded. Uchiha was no ordinary Uchiha. One does not simply evolve the Sharingan at will. At times, Uzumaki Mito found herself questioning whether Shinji Tobarama's theories on the Sharingan had faltered, yet these theories were grounded in substantial evidence that even Aihamadara could not refute. However, Uchiha Youhei's Sharingan seemed to evolve merely by his declaration. When awakening his Sharingan, it had been stimulated, transitioning from 1 Tomoe to 2, and then to 3. Without any external provocation, Uchiha Youhei simply asserted evolution, and it manifested. His mental state appeared entirely normal, prompting them to conclude that Uchiha Youhei might be a unique variant of Uchiha, defying conventional logic. One day, after completing the weeding task, Uzumaki Kushina looked at Tsunade with a disgruntled expression. Sister Tsunade, when will we undertake other missions? I am utterly fed up with these chores. Each day consists of cleaning, searching for people, capturing dogs and cats, or helping to pick fruits. What is the point of this? We came here to train. Kushina's discontent drew the attention of Uchiha Youhei and Hyuga, both of whom had also grown weary of such tasks. Despite the considerable guidance from Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito during this period, which had indeed accelerated their growth, they were not mere laborers. Tsunade crossed her arms and directed her gaze at Uchiha Youhei. What about you? Do you share the same sentiment? What missions do you wish to undertake? This squad comprised a lone Uzumaki orphan, a Hyuga heiress, and a Uchiha prodigy. Should they leave the village, other villages and bounty hunters would surely take notice. Wouldn't that be even better? Kushina exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she waved her fist. We are not weaklings. Hyuga eyes sparkled with excitement. She yearned to battle formidable opponents and train with Uchiha Youhei, feeling little sense of accomplishment as his strength far surpassed her own. She believed she was no weaker than a Nin, yet Uchiha Youhei was simply too formidable. Let's attempt a mission. Uchiha Youhei contemplated for a moment before speaking. Regardless, we cannot remain hidden in the village forever. Humph. Tsunade scoffed lightly, then turned her gaze to the others, witnessing Kushina and Rin's eagerness. A smile graced her lips. Very well, prepare yourselves. Tomorrow we shall venture out of the village to undertake a mission. Is it really possible? Kushina inquired, her face alight with anticipation. I originally did not intend to take you out so soon, but since you all are so insistent, I shall allow you to witness the reality of battle. Tsunade cast a cunning glance at the trio. Yay! Kushina exclaimed, her joy uncontainable. After enduring 6 months of laborious tasks, she felt as though she could hardly bear it any longer. Each day involved exhausting chores, filled with dirt and grime. After returning home, she had to study sealing techniques with Mito, leaving her utterly drained. Thankfully, it seemed their arduous days were finally drawing to a close. Observing Kushina's exuberance, Tsunade's eyes glimmered with mischief. Recently, both within and outside the village, the atmosphere had been anything but tranquil. It was the perfect opportunity to reel in some unsuspecting prey. What Tsunade did not voice was that she was far more popular in the black market than Kushina and the others. Their little squad embarking on a mission would almost seem as if they were inviting trouble. Monkey, are you truly allowing Tsunade's team to undertake a mission? Shimura Danzo questioned. Dissatisfaction etched across his face as he regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking his pipe. Recent failures in the wood-release experiments had left Danzo uncertain. Once again casting his gaze upon Uzumaki Kushina, their last line of defense, how could she possibly leave Konoha? There have been an increasing number of pests in the village, and I require you to handle certain matters, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, gazing intently at Danzo. I trust that you will ensure their safety, yes? Are you asking me to protect them? Danzo frowned. I am quite busy, and my men are investigating intelligence in other countries, especially in the Land of Rain, where Hanzo could declare war on us at any time. I hardly have the time for such matters. Chapter 37 Shadows in the Dark. Regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention to fish for information, Shimura Danzo was quite supportive, yet he found himself lacking in manpower. The losses sustained by the Root during the incident in the Whirlpool Village were severe, and recovery was still underway. Although Root had managed to regain some strength, it was currently engaged in extensive investigations and sowing discord among other ninja villages. Konoha was not afraid of war. Facing 2 opponents was feasible, but against 4, it was beyond Konoha's current capacity. It was imperative to incite chaos among the other villages. At this stage, as long as Danzo did not aspire to the Hokage position and focused on external forces, he was still considered a competent ninja, due to his character. He garnered substantial support from the pro-war faction within Konoha. According to my intel, spies from the Cloud Village had been frequently seen around Uzumaki Kushina, likely plotting against her. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, his gaze becoming profound as he mused. Perhaps this could be an opportunity to expose the spies from the Cloud Village hidden within their own ranks. Danzo regarded Hiruzen intently and replied, I can lend you 2 Root squads, but beyond that, I'm currently unable to provide any more. Very well. I shall have Tsukumo accompany them. Hiruzen nodded noncommittally. He had great confidence in Hatake Tsukumo, who consistently executed his tasks flawlessly, demonstrating immense strength and an unwavering dedication to his work, a truly impeccable ninja. Also, grant me an additional 10 million ryo. My research funds are running low. Danzo seemed to have recalled something and pressed for financial support from Hiruzen. Hiruzen frowned. Danzo, war is imminent. Konoha requires funds in various areas. 10 million seems excessive. Humph. Excessive? Not at all. This is for the wood-release experiment. If successful, it will yield far more than 10 million ryo, Danzo retorted with a huff. Hiruzen opened his mouth, pondering the logic behind such financial demands. However, considering the current situation, he ultimately decided to stretch the budget. Realizing that 10 million could indeed be scraped together. The following day, Uchiha Itachi gathered early at the village gate, and by 7 o'clock, Tsunade's team was ready. Noticing the diamond-shaped mark on Tsunade's forehead that had not been there the day before, Itachi's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated Tsunade had developed the Ine seal. This was a significant enhancement for her, indicating steady progress over the past year. The devastation of the Whirlpool Village and the sacrifice of Uchiha Kagami, along with the turmoil among the nations, had undoubtedly placed considerable pressure on the people of Konoha. It was likely that not only Tsunade but also Jiraiya and Orochimaru had made strides during this period. It remained uncertain whether the three of them together could contend with Hanzo. Let us go. Seeing the trio's spirited demeanor, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, waving her hand decisively. Stay close, do not lag behind. With a sidelong glance at the corner, she took the lead, sprinting swiftly outside of Konoha. Uchiha Itachi and his companions promptly followed suit. The audacity with which Tsunade's team exited the village elicited a rueful smile from the staff responsible for entry and exit registration. Indeed. While regular ninjas were required to log their departures, certain ninjas were exempt, Tsunade being one of them. This privilege was not solely due to her Senja lineage, rather. It stemmed from the fact that Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru had been working within the Umbu for years and had not yet severed ties with that organization. As they departed, the Umbu members exchanged gestures with them, rendering it inappropriate for the guards to impede their exit. Shortly after Tsunade's departure from Konoha, 3 Umbu squats, led by a silver-haired ninja, slipped through a secret passage, closely trailing Uchiha Itachi and his companions. Tsunade led the way, yet she maintained a controlled pace. Observing Itachi and the others keeping up with apparent ease, which pleased her. This young boy exhibited commendable speed and physical prowess. In terms of explosive speed, Itachi's might even surpass her own. Hinata Rin, as a member of the Hyuga clan, also followed the path of taijutsu, exhibiting remarkable speed, which was expected. Surprisingly, Uzumaki Kushina, with her commendable physique, managed to keep pace as well, indicating that in addition to her studies in sealing techniques, she had not neglected her physical training during this time. It appeared that the rigorous tasks she had assigned to them were indeed beneficial. Tsunade was not merely subjecting Uchiha Itachi and the others to arduous D-rank missions for the sake of torment, it was also a form of training. With the intention of testing their limits, Tsunade unconsciously quickened her pace, gradually pushing the youngest among them, Uzumaki Kushina, to her limits, causing her breathing to become erratic. Subsequently, Hinata Rin also began to struggle, while Itachi, theoretically the weakest in terms of physique, managed to maintain a steady breath. It was noteworthy that in terms of physicality, the Uchiha clan could not compare to the Hyuga or the Uzumaki. Seeing their limits, Tsunade chose not to accelerate further and instead reduced her speed to a manageable level for all. In a cavern within the Rain Country, the aged Aihamadara sat before the Outer Path Divine statue, his back connected to it through special tubes, drawing life force from the statue. Not far from him, Zetsu awaited attentively, accompanied by numerous White Zetsu. Suddenly, a White Zetsu emerged from the ground, exclaiming in a peculiar tone, "Lord Madara. The child of the Uzumaki clan has left Konoha. At last, they have departed Konoha?" A playful expression crossed Madara's face. Inform the Cloud Ninjas of this development. If possible, assist them in abducting Uzumaki Kushina. Then, relay this information to Konoha, urging Uzumaki Mito to take action herself. Understood. The White Zetsu promptly melded back into the earth. Chapter 38. Uchiha Madara's scheme. Lord Madara, will this action alert Uzumaki Kushina to our presence? After White Zetsu departed, Black Zetsu hesitantly inquired of Uchiha Madara. I fear that Uzumaki Kushina may have already begun to sense something. Uchiha Madara scoffed dismissively. Her existence poses a threat to our plans. To ensure Nagato inherits my eyes, we dismantled the Uzumaki village to prevent the Rinnegan from falling into their hands. I did not anticipate that Uchiha Kagami would discern my control over the Mizukage, compelling me to eliminate him. As he spoke, Madara sighed, acknowledging Uchiha Kagami's remarkable talent. It was regrettable that the Uchiha had betrayed their own, particularly Kagami, who became a disciple of Senju Tobirama. This further fueled Madara's disdain, leading to Kagami's demise. Ironically, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan he now wielded belonged to Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami dared to oppose you, Lord Madara. He has sealed his own fate. Black Zetsu flattered. Moreover, it is said that Kagami's son has now become Tsunade's disciple. Hailed as the Uchiha's greatest prodigy, rumors suggest his talent rivals that of Uchiha Kagami. Is he the granddaughter of Hashirama? Madara pondered, recalling how Hashirama had once urged him to embrace that child, an invitation he had declined. As for Uchiha Itachi, he had been overlooked by Hyuga. Without siblings, Uchiha Itachi's talent would amount to little more than a shadow of his predecessor. Without brothers, Uchiha Itachi cannot attain the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Perhaps Uchiha Kagami's eyes could assist him, for it has never been stated that the Manjiki Sharingan of father and son cannot merge. However, such power shall not be bestowed upon Uchiha Itachi while it remains in my possession. Even the most gifted will face blindness in their pursuit, posing no threat to us. It is better to reserve it as a stepping stone for Nagato. Black Zetsu sensed an undercurrent of irritation at Itachi's apprenticeship under Tsunade. Why must it always be the Uchiha serving the Senju, rather than the other way around? Truly, those Uchiha remaining in Konoha have lost their spirit. Uzumaki Kushina is with Tsunade, presenting us with an opportunity. Black Zetsu's gaze deepened. If we abduct Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina, it may provoke Uzumaki Naruto. If Lord Madara intervenes, capturing the Nine Tails may not be impossible. Yet such an act would reveal my continued existence, Madara countered, shaking his head. Though I possess the Outer Path Golem to sustain my vitality, my combat prowess is diminished following the relinquishment of the Rinnegan. Uzumaki Naruto, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, could likely survive another decade or so. I may not be able to eliminate him swiftly. It is wiser to let him engage in conflicts with other villages. Regarding Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina, they are not our true targets. Merely sowing discord among them will suffice. Pausing, Madara continued, moreover, we must incite true chaos within the ninja world. If all villages turn against Konoha, it will surely falter, undermining our plans. We must incite discord among the villages as much as possible, creating opportunities for Nagato's growth. Indeed, your will shall be done, Lord Madara. A glimmer of ambition flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes. Like Madara, he felt that Uzumaki Naruto must perish. As long as Naruto remained alive, White Zetsu would not dare to enter Konoha. The more turmoil within the ninja world, the more Nagato would thrive. Madara's resurrection would take time. And now was the moment to weaken the forces of the ninja world. The Uzumaki clan was nearly extinct. The Uchiha and Senju lineages must continue to be diminished. After issuing his commands to Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara sighed deeply. Were it not for the complications presented by Uzumaki Kushina, he would have hesitated to take action against her. She had once been one of his few remaining friends. During the early days of Konoha's establishment, he often visited Senju Hashirama, where Uzumaki Kushina warmly welcomed him. She was quite the cook, he recalled fondly. Madara remembered how, when Konoha was founded, Uzumaki Kushina brewed several barrels of sake, claiming they would be enjoyed after 10, 20, or 30 years in Konoha. Alas, his struggles against Senju Hashirama rendered such matters trivial. After the infinite Tsukuyomi, true peace would be achieved. Whether it be Senju, Hashirama, or Uzumaki Kushina, they would all be resurrected within the infinite Tsukuyomi. As for Senju Tobarama, he was better forgotten. He did not deserve to live. Uchiha Madara sought to create a world devoid of Senju Tobarama. Tsunade led Uchiha Itachi and the group at a brisk pace, pausing only when fatigue set in, before resuming their journey. After a day's travel, they had covered over 200 kilometers from Konoha, a speed surpassing that of a marathon. Observing the breathless and weary Uzumaki Kushina and Hyuga Rin, Tsunade glanced at the seemingly unfazed Uchiha Itachi and decided to halt. Let us rest here for the night. Here? Uzumaki Kushina surveyed the towering trees, her expression betraying her displeasure. Although she had endured hardships during the fall of the Uzumaki village, the day's relentless running and the prospect of resting outdoors felt excessively harsh. Do you wish for a roof over your head? Tsunade shot a disapproving glance at Uzumaki Kushina. Ultimately, we are on a mission, and this environment is relatively favorable compared to others. In the land of rain, for instance, it rains incessantly, and the ground is perpetually muddy, making rest impossible. Uzumaki Kushina could indeed take refuge in the trees, which offered greater safety. Uchiha Itachi pointed to a large tree, then retrieved a pack of compressed biscuits from his backpack, tearing it open and offering a piece to Uzumaki Kushina after taking one for himself. The young girl had not experienced true hardship. Under Tsunade's guidance, she had gained substantial training. Nevertheless, Uchiha Itachi could not help but care for her. Despite her lack of a princess syndrome, Uzumaki Kushina exhibited a charming naivety and exuberance, endearing her to those around her. Chapter 39, Troubling Times. Uchiha found nothing amiss with Uzumaki Kushina. After all, she was merely a 7-year-old child. Was it too much to expect her to behave with the rigidity of Hinata Ranaka? That would be utterly dull. Children should embrace their youthful nature. And Uzumaki Kushina was no delinquent. On the contrary, she was quite sensible, merely expressing her thoughts freely in the presence of loved ones and those she held dear. In truth, Uchiha felt a deep dissatisfaction with his surroundings, not only here but also with the village life he had encountered upon his arrival. This world lacked the conveniences of online shopping and food delivery, devoid of mobile phones and computers. Absent were the delights of mobile and computer games. And there were no enchanting maidens dancing for him on video platforms, nor were there various benefactresses offering their favors online. Such a world felt incomplete. Were it not for his transposition into a realm like Naruto, where strength was paramount, Uchiha would undoubtedly seek to establish various online enterprises. It was imperative that applications showcasing beautiful women emerged. As a traveler from another time, his adult soul struggled to acclimate to such rudimentary conditions, let alone Uzumaki Kushina. She pursed her lips but refrained from further complaints, knowing that if she persisted, Tsunade would likely send her back to the Ninja Academy, thus thwarting any hopes of undertaking missions outside of Konoha. Hinata Ranaka silently observed this exchange before retrieving 2 soldier pills, popping them into her mouth. She then glanced at a nearby sturdy tree and swiftly scaled it with remarkable agility. By the way, what is our mission this time? Uchiha inquired, directing his gaze towards Tsunade. It is primarily to witness bloodshed, Tsunade replied, producing the mission scroll and tossing it to Uchiha. As he unfurled the scroll, his mouth twitched in disbelief. A spy base discovered within the Land of Fire? They expected their small team to handle this? Wasn't this the work of the Umbu? This was their first assignment outside of Konoha, and they had yet to see any blood. Surely, a blood mission should involve battling rogue ninjas or confronting bandits, right? His words drew the attention of both Uzumaki Kushina and Hinata Ranaka, with the latter astonished that Tsunade would assign them such a task. However, the more arduous the mission, the more enticing it became for Hinata Ranaka. Her recent advancements in strength had been rapid, yet it still fell short of her expectations. She craved formidable opponents to push her further. As for battling Uchiha, she was not so foolish as to entertain such thoughts, sensing that he concealed his true capabilities during their sparring sessions. What kind of blood mission is this? Despite his musings, Uchiha returned the scroll to Tsunade, his heart racing with anticipation. He too yearned for a duel against a powerful adversary. In the realm of combat, he could fight without restraint, yet in reality, he had to face each opponent with utmost caution. Otherwise, he might find himself in a dire predicament, much like Rope Tree. Well then, enjoy yourself. Tsunade observed Uchiha's enthusiasm and recognized his satisfaction with the mission. Indeed, no matter how affable the Uchiha clan might be, they possessed a warrior spirit. After we eat, we will rest. Tonight, we will take turns keeping watch. I will take the first half, and the three of you will take the second half, Tsunade continued. Had they been outside the Land of Fire, or if Kakashi Hitaki had not accompanied them, Tsunade would have been hesitant to assign 3 children to guard duty, even if their physical capabilities seemed exemplary. Regrettably, Uzumaki Kushina had yet to awaken the same prophetic eyes as her grandmother, which would have significantly enhanced her sensory abilities. Very well, Uchiha acquiesced. I sense someone is following us, Uzumaki Kushina whispered in Uchiha and Appo's ear during their watch. Oh. Uchiha regarded her with a mix of curiosity and surprise. He recalled that she had not awakened any special sensory abilities. When had she developed such perceptiveness? As we departed from Konoha, Mito Grandma provided me with some protective items, and I discovered I could sense the intentions of those around me. Uzumaki Kushina beamed with pride. Today, she was particularly joyful, realizing that Uchiha held a favorable view of her, even more so than Tsunade. Not only Uchiha, but Hinata Ranaka also regarded her with kindness, signifying that she had been accepted as a friend. This filled Uzumaki Kushina with elation. Shortly after their departure from Konoha, she sensed a group trailing them, some harboring malicious intent, while others were benevolent. Uchiha's eyelids twitched. Could it be that Mito had bestowed upon Kushina the chakra of the Nine Tails? Moreover, it seemed likely that this chakra had been refined by Mito, for otherwise, Uzumaki Kushina's current physique would struggle to handle such energy. Even if she could endure it, she would find it challenging to wield effectively. Hinata Ranaka's expression shifted as she activated her Byakugan, scanning the surroundings before imperceptibly nodding at Uchiha. It must be the village's Umbu. Our mission is to engage a spy base, but we may be the bait to draw them out, Uchiha speculated after a moment of contemplation. Hinata Ranaka frowned slightly, clearly agreeing with Uchiha's assessment, yet such a notion left her feeling quite unsettled. Anyone would feel discomfort being treated as a target. In truth, there was nothing surprising about this. If their small team continued to exist, they would inevitably attract the attention of hostile forces, and their bounties would likely rival those of Tsunade and her team. Uchiha waved his hand dismissively. We need only focus on our tasks at hand. Trust in our comrades, trust in Tsunade-sensei, and trust in our village. At this, both Hinata Ranaka and Uzumaki Kushina fell silent. What more could they say? To speak further would imply doubt towards their village and Tsunade. Not far away, Tsunade, who had fallen asleep, wore a smile, a sign that these children were not foolish. Chapter 40. The role of Uzumaki Kushina and Hyuga Ranaka in the wilderness. Conditions for rest are inherently limited. Even with Tsunade and her companions taking turns keeping watch, their sleep remains precarious. Fortunately, they are not ordinary individuals. They are ninjas. Recently, Tsunade had tasked them with various peculiar assignments. From cleaning public restrooms to tending to livestock and clearing manure, they have endured much and become accustomed to the hardships. Although these tasks did not significantly enhance their combat prowess, they certainly fostered their resilience. Early the next day, after a brief tidy-up and a modest meal, they hastened towards their mission point, arriving at a valley by midday. This is the place. Let us take a moment to recuperate before we deal with the enemies inside. Tsunade assessed the valley for a moment and turned to the three of them, saying, This time, you will decide how to proceed with the battle. Uchiha turned his gaze towards Hyuga Ranaka. I will rely on you. Hyuga Ranaka nodded slightly and formed a hand seal. Byakugan. Activate. The scene within the valley instantly unfolded before her Byakugan. 6 chakra signatures appeared, 3 of which were relatively weak, 2 moderately strong, and 1 overwhelmingly powerful. The strongest one is mine, the remaining 5 are yours. Is that acceptable? Uchiha drew the Raijin sword from his back, knowing that tactical maneuvers were unnecessary here, as the valley was easily defensible with only a single accessible entrance. Can you spot any traps? Uchiha inquired. While the Byakugan reveals many things, it cannot detect all traps. Hyuga Ranaka shook her head slightly. Let me handle it. I can use the shadow clone technique to trigger all the traps. Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed eagerly, considering her contribution. In terms of strength, she was far behind Uchiha, and even Hyuga Rinaka currently surpassed her, especially with the advantage of the Byakugan. This left Uzumaki Kushina feeling a twinge of frustration. However, she realized that she could indeed use the shadow clone technique to set off traps. No, I'll take care of it. Uchiha Youhei's eyes transformed into the three Tomoe Sharingan. He anticipated numerous traps inside, such as explosive tags and shurikens, which were fundamental hazards. He was confident in his speed, with sufficient swiftness. Those hidden weapons would not threaten him. If worst came to worst, he could always rely on the Flying Thunder God technique. Although its activation was relatively slow and unsuitable for battles against powerful foes, it was more than adequate for dealing with ordinary ninjas. Help me check for any flammable materials. Uchiha Youhei instructed Hyuga Rinaka. There are many. Their houses are wooden, but there is a water source within the valley, Hyuga Rinaka replied. Her tone somewhat subdued as she contemplated their approach. After a brief hesitation, Uchiha Youhei asked, "How many explosive tags do you have?" "Explosive tags? Let me see." Uzumaki Kushina rummaged through her belongings and produced a handful of explosive tags to hand to Uchiha Youhei. Uchiha Youhei accepted the tags and glanced at Hyuga Rinaka, who silently presented a storage scroll filled with explosive tags. "What kind of teammates have I assembled?" Uzumaki Kushina had dozens, if not hundreds, of explosive tags. While Hyuga Rinaka stored hers in a scroll, they seemed remarkably well prepared for their mission. Reflecting on his own lack of sufficient explosive tags made him realize that if he had such resources, he could dominate the battle space. "Thank you. I'll lure them out." "You two wait at the valley entrance," Uchiha Youhei instructed the two, casting a glance at Tsunade without seeking her assistance, aware that this was her trial for them. Uchiha Youhei was not one to cower. Rather, the Uchiha blood within him surged with excitement. Be careful," Uzumaki Kushina urged him promptly. "Don't worry. It's just a matter of setting a fire," Uchiha Youhei replied confidently with a smile before vanishing from their sight. Such swift body flicker technique. Hyuga Rinaka clenched her fist, believing she understood Uchiha Youhei's strength. Yet, she had never been able to push him to utilize his body flicker technique. Highlighting the vast gap between them, Tsunade crossed her arms and let out a light huff. "That guy has many tricks up his sleeve." As she spoke, Tsunade furrowed her brow. For some reason, her conscience had been weighing heavily on her lately, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Sometimes, an overly heavy conscience is not necessarily a good thing, especially in battle. Hyuga Rinaka fell silent, acknowledging that Uchiha Youhei was indeed concealing much. Instead of charging directly into the valley, Uchiha Youhei maneuvered along its edge, using wires to construct various small devices on the trees. After some time, he took a deep breath and swiftly dashed into the valley. With an acceleration, he easily breached the valley's defenses. His violent entrance triggered the traps within, unleashing a flurry of shurikens and kunai towards him. However, Uchiha Youhei emanated a brilliant lightning aura, further enhancing his speed, allowing him to effortlessly navigate through the trap-laden area. Simultaneously, he swung the Raijin sword, deflecting the incoming projectiles. Who goes there? The sudden intrusion of Uchiha Youhei quickly alerted the occupants of the valley. In response, a massive fireball surged towards them. Fire style, Grand Fireball technique. A fireball approximately 10 meters in diameter hurtled towards them, prompting evasive maneuvers that inadvertently ignited the structures behind them. With the houses ablaze, explosions resounded from the valley's edge as trees toppled into the valley, followed by tremors as countless stones rolled inward. Uchiha Youhei swiftly retreated towards the valley's entrance. Chapter 41. Uchiha Youhei, the sign of early demise in an instant. The valley was ablaze with flames, and smoke billowed into the air. This fellow. At this moment, Tsunade could not possibly be oblivious to what Uchiha Youhei had just done. He must have used the Raijin blade to chop down trees. If the people of Konoha, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, were to find out, they would surely be furious. Is the Raijin blade meant for felling trees? However, Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle softly. After all, the Raijin blade was merely a weapon. Since it had been entrusted to Uchiha Youhei, how he chose to employ it was entirely his prerogative. Alright, it's your turn now. If anyone attempts to flee in another direction, I shall intervene. Tsunade instructed Hinata Rinaka and Uzumaki Kushina, granting them permission to act. The two promptly dashed toward the valley's entrance. Damn that young Uchiha. 6 ninjas burst forth from the base, and upon seeing the diminutive figure of Uchiha Youhei, adorned with the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, the leader couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment. A child with the 3 Tomoe Sharingan was a rarity, and never before had he encountered one so young. This was inconceivable. He realized the potential threat posed by this boy was immense, and he could not be allowed to remain alive. Even if their entire team were to perish, they must eliminate this Uchiha brat, for he would undoubtedly become a grave danger to the village in the future. The leader charged at Uchiha Youhei, who deftly wielded the Raijin blade to parry the massive shuriken hurled at him. Clang, clang. The two engaged in a swift exchange, their weapons clashing repeatedly. As the battle raged on, other ninjas prepared to encircle Uchiha Youhei. Just then, Uzumaki Kushina and Hinata Rinaka arrived on the scene, promptly joining the fray against the remaining ninjas. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Tsunade stealthily infiltrated the valley. Gazing at the fiery expanse, she sighed deeply. Much evidence and many clues had been lost. It seemed imperative to capture the enemy to unearth further intelligence. Just as she was about to depart, her gaze fell upon a particular direction, and her pupils dilated in shock as she approached a spot and picked up a vial. Upon opening it and taking a faint whiff, her expression changed dramatically. Highly toxic. It appeared to be the venom of a giant salamander. Far more potent than the typical toxin. This vial of venom, if utilized correctly, could easily claim the lives of hundreds, if not thousands. One could only wonder how much of this lethal substance they had brought. It seemed this outpost belonged to the land of rain. A glint of coldness flickered in Tsunade's eyes. While she indeed cherished peace, it did not imply that any nation could provoke Konoha at will. If it were other great nations, Tsunade might have understood to some extent, but now even the land of rain dared to challenge Konoha. Did they think Konoha too easy to bully? After a moment's hesitation, Tsunade decisively pocketed the vial of salamander venom. This would provide a perfect opportunity to study Hanzo's salamander toxin. If she could develop an antidote, it would significantly weaken Hanzo. Upon Tsunade's emergence from the valley, the battlefield had been divided. Uchiha was fiercely battling an elite rain ninja, while Uzumaki Kushina and Hinata Rinaka were effectively coordinating against 5 other rain ninjas. This was unexpected for Tsunade. She initially had little faith in Kushina and Rinaka, for their usual rapport was not particularly harmonious. Yet, their synergy in combat was commendable. Especially impressive was Uzumaki Kushina, who, at such a tender age, had mastered the shadow clone technique, even employing it in battle, which brought Tsunade a sense of pride. To guide such a talented team was gratifying for Tsunade, and seeing the 3 without immediate danger, she chose to observe from the sidelines, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. For the trio, this was a valuable experience. However, Tsunade felt entirely in control of the situation. Yet, the rapid growth of young Uchiha was astonishing. He was already capable of engaging in combat with elite ninjas. Although this particular elite was from the land of rain and slightly weaker than those from the 5 great nations, his strength surpassed that of an average chunin. Uchiha's performance was hardly representative of a mere 7-year-old child. If given another year, it was conceivable that he could become a chunin. The prospect of an 8-year-old chunin seemed unbelievable. Even her grandfather was unlikely to have been this formidable at such an age. Was this boy truly on a path to surpass Aihamadara? This scene had not gone unnoticed by Kagaya's manifestations, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. It appeared that Konoha had strong individuals in their midst. White Zetsu conveyed his findings to Black Zetsu. There are at least 3 teams trailing from 2 kilometers away, led by the recently prominent Kakashi Hitaki. Relying solely on White Zetsu's clones would not suffice to contend with them unless Lord Madara himself intervened. Then let us lure the others from different villages this way, Black Zetsu replied, showing little interest in Kakashi, deeming him just an ordinary ninja unworthy of attention. In the end, it was Uchiha who piqued Black Zetsu's interest, not merely for awakening the 3 Tomoe Sharingan at such a young age. For ordinary Uchiha, such early activation could be detrimental. The Sharingan possessed an extreme in release. If one's in release was too potent without the body-keeping pace, it could lead to ocular diseases. Take Aihamadara, for instance, as the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. If he had awakened the Sharingan too early, the chakra would likely have forced him to close it. Uchiha, awakening the 3 Tomoe Sharingan at 7, was a clear sign of early demise. Yet, the aura surrounding Uchiha left Black Zetsu somewhat perplexed. This presence resembled Indra's chakra, though it was not yet definitive. After all, the manifestation of Indra's chakra was difficult to discern before the awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan, a feat even Black Zetsu could not accomplish. Chapter 42. The small nation must have the awareness of a small nation. Koretsu was quite familiar with Indra and Apos, as chakra, having devoted centuries to its study. He had examined nearly every incarnation of Indra's chakra, discovering that before the awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the chakra aura of Indra's reincarnation was merely a shade more sinister than that of an ordinary Uchiha. Its ocular power surpassed that of others of the same rank. Perhaps Ashura's reincarnations could sense the presence of Indra's, but Koretsu could not. Uchiha bore some resemblance to the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, but Koretsu soon dismissed the thought. As long as Aihamadara was alive, a second reincarnation of Indra's chakra was impossible. Could it be that Indra, fearing that a single reincarnation could not contend with Ashura's, decided to split his chakra, creating 2 reincarnations to face Ashura together? Such a notion was absurd. Moreover, if Uchiha were indeed the reincarnation of Indra and Apos, as chakra, he could not possibly awaken the 3 Tomoe Sharingan at such a tender age. Despite Uchiha's evident genius and formidable appearance, Koretsu knew that within 3 years, he would face monumental challenges. Whether or not he could awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan was uncertain, and even if he did, his body would not withstand the overwhelming power of the in release. Thus, Uchiha could not be the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, no matter how prodigious he appeared. He could not endure for long. Soon, Koretsu disregarded Uchiha. No matter how talented, he was ultimately destined for demise. Konoha would never provide Uchiha with the cells of Senju Hashirama. Of course, if one day Uchiha found himself in despair, Koretsu might consider recruiting him, offering him a second chance at life. Yet, that possibility hinged upon Uchiha experiencing profound hopelessness first. Koretsu then cast his gaze upon Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina, and Hokage. They were all gifted ninjas, yet they posed no significant threat to the grand scheme. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the catalyst for the Second Shinobi World War would rest upon these few individuals. Let them perish, let more of them perish. The Rain Ninja observed Uchiha Ichi and Appo's increasingly adept maneuvers, feeling a pang of anxiety within. Initially, he had considered leveraging his adult physique to gain an advantage in battle. No matter how talented the opponent, he remained a child. However, the Rain Ninja soon realized that despite being a mere child, Uchiha Ichi exhibited remarkable strength, seemingly surpassing his own. The most critical factor was speed. Apart from Lord Hanzo, he had never encountered anyone faster than this Uchiha youth. Uchiha Ichi was still just a child. If given more time, would Konoha produce another Uchiha Kagami? In this era, the name of Aihamadara had begun to fade, replaced by Uchiha Kagami, a well-known ninja of Konoha. Thankfully, Uchiha Kagami was already deceased. Just the lament of a defeated dog, he thought. You must be a Rain Ninja. Yet you dare provoke us, Konoha? Who granted you such audacity? Hanzo? A small nation must possess the awareness befitting its size. Your existence merely serves as a source of missions for the great ninja villages and a strategic buffer for the great nations. What delusion has led you to believe you can challenge the great nations? As Uchiha Ichi launched his assault, he taunted, At first, I was merely testing your strength, considering you a worthy sparring partner. But now, I have lost all interest. Though you may be a Jonin, perhaps even Hanzo and Appo's right hand, your abilities are ultimately limited. With the resources of the Land of Rain, it is challenging to cultivate a cadre of powerful ninjas. Uchiha Ichi had inadvertently reached a point where he no longer regarded ordinary Jonin as worthy adversaries. The next step would be to confront elite Jonin and even shadow-level ninjas. He wondered when the Second Shinobi World War would erupt. He found himself anticipating it, eager to enhance his skills through conflict, earn prestige, and gain recognition within both the Uchiha clan and Konoha. For now, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still willing to support him. He needed to grow rapidly, swiftly enough that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Mito would be unable to change their attitudes toward him in time. Uchiha Ichi wielded the Sword of Thunder God, parrying the Rain Ninja and Appo's attacks while swiftly forming hand seals with his concealed left hand. In an instant, the blade crackled with lightning, and the sound of countless birds filled the air. Uchiha Ichi and Appo's speed surged dramatically, and his three Tomoe Sharingan spun rapidly. The Rain Ninja, infuriated by Uchiha Ichi, momentarily froze, evidently ensnared by his Jinjutsu. Seizing this opportunity, Uchiha Ichi plunged the Sword of Thunder God into the opponent and Appo's heart. Just like that, Uchiha Ichi murmured, not even realizing that one cannot meet the eyes of an Uchiha in combat. This is the fate of the Land of Rain. He sensed that he might have been underestimated. After all, he was an Uchiha. Subsequently, Uchiha Ichi shifted his gaze toward the battleground of Uzumaki, Kushina, and Hyuga, noting their excellent teamwork. However, they were outnumbered, forcing them to endure attacks with limited means of retaliation. Yet, a purely defensive stance was not sustainable. Tsunade, arms crossed, observed their struggle, and upon witnessing Uchiha Ichi dispatch his foe, she nodded slightly in approval. Evidently, Uchiha Ichi had exceeded her expectations. He had indeed eliminated a Jonin. Though the Jonin of small nations could be formidable, many were still inferior to Konoha and Appo's elite Jonin. In some small nations, a Jonin could even become the leader of a village. Uchiha Ichi and Appo's performance was nothing short of remarkable. Alas, to protect him, this feat must remain concealed. Otherwise, he would gain fame far too early. This child was merely 7 years old, yet Uchiha Ichi appeared to surpass the prodigy his grandmother had described. As the Rain Ninjas realized their leader had fallen, they quickly chose to flee, scattering like birds and beasts. Chapter 43. Uncertainty surrounding one and Appo's own little cabbage, however. At this moment, it was already too late for them to flee. Uchiha had long since entered the hunting phase, before they could take more than a few steps. He charged towards the Rain Shinobi, radiating sparks and lightning. In the mere blink of an eye, 3 Rain Shinobi fell beneath the blade of the Thunder God. As for the remaining 2, Uchiha chose not to pursue them further, instead delegating their capture to Uzumaki, Kushina, and Hyuga. Tsunade had sent them on this mission precisely for the purpose of shedding blood. If they were to spare everyone, then their ordeal would have been in vain. Engaging in combat was hardly different from their usual training sessions. They needed to grow, and some lessons could not be learned solely through the support of others. This was not a game like Honor of Kings or League of Legends, where one could merely assist others in securing kills. Uchiha acknowledged that each member of the team possessed their own value, yet some victories were better shared. Seeing that Uchiha had no intention of claiming every kill for himself, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. In a flash of movement, she appeared beside him. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, I did not expect you to remain so emotionally stable after taking a life. What did you feel the first time you killed someone? Uchiha regarded Tsunade with a hint of curiosity. Truthfully, he felt little at all. Certainly, the fallen were living beings. Yet the education he received from a young age taught him that they were invaders, deserving of their fate. If he were to adopt a more empathetic stance, he could convince himself that they were merely living their lives, which would alleviate any guilt. What? You say Uchiha is also one of them? How does that even compute? His heart is as timid as a rabbit and Appo's. Moreover, this is the shinobi world, not a simple life. As for the relationship between Uchiha and Uchiha Makoto, both Uzumaki Kushina and Hyuga treated them well. How could one explain that? Was this not for the glory of their nation? Ultimately, one must embrace a dual standard. Under such reasoning, Uchiha Youhei felt little emotional turmoil. He believed his composure was remarkably stable, almost uncharacteristic of an Uchiha. However, Uchiha Youhei would not articulate his inner thoughts. Even if he did, others would find it challenging to comprehend. As for me, I feel nothing. Tsunade reflected on her own initial experiences. Jiraiya had outright vomited. And while her own experience was not particularly pleasant, she had at least managed to refrain from such an outburst. Conversely, Orochimaru remained disturbingly unfazed. As ninjas, if one ventured out to take lives, one must also accept the possibility of being killed. Ultimately, it was those who cared for us who would suffer. Uchiha Youhei spoke with a somber tone. Thus, we must strive to enhance our strength, to prevent our own deaths and ensure the demise of our enemies. Tsunade fell silent, taken aback by Uchiha Youhei and Appo's words. Yet upon reflection, his sentiments bore considerable wisdom and resonated with the will of fire. After all, Uchiha Youei's essence was rooted in the protection of those he cherished. He would feel sorrow for the loss of friends and loved ones and would fight to safeguard them. At times, death indeed serves as a form of liberation. The departed feel nothing, while it is the living who bear the pain. Tsunade stepped closer, gently ruffling Uchiha Youei and Appo's hair, her voice softening. So, to spare others from sorrow, you must take good care of yourself. Regarding Uzumaki, Kushina, and Hokage, Tsunade held little concern. Most of their time would be spent within the safety of Konoha. It was improbable that both would encounter misfortune there. If such an event were to occur, what significance would Konoha hold? At this stage, Tsunade remained confident in Konoha and Appo's strength. Indeed, Uchiha Youei and Appo's face broke into a confident smile. He was less worried about himself and more concerned for Rope Tree and Uchiha Mikoto. Primarily, his apprehension centered on Uchiha Mikoto, who, in the original narrative, had not graduated early and had instead joined the Konoha Guard after graduation, eventually marrying Uchiha Fugaku. However, the current Uchiha Mikoto was a disciple of Orochimaru, and more critically, a teammate of Rope Tree, whose companions were still quite perilous at this juncture. Moreover, Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade treated him exceptionally well, and Rope Tree was a friend. Uchiha Youei wished to avert disaster for them. Uzumaki, Kushina, and Hokage ultimately did not disappoint Uchiha Youei and Tsunade. Faced with the two remaining range shinobi, they exerted considerable effort and successfully subdued them. After dispatching their foes, both Uzumaki, Kushina, and Hokage bore expressions that were less than favorable, particularly Hokage, whose once pale visage had turned ghostly white. Are you all right? Uchiha Youei approached the two, his concern evident. I and Appo's, am fine. I and Appo's, ve seen worse, Uzumaki Kushina replied, her gaze dimming as she recalled the devastation of the Whirlpool Village. Uchiha Youei nodded slightly, shifting his attention to Hokage, who feigned strength, shaking her head in assurance. Well, this outpost has been secured. As a reward for your efforts, we shall rest in a nearby town. No need to endure mosquito bites in the wilderness today. Are you not pleased? Tsunade declared with a wave of her hand. Can we take a bath? Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina immediately began chattering excitedly. I want a grand feast and to soak in a hot spring. Tsunade shot her a bemused glance. This child seemed even more extravagant than herself. Surely, she had led her astray. Very well, I shall treat you to a grand meal. As for the hot springs, we must first ascertain if the town possesses a bathhouse. Tsunade conceded, reflecting on the mission at hand. Yay, Tsunade, you are a wonderful person. Hokage regarded Tsunade thoughtfully for a moment, recalling their previous conversation about the Umbu, and seemed to grasp Tsunade and Appo's intentions, ultimately remaining silent. Uchiha Youei wiped the blood from the Thunder God's sword, sheathing it with anticipation gleaming in his eyes. The range shinobi they had encountered were merely an appetizer, not the main course. He eagerly awaited the battles to come. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Youei's prowess had drawn the attention of Kakashi Hatake and the Root ninjas from afar. Although they were formidable, being jonin, Uchiha Youei had emerged victorious, slaying his adversary. What level of power did this young man truly possess? Chapter 44. The significance of Hinata Ranaka to Uchiha Youei. You truly are formidable. Those ninjas were no match for you. You dispatched them with such speed. Upon arriving in the small town, Tsunade treated her companions to a delightful feast, while Uzumaki Kushina eagerly exclaimed between bites. Ultimately, the adversaries were merely rain ninjas, lacking the prowess of those from Konoha. In truth, you two demonstrated commendable skill, as the two of you managed to hold off 5 ninjas, among whom was more than one nin. Uchiha Youei savored a piece of succulent beef. Extolling the virtues of Uzumaki Kushina and Hinata Ranaka. Suddenly inspired, he retrieved a storage scroll from his waist and tossed it to Hinata Ranaka. Inside are numerous explosive tags. They may prove useful in the future. Indeed, Hinata Ranaka possessed considerable wealth. Uchiha Youei had once believed himself affluent and indulgent, but in the presence of Hinata Ranaka, he felt somewhat remiss. Her storage scroll contained no less than 500 explosive tags. What ordinary genin would venture on a mission with such an abundance? Certainly, not Uchiha Youei, nor would even Uchiha Fugaku carry such a quantity. It was not that the Hinata clan surpassed the Uchiha clan in strength, rather, the former possessed greater wealth. In reality, two Hinata clans could not compare to a single Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan did not exploit its members as the Hinata main house did. The clan leader and elders of the Uchiha would likely face rebellion from the ordinary Uchiha if they attempted such exploitation. Unlike the Hinata clan and Appo's absolute control over their members, the Uchiha did not employ such measures. In fact, besides the Hinata, no other clan exerted such complete dominance over their kin. Even the Tsutsuki clan on the moon could not achieve this. Otherwise, they would not have faced extinction. Hinata Ranaka stored the scroll away, showing no curiosity about how many explosive tags Uchiha Youhei had utilized or how many remained, nor did she concern herself with whether he had taken more than his share. It appeared that she had confidence in Uchiha Youhei in this regard, or perhaps she simply did not care. After all, a few explosive tags were not worth much, likely no more than what an ordinary genin might earn over the course of a year. Tsunade-sensei, how long do we need to stay in this small town? Hinata Ranaka inquired, glancing meaningfully at Tsunade. Tsunade smiled knowingly, sensing that Hinata Ranaka had grasped something significant. If all went as expected, Uchiha Youhei likely had his suspicions before they departed Konoha. Tsunade then turned her gaze to the gleefully devouring Uzumaki Kushina, who seemed blissfully unaware, exhibiting a rather naive demeanor akin to that of Naruto. Fortunately, Uchiha Youhei was present. Otherwise, Tsunade would genuinely worry that Kushina might be deceived. Conversely, Uchiha Youhei posed the greatest threat. Uzumaki Kushina harbored no defenses against him. Should he ever betray her, she would be oblivious, perhaps even assisting him in counting his ill-gotten gains. However, Kushina's affairs were not her concern. Tsunade's grandmother held Uchiha Youhei in high regard, treating him no less favorably than she did Naruto. It seemed she would not interfere with their relationship. Yet, Uchiha Youei's ambiguous connection with Uchiha Mikoto left much to be desired. Such a fickle-hearted man was rather exasperating. It appeared that whichever choice he made would leave the other in a pitiable state. Fortunately, the ninja world did not adhere to a monogamous system, though there existed an unwritten understanding among many. Tsunade's grandfather, the daimyo, had more women than she could count. Let us rest for a day and resume our journey tomorrow. Preparing for the next mission, Tsunade retrieved a mission scroll from her robes. Since we have left the village, we might as well undertake several tasks. Uchiha Youhei, Hinata Ranaka, you two have already completed enough missions and demonstrated sufficient strength. Once we return, you should be eligible for promotion to CH Nin. At which point I will recommend you for the CH Nin exams. Hey, why can he and Ranaka take the CH Nin exam, but not me? Uzumaki Kushina protested, glaring indignantly at Tsunade. To qualify as a CH Nin, one must be a ninja. Although you are accompanying me on this mission, you are still technically a student of the Ninja Academy, not even a genin yet. How could you possibly become a CH Nin? Tsunade replied, casting an exasperated glance at Kushina, who was being rather ungrateful. Once war commences, Uzumaki Kushina would find herself in the safest position. Tsunade secretly wished that Naruto and Uchiha Youhei could remain in school indefinitely, never having to become ninjas. Oh, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly realized, having not yet graduated. The thought of Uchiha Youhei and Ranaka becoming CH Nin while she remained a mere student was rather humiliating. What is our next mission? Uchiha Youhei was not particularly interested in the CH Nin exam. Even if he were to attain the rank, it would not make him the youngest CH Nin in Konoha. Indeed, he felt somewhat restrained. Just 6 months prior, even if he had wished to apply for the CH Nin exam, Tsunade and the others would have denied him that opportunity. This was a form of veiled protection for Uchiha Youhei, granting him half a year to mature healthily. As long as he did not encounter an exceptionally formidable adversary, he could confront challenges with composure. We are to escort 3 nobles from the Land of Rivers to the capital of the Land of Fire. Tsunade paused before elaborating. Currently, relations between the great nations are rather tense, and war could erupt at any moment. Smaller nations may very well become battlegrounds, and even nobles could find themselves ensnared in the conflicts of the ninja world. Some daimyos who favor Konoha and have ties to the Land of Fire are naturally inclined to seek refuge in the capital. I see, Uchiha Youhei pondered, nodding. Such a mission was not particularly daunting for them. However, entering the territory of other nations, was that truly without risk? Uchiha Youhei regarded Tsunade with incredulity. It seemed she had cast aside all pretense, as if they were merely bait for enemies. Moreover, it was not only they who could attract hostility. Tsunade, as the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju and Konoha's foremost medical ninja, would undoubtedly draw attention as well. Chapter 45. Sarutobi Hiruzen begins to waver. Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken aback by the news that Uchiha Hitomi had already achieved the rank of Jonin. Shimura Danzo hurried into the Hokage's office, his tone tinged with displeasure as he addressed Hiruzen. A Jonin strength? No wonder he is the child of Kagami. Hiruzen's expression momentarily faltered before he responded with delight. Uchiha Hitomi's exceptional talent, coupled with the guidance of Uzumaki Mito, had resulted in him attaining Jonin-level strength at the tender age of 7 or 8. While it felt astonishing, it was not entirely beyond comprehension. How foolish. He is an Uchiha. Danzo's incredulity was palpable. He could not fathom how Hiruzen could be pleased by Hitomi's prowess. Did Hiruzen not remember the difficulties they faced upon their return to Konoha, striving to support Hiruzen's ascension to Hokage while the Uchiha obstructed their path? With Hitomi already possessing Jonin strength, was it not conceivable that he could reach a Kage level by the age of 10, rivaling Aihamadara by 15? At that point, would Konoha heed Hitomi's command, or would it still belong to them? If Hitomi aspired to become Hokage, would they oppose him or not? Danzo could tolerate Hitomi's genius, but not to the extent that it jeopardized his own power and obstructed his ambition to become Hokage. After all, he is the child of Kagami. Hiruzen momentarily processed Danzo's implication, then took a drag from his pipe, speaking earnestly, regardless, he is our nephew. He will undoubtedly become a pillar of Konoha in the future. Moreover, with the impending ninja world war, the stronger Uchiha Hitomi becomes, the better it is for us. I would welcome him being on par with Aihamadara. It would deter other villages from making any rash moves. One unspoken thought lingered in Hiruzen's mind. Uchiha Hitomi was, in every sense, his disciple and kin. Over the past year, Hiruzen had treated Hitomi well, providing weapons and ninjutsu, ensuring he lacked for nothing. If Hitomi truly grew to rival Aihamadara, wouldn't he need to achieve some military merit? Perhaps it would be wise to set a modest goal of unifying the ninja world. Then, when this feat is accomplished, all would recognize it as Hitomi's achievement. Under the governance of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as Hitomi matured, Hiruzen could pass the mantle of Hokage to him, fostering a harmonious coexistence. This option seemed increasingly acceptable. However, Danzo appeared to harbor a bias against Hitomi. Despite Hitomi's amiable nature and Mito's endorsement, Danzo remained skeptical. Even if Hitomi was an Uchiha, his mentors, Tsunade and Mito, along with Hiruzen himself, had occasionally imparted lessons to him. No one in Konoha had roots as deep as Hitomi's. If Hitomi were not committed to Konoha or the will of fire, would his own father, Sarutobi Sasuke, not have taken on the Uchiha name instead? The Uchihas are uncontrollable. Danzo glared at Hiruzen, frustration evident in his voice. This matter cannot be concealed for long. Eventually, the Uchiha will not remain compliant. What if they leverage this during wartime? Moreover, do not forget the Manjiki Sharingan. Even Kagami once stated that awakening the Manjiki would radically alter an Uchiha's temperament, leading them to become increasingly radicalized. This is why Kagami developed a deeper affection for Konoha. Hiruzen regarded Danzo with a nuanced expression. Rest assured, as Hitomi's uncle, even if he becomes Hokage in the future, he will not make things difficult for you. How dare you? Danzo erupted in incredulous laughter. Who wishes to see Uchiha Hitomi as Hokage? That is mine. Anyone competing for the position against me is my adversary. He felt like a mere jester. Ultimately, Danzo unveiled his trump card. What if you utilized the village's resources to support the Sarutobi clan? When the Senju clan disbanded, after you became Hokage, many resources meant for the commoners were appropriated by your Sarutobi clan. While you, Hiruzen, may not have taken a single thread from the people, what of your clan? All the talented ninjas in your family occupy key positions, while those lacking talent are relegated to safe roles in the finance department, ninja academy, and medical division. Can you genuinely claim there is no issue with this? Not to mention, even your uncle, Sarutobi Koder, has a dog with an official position. Hiruzen's eyes glinted sharply. Danzo, are you threatening me? This is not a threat, merely a revelation of reality. Uchiha Hitomi may not pose a threat to you, but what of your family? Do not forget, he will have to take care of the entire Uchiha clan. Konoha does not have enough positions for everyone. Do you believe Hitomi will spare them? Danzo's tone turned icy. Hiruzen, since you became Hokage and your family started reaping benefits, we no longer have a path for regret. If you do not consider your own interests, think of your clan. Hiruzen fell silent. Were it not for Uchiha Hitomi's exceptional abilities, he would have favored Orochimaru as the next Hokage. Orochimaru, being an orphan, would not impact the Sarutobi clan, and they could have supported him, mutually benefiting each other. Once Orochimaru became Hokage, they could then support a common ninja to ascend to the position, ensuring the Sarutobi clan's continued security and establishing itself as a standard Hokage faction. In theory, Hiruzen should have perceived this, yet the pressures of war were overwhelming, and he desperately hoped for Uchiha Hitomi's swift growth. Hiruzen, Uchiha Hitomi requires restraint. He is no longer suitable to be the counterbalance against the Uchiha. Why not entrust him to me? My roots need someone of his caliber. I will nurture him well. Raising him as the heir to the roots, that would be a fitting tribute to Kagami. Danzo spoke confidently. Hiruzen's gaze bore into Danzo's, causing the latter to feel a shiver run down his spine, as if Hiruzen could see through him. After a prolonged silence, Hiruzen finally spoke. Uchiha Hitomi will not join the roots. He is Kagami's child, and I choose to believe in him. Despite Hiruzen's rejection of Danzo's proposal in that moment, he no longer referred to Hitomi as that child, but instead used his full name, indicating that Danzo's words had indeed made an impact on Hiruzen's heart. Chapter 46. Danzo is still too naive. You will regret it. Shimura. Danzo gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with palpable dissatisfaction. With Uchiha High, he could cultivate him into a tool for his own ambitions, and then the position of Hokage would be his. The ninja world would be unified under his command, rendering the first, second, and third Hokage inconsequential before him. The fourth Hokage, Shimura Danzo. He envisioned himself as the true architect of Konoha's strength. poised to prove Senju Tobarama wrong. He was the most suitable candidate for Hokage. However, Hiruzen's unwillingness to cooperate left Danzo frustrated. I am the Hokage, Danzo. Hiruzen emanated an aura befitting a leader, regardless of what the future holds. Uchiha Youhei is a ninja of Konoha and the cornerstone of our village's future. You must not lay a hand on him. Humph. Danzo scoffed, storming out, leaving Hiruzen to sit in contemplation, staring blankly at the door. He knew that Uchiha Youhei was indeed the right choice, yet for the sake of his own clan, he had to forsake him. Nonetheless, he would not truly oppose Uchiha Youhei. He would still be a good Hokage and a supportive uncle to Youhei, albeit offering less assistance in the future. When Youhei competed for the Hokage position, he would refrain from providing support. I'm sorry, Youhei, a Hokage bound by family ties cannot be a good Hokage. To prevent you from facing the same dilemmas I did, I must ensure you do not become Hokage. I trust you will understand my intentions in time. With this thought, Hiruzen's gaze turned resolute. If all went as expected, Danzo would likely target Uchiha Youhei, and he would merely need to lend Youhei some help when necessary. Danzo was still too inexperienced. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Youhei, the conversation between Danzo and Hiruzen would unfold in such a manner. Had he known, he might have been driven to despair, realizing that he had previously defended Hiruzen, dismissing the Hokage conspiracy theories as mere nonsense. He had believed that once he joined, concerns about being suppressed would be momentarily set aside. Yet here he was, facing suppression at the tender age of 8. Unlike before, this time Tsunade deliberately slowed her group's pace, resembling a leisurely outing. Along the way, she guided the three in their training, imparting wisdom about their journey, sharing anecdotes from her past travels, and recommending notable hot springs and delicious food. By the way, young man, it seems your lightning release has made considerable progress, Tsunade remarked, observing Uchiha Youhei practicing his lightning release along the way, unable to suppress her admiration. If SHU had your level of dedication, I would have no worries. Indeed. I have made some advancements recently. I heard that the Reikage possesses a lightning chakra mode that not only grants immense destructive power and terrifying speed, but also enhances defense. Unfortunately, I have yet to encounter them, or else I would delve into studying it thoroughly. Uchiha Youhei's talent in lightning release had already become renowned in the ninja world. One could mock Sasuke for either being beaten or on the verge of being beaten, yet one could not deny his talent in lightning release. Sasuke's very essence was that of the god of thunder. He had mastered the Chidori in a remarkably short time and later developed it into various forms. Every ninja possesses unique talents. Uchiha Fugaku's dismissal of Sasuke's talent simply because it paled in comparison to Itachi's proficiency in fire release was akin to dismissing Naruto for his lack of skill in sealing techniques, deeming him unworthy of the Uzumaki clan. As for Sasuke's defeat by Killer Bee after awakening his Manjiki Sharingan, was that not to be expected? Was Sasuke at his peak during that time? While he had indeed awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, he had yet to master it. The cursed seal techniques he had once relied on were obliterated by Itachi. If Sasuke had triumphed, it would have been the true anomaly. At that stage, Sasuke was likely inferior even to his past self when battling Itachi, as he had not yet found his fighting style. Upon acquiring Sasuke's lightning release talent, Uchiha Youhei effortlessly conducted research on the lightning bird technique, which appeared not to be particularly challenging. Lightning chakra mode? I certainly do not wish to confront those individuals. Tsunade's lips twitched. The lightning chakra mode was not something an ordinary ninja could learn. Mastering it required at least the strength of an elite Genin. And there were likely very few in the entire Cloud Village who had mastered it. Given Uchiha Youhei's current stature, he would struggle to withstand the assaults of such powerful foes. Tsunade believed it best that Youhei avoid such encounters. I find myself quite eager for such encounters. Though I would prefer to steer clear of the third Reikage, Uchiha Youhei admitted, harboring a degree of apprehension towards the third Reikage. In terms of overall strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen might not be inferior to the third Reikage, yet in a one-on-one confrontation, the third Reikage would likely surpass him. Presently, even if Youhei awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, without exceptionally powerful ocular techniques, he would not stand a chance against the third Reikage. While the Manjiki Sharingan was formidable, it was not invincible. What you currently lack is experience in battle and time. In the future, you will not fall short of them. Tsunade comforted Uchiha Youhei, patting him on the shoulder. However, have you started to grow? You must have shot up at least 10 centimeters this year. You call that growth? I've probably advanced 3 levels this year. Uchiha Youhei mumbled to himself, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. If he were to express them aloud, his fate would likely mirror that of Jiraiya. I doubt it. It's merely normal growth. As a medical ninja, you should be able to discern that. Uchiha Youhei paused before adding. It could also be related to my recent training in lightning release. The lightning stimulates physical development, though I suspect I still have a few years before significant growth occurs. Very well, it seems you will not grow much more, Tsunade remarked, assessing Uchiha Youhei's cells with a slight nod. You should be able to grow quite tall, perhaps even exceeding 185 centimeters. If SHU were to find out, he would likely weep, as Youhei had already caught up with him in height. I'd be quite pleased if I could reach 178 centimeters in the future. Chapter 47. The discovery of White Zetsu. The rope tree will indeed grow taller, and a height of 178 is not considered short. Orochimaru. Well, he is nearly 180. In fact, nearly half of the adult males in the Uchiha clan do not reach 178. Therefore, there is no need for excessive concern. Moreover, height does not correlate with strength. The Hokage is not particularly tall, yet this does not diminish his prowess. Uchiha sincerely advised. Hopefully, that is the case. Despite both parents being of average height and a grandfather of considerable stature, Tsunade sighed in resignation. If he is too short, it may be challenging to find a partner in the future. You need not worry about that, right? Being slightly shorter or less attractive does not significantly impact one's prospects. As long as the rope tree grows strong, possessing both capability and background and wealth. Speaking of money, Uchiha looked at Tsunade with uncertainty. It seems that acquiring wealth for the rope tree would be quite difficult, as any amount would hardly suffice for Tsunade's extravagant lifestyle. Perhaps it is best not to trouble another's daughter. Given the rope tree's personality, it is quite normal for him to be a pampered younger brother. He has been graduated for over half a year, and it is said that his salary has been entirely claimed by Tsunade, leaving him without even the funds to buy snacks. With Tsunade's propensity for extravagance, even the daughters of prominent families would hesitate to marry the rope tree. Uchiha recalled many who had traversed into the Naruto world, making Tsunade their primary target. He genuinely wanted to commend their bravery, unafraid of financial ruin. Not to mention, even Uchiha had lent Tsunade money before, thankfully managing to uphold his boundaries and not succumbing to her requests, or else he would certainly have lost that fortune. Tsunade is indeed skilled at making money, but her spending far outpaces her earnings. Sensing Uchiha's peculiar gaze, Tsunade looked at him discontentedly. What do you mean by that? The rope tree is still young. He should not be hiding money. I'm merely acting in his best interest. Fine, you are indeed looking out for him. Uchiha silently mourned for the rope tree for a moment, but said nothing further. Let Tsunade continue to be a burden to him. Humph. Tsunade snorted lightly, deciding to cease her conversation with Uchiha. She had come to realize that Uchiha would not support her gambling endeavors, proving to be rather ungrateful. It would be better to foster a good relationship with Hinata. As for Uzumaki Kushina, that was not a viable option. She would surely inform her grandmother of Tsunade's gambling habits, unlike Hinata, who regarded money with less seriousness. Tsunade, our safety is entrusted to you. True to her reputation, Tsunade commanded respect wherever she went. Not only was she recognized as the princess of Konoha by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, but her status as the foremost medical ninja in Konoha also garnered acknowledgement from many nobles. As affluent individuals, they naturally desired skilled doctors to treat them when ill or injured. Befriending Tsunade could very well mean preserving their lives in the future. In the minds of many, they would rather offend the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, than incur Tsunade's displeasure. Do not concern yourselves, you have contributed financially. We also appreciate your trust in the Land of Fire. Tsunade waved her hand, signaling them to board the carriage promptly, as they had a journey ahead. In this world, the status of nobility remains quite high. Although at times, Uchiha could not comprehend why these seemingly powerless commoners could command the loyalty of so many capable individuals. During the Great Ninja Wars, it was generally the ninjas who participated, with little impact on the true nobility. For instance, during the Fourth War, Mizuki's Chirumi may still needed to protect the daimyo. Such useless entities should simply be left to perish. Should the ninjas exhibit even a hint of indifference, it is likely that Akatsuki and White Zetsu would not concern themselves with these individuals. These nobles also maintained a contingent of ninjas and samurai for protection. Though there were fewer than 10 nobles, they were guarded by over 100, with numerous carriages laden with wealth. Not to mention, even Uchiha and his companions were afforded a carriage for their movement. Do you think those people would take action? Inside the carriage, Uchiha abruptly inquired of Tsunade. Hinata quickly turned her gaze towards Tsunade. This matter was crucial to their true purpose for being out here, accompanying Tsunade in a gamble for their lives. If she were unwilling to reveal the truth at this moment, it would render her an unreliable teacher. What does this mean? Are other villages plotting against these nobles? Uzumaki Kushina regarded Uchiha with suspicion. No, we are the greatest bait. Uchiha slightly shook his head, his gaze deepening. Since our departure from Konoha, numerous ninjas have followed us, most of whom are members of the Umbu. They are not here to protect these individuals, but rather to safeguard us. If other villages were to learn of our team's situation, they would undoubtedly target us. Us? Uzumaki Kushina blinked. No wonder Mito grandma advised me to be cautious. So it is this matter. However, why are there still individuals harboring malice toward us, and so close at that? Oh, Kushina, you sensed it? Tsunade quickly inquired of Uzumaki Kushina, who possessed the ability to sense the intentions of others, inherited from her grandmother. Previously, Mito grandma left a trace of chakra on me, which enables me to do so. Uzumaki Kushina scratched her head, opening the carriage curtain and pointing to a nearby tree. There is something up in that tree. Uchiha focused his thoughts. He did not perceive anything, but, considering Uzumaki Kushina's sensing ability, it was evidently a power belonging to the Nine Tails. He soon conjured a possibility, White Zetsu. Since it has emerged, let the ninja world descend further into chaos. He swiftly drew a kunai and, following Uzumaki Kushina's indication, hurled it toward the tree. Just as the kunai was about to embed itself into the trunk, a white phantom darted from the tree to evade the projectile. What is this? Tsunade's pupils constricted. Even she had never encountered such an anomaly. Without allowing others to react, Uchiha's figure flashed, and he appeared before White Zetsu, wielding the Raijin's sword, lunging toward it with intent. Chapter 48. What exactly did Danzo study? Under attack. The moment Uchiha burst forth, the samurai swiftly reacted, drawing their weapons and surveying their surroundings. It appears we have been discovered. White Zetsu emerged, displaying no hint of panic, instead wearing a mischievous grin. Is it truly White Zetsu? One wonders if Black Zetsu is also observing the vicinity. And what of Aihamadara? Who is White Zetsu fixated upon? These nobles? Unlikely. They lack the stature to warrant his attention. Hinata Rika? She is merely of the Hyuga clan, not of the Otsutsuki lineage. It is probable that Aihamadara and Black Zetsu do not regard the Hyuga clan with any significance. Even the Hyuga main family would not be deemed worthy of their consideration. As for Tsunade, it seems improbable. After all, she is not just any ninja, having frequently undertaken missions beyond Konoha. If Madara truly intended to act against her, he would have done so long ago. Could it be myself? A troubling premonition washed over Uchiha. Could it be that my young age and the awakening of my 3 Tomoe Sharingan have drawn the attention of Madara and Black Zetsu? Or perhaps it is the Indra Chakra within me that has caught Black Zetsu's eye. However, the most likely target is undoubtedly Kushina Uzumaki, who may very well be the future host of the Nine Tails. Madara would be remiss not to keep a watchful eye on her. Uchiha then contemplated another possibility. Had Uchiha Kagami been eliminated by Madara? The Manjiki Sharingan is not invincible. Yet those who awaken it often ascend to prominence within the ninja world. Even when faced with formidable foes, they can typically retreat unharmed. Yet, Kagami had been effortlessly dispatched. Only a handful of individuals in the ninja world possessed the capability to achieve such a feat. The notion of betrayal lingered in his mind. Previously, Uchiha had speculated that it could have been Danzo Shimura's doing, or perhaps a scheme orchestrated by the Uchiha clan leader. However, it now seemed that Madara himself was a plausible suspect. The thought ignited a flicker of murderous intent within Uchiha's eyes. Though he shared little emotional connection with Kagami, he was still his father. If Madara was indeed responsible for Kagami's demise, then he felt compelled to confront him. Gradually, Uchiha sensed his ocular power intensifying. With a swift motion, the sword of thunder pierced White Zetsu's chest. What? I've been pierced. Am I to perish now? White Zetsu poked at the sword lodged in his chest, tilting his head before collapsing. What on earth is this? Tsunade stealthily approached Uchiha. Her expression grave as she regarded the fallen White Zetsu. It appears he has no fear of death and lacks blood. Could this not be his true form? The ninja world is rife with peculiar techniques, so Tsunade's hypothesis is not without merit. Earlier, when he was concealed, my Byakugan failed to detect him. Hinata Rika's expression darkened at the recollection. As a member of the Hyuga main family, she held great confidence in her Byakugan. Regarded as one of the 3 great ocular jutsu of the ninja world, it undoubtedly carried its own pride. As for the legendary Rinnegan, Rika had never encountered it, leaving her unaware of its true potency. Yet, the Sharingan, when evolved to the Manjiki Sharingan, indeed surpasses the typical Byakugan in prowess. Of course, the Byakugan has its own trump cards, but once utilized, the backlash is beyond their capacity to withstand. Typically, the Byakugan is renowned for its reconnaissance abilities, yet this time, they failed to notice the presence lurking among them, leaving Rika somewhat disheartened. Does the Byakugan truly lack the ability to detect such threats? Tsunade's expression turned exceedingly serious. If such beings proliferated undetected, would they not be vulnerable to various infiltrations? Indeed. Rika nodded, her countenance grim. Kushina, do you sense anything? Tsunade directed her gaze toward Kushina Uzumaki, inquiring. I can sense some, over there, and there, and there, and over there. Kushina closed her eyes, briefly attuning herself before gesturing in multiple directions. Before Uchiha could react, White Zetsu's form gradually materialized. This is bad. They've discovered us. Can the Uzumaki clan's sensory techniques truly detect us? That seems implausible. We were not uncovered during our infiltration of Whirlpool Village. It is the power of the Nine Tails. This girl is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Upon White Zetsu's emergence, a cacophony ensued, with him darting in all directions. Do not let them escape, Tsunade commanded, leading the charge toward one of the White Zetsu. Uchiha, Kushina Uzumaki, and Hinata Rika hastily followed suit, launching their assault against the White Zetsu present. In that moment, even someone as carefree as Kushina understood that these White Zetsu were no benign entities. Though she may be somewhat naive, she was not dim-witted. The palpable malice emanating from them was unmistakable, and she could not allow them to evade capture. Fortunately, it seemed that Black Zetsu and Aihamadara underestimated Uchiha's ability to detect White Zetsu, as they had not deployed an overwhelming number. Through their combined efforts, the group easily apprehended and even eliminated all of the White Zetsu. What are these creatures? They do not bleed, and it appears they lack internal organs. Kushina stared at the White Zetsu she had slain, utterly bewildered. Within Tsunade's team, Kushina had learned much, as Tsunade had nurtured her as a younger version of herself. Thus, Kushina had delved into medical ninjutsu, yet upon encountering such a being, her mind was filled with questions. Are these truly human? These creatures' Tsunade's expression darkened considerably. If her observations were correct, these beings seemed to exude an aura reminiscent of wood release. Earlier, one of the White Zetsu even attempted to assault her with wooden spikes. Could it be that they are all experiments related to wood release? Tsunade possessed some knowledge regarding the research conducted by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo Shimura, yet she had refrained from intervening. Not to mention that her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, had turned a blind eye to the matter. Historically, the earliest experimentation on wood release in Konoha had been conducted by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Even Tsunade found it difficult to voice any objections. What monstrosities has that scoundrel Danzo unleashed into the world? Chapter 49. The actions of Black Zetsu. These beings do not appear to be human. Uchiha Youhei observed a White Zetsu clone and remarked that they resemble plants more than people, lacking even the basic organs. Tsunade, her expression grave, nodded in agreement. She ultimately refrained from disclosing to Uchiha Youhei that these might be products of Konoha's wood release experiments. It was not a matter of distrust towards Uchiha Youhei, rather, he was simply too young to be exposed to such sordid affairs, which could potentially alter his perspective. Tsunade resolved to safeguard the innocence of these youths, ensuring they remain oblivious to the darker aspects of the village until they reach the age of 15. The true darkness within the village stemmed from her granduncle, Senju Tobarama. Furthermore, there were outsiders present, nobles and samurai, making it impractical to reveal such matters to them. She produced a storage scroll to collect all the White Zetsu bodies. Despite her suspicions that these might be products of the wood release research, she considered the possibility that the White Zetsu were not there to harm them, but rather to protect, or more precisely, to monitor them. Hadn't Uzumaki, Kushina mentioned that these beings harbored malicious intent towards them? It was impossible that this was the work of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade could only surmise it was Shimura Danzo. Indeed, Danzo was up to no good. Her granduncle's decision to prevent him from becoming Hokage had been the right one. First, she would store these entities away and revisit the matter upon their return to the village. Tsunade quietly explained that she would ensure her mentor would reprimand Danzo. If Danzo possessed a team with such stealth capabilities that even the Byakugan could not detect, how would anyone maintain their privacy in the future? Should they proceed with this mission? A sense of foreboding loomed over Uchiha Youhei. He felt that something would go awry this time. He harbored doubts about Aihamadara's involvement. If Madara were truly to intervene, their team would be doomed. Having progressed to this point in the mission, it was not their place to refuse. Tsunade subtly gestured towards the nearby noble carriages, then nonchalantly remarked that since Kushina could sense their presence, it was not a significant issue. Moreover, weren't their seniors present? As long as the opposing side did not feature an extraordinarily powerful entity, they would face no problems. However, it was unlikely that those ninjas would strike indiscriminately. Very well. Uchiha Youhei could not divulge matters regarding Madara, and deep down, he felt an exhilarating anticipation for the impending battle. Meanwhile, the dark clouds of the Cloud Shinobi had learned of the situation concerning Uzumaki, Kushina, and Hyuga. They were hastening towards Tsunade's team. A White Zetsu reported to Black Zetsu. In Madara's absence, Black Zetsu acted as his will's representative, even with Madara's presence. It was still Black Zetsu who held sway over the White Zetsu, a secret only they shared. It appeared that the Shinobi War was about to commence. A smirk crept across Black Zetsu's face as he activated his Rinnegan, believing that it would not be long before he could rescue his mother. However, prior to that, it was imperative to weaken the strength of the Shinobi world as much as possible. Additionally, he needed to test whether his two brothers had any hidden strategies within the Shinobi realm. The Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans all warranted scrutiny. Oh, and the Hyuga clan as well. He wondered how the Otsutsuki on the moon were faring. The Uzumaki clan was now nearly extinct, making the Senju and Uchiha the primary targets. Therefore, the focus had to remain on Konoha. Suddenly, Black Zetsu's expression shifted. In a hoarse voice, he stated that a White Zetsu lurking near Uzumaki Kushina had been discovered, evidently linked to the Nine Tails. The woman, Uzumaki Mito, was still alive, suggesting she had bestowed some of the Nine Tails chakra upon Kushina. This woman possessed remarkable talent. Even Black Zetsu had to concede Kushina's prowess. After all, not just anyone could endure the chakra of the Nine Tails, even if it had been purified by Mito. If Kushina continued to grow, she might become the next Uzumaki Mito, making it impossible for them to infiltrate Konoha. They would have to orchestrate the capture of Uzumaki Kushina by the Cloud Shinobi, thereby igniting the Shinobi War. He was determined. If the Cloud Shinobi killed the Uchiha's top talent, abducted the backup Nine Tails host, and severely wounded the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, while Konoha remained unresponsive, he would have to regard Sarutobi Hiruzen as the most capable shinobi in the world, dubbing him the shinobi hero. Once the conflict erupted, Black Zetsu planned to have White Zetsu assist the Cloud Shinobi by impeding the Umbu. As a thought crossed his mind, Black Zetsu instructed the nearby White Zetsu. Uchiha Youhei remained unaware that Black Zetsu had once again set its sights on them, or rather, had been fixated on them all along. Uzumaki Kushina had become a coveted target. This represented a significant trial for Uchiha Youhei. During the journey to escort the nobles to the daimyo's residence, they typically spent their time inside the carriages, granting Uchiha Youhei ample opportunity to rest and train. Indeed, the travel of nobles, though swift, still required at least a month to traverse from the land of rivers to the daimyo's residence in the land of fire. Otherwise, it would seem an affront to the size of the land of fire. Finally, the long-awaited opportunity for the monthly battle space refresh had arrived. White Zetsu, the fourth great ninja wars Hinata, the five Kage summits Mitsuki, the youthful Senju Tobarama. Upon seeing the four names that had emerged in the battle space, Uchiha Youei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Confirming his instinct, he knew that Mitsuki was beyond his current capabilities. The Mitsuki of the Fourth Great Ninja War was undoubtedly an elite of Kage-level strength, likely surpassing the present-day Kakashi. Uchiha Youei had previously clashed with Kakashi, and to be frank, he was nowhere near Kakashi's level at this stage. As for White Zetsu, Uchiha Youei felt confident in facing it, provided it was not that special variant. Otherwise, he believed he could contend with it. Regarding Hinata from the Fourth Great Ninja War, Uchiha Youei had forgotten whether she was a Jonin or a Chunin, though it was more probable that she was a Chunin. Hinata represented the quintessential example of having talent, yet failing to fully display it. Chapter 50. The pinnacle of perception in the ninja world. Hinata Hyuga possesses inherent qualities that mark her as a potential stronghold, worthy of recognition by Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Her talents are indisputable, yet her other attributes confine her from attaining true strength. Hinata's timid disposition and lack of ambition hinder her from becoming a formidable force. However, if she were informed that becoming the foremost ninja in the realm would grant her the opportunity to court Naruto Uzumaki, it is likely that Hinata would rise to prominence. If not as the strongest, at least surpassing Sakura Haruno as a fitting member of Team 7. Some speculate that Hinata's lack of strength may stem from insufficient nourishment. This is a plausible argument, as Uchiha Itachi acknowledges that nutrition is indeed significant for ninjas. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Hinata faced challenges with confidence. Yet, what preoccupies Uchiha Itachi the most is the young Tobarama Senju. Tobarama possesses numerous qualities that Itachi covets: combat aptitude, perception abilities, ninjutsu talent, water release proficiency, and a knack for intricate schemes. Although Tobarama may not rival Hashirama Senju in sheer power, he remains formidable. In that era, had Hashirama not emerged as a remarkable figure, Tobarama would have been the most suitable candidate for the leader of the Senju clan. According to the intelligence gathered by Itachi, Tobarama exceeds his father's capabilities in several respects. It must be noted that both Hashirama and Madara Uchiha were exceptionally gifted. Fortunately, this is merely the youth of Tobarama. The thought of his fully matured self sends shivers down Itachi's spine. He cast a fleeting glance at Tsunade beside him before immersing himself in the battle space. White Zetsu, an easy adversary to vanquish, yielded a chakra of White Zetsu to Itachi. Though somewhat disappointing, this chakra was still a valuable acquisition. If Kakashi of the future were to learn of this, he might well weep with envy. While defeating Hinata did require some effort, Itachi ultimately prevailed and acquired the Gentle Step Twin Lion Fists from the battle space, a secret advanced technique exclusive to the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Infused with chakra transformation, the combination of the Gentle Step Twin Lion Fists and the 8 trigrams 64 palms made Itachi feel as though he embodied the essence of the Hyuga clan more than the clan itself. It is worth noting that while Hinata Rin has mastered the 8 trigrams 64 palms, she has yet to grasp the Gentle Step Twin Lion Fists. Otherwise, she would have employed them by now. After all, Hinata Rin is merely around 10 years of age. Yet her accomplishments already mark her as a prodigy within the Hyuga family. In this era, the Ninja Academy is not the same as the 6-year program during Naruto's time. Reflecting upon this, Itachi cannot help but admire Sarutobi Hiruzen. Despite his declining faculties and old age, he indeed safeguarded some children by extending their schooling from 4 to 6 years. Regrettably, Itachi cannot utilize the Byakugan. Otherwise, he imagines he could mimic the Hyuga clan in his mischief. With the Byakugan, the 8 trigrams 64 palms, and the Gentle Step Twin Lion Fists. If he claimed he was not of the Hyuga clan, none would believe him. Currently, Itachi cannot openly wield these techniques. The youthful Tobarama Senju, however, did not require much of Itachi's energy. Itachi surmises that at this stage, Tobarama resembles the boy he was during the first rift with Hashirama and Madara. This version of Tobarama is not quite a youth yet, appearing only around 8 or 9 years old, though one might argue that he qualifies as such. Nevertheless, one must not underestimate the strength of Tobarama due to his age. He already possesses the prowess of a Chunin. and his tenacious character makes him a challenging opponent, one who would rather inflict damage even in defeat. Fortunately, within the battle space, Itachi fears no injury. He is prepared to eliminate Tobirama if need be. Ding! Congratulations, Uchiha Itachi, for defeating the young Tobirama Senju. You have acquired his perception abilities. Do you wish to merge? The inner voice of Itachi surged with excitement as he affirmed the fusion. Indeed, Tobirama is a treasure trove. Itachi previously struggled with sensory abilities while utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Although his sensory capabilities were commendable, he found it lacking in high-speed scenarios, which hindered his application of the technique in combat. As time progresses, Itachi is confident that even without the battle space's aid, his sensory abilities can improve. However, merging with Tobirama's perception abilities is a different matter entirely. Itachi soon realizes the extent of Tobirama's formidable sensory capabilities, which are remarkable even in his youth. In the later stages, Tobirama can sense the chakra of the Ten Tails from within Konoha. While other ninjas may exceed Tobirama in sensory precision, he likely holds the title of the most capable in terms of sensory range. Now endowed with the sensory abilities of the young Tobirama, Itachi can perceive a radius of 10 kilometers, which is no small feat if merely detecting large chakra signatures. His range could increase threefold. At this moment, Itachi is almost certain he can deploy the Flying Thunder God technique while in rapid motion. I am on the verge of invincibility, Itachi silently exclaims. Of course, this does not imply that Itachi believes he is invincible simply because he can freely utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. Rather, it has granted him genuine self-preservation capabilities. With this technique, even if he cannot triumph, he can escape. Given his current circumstances, all Itachi needs is time to mature into a true pinnacle of strength within the ninja world. What is it? Uzumaki Kushina inquires, sensing Itachi's emotional shift with curiosity. I just had an epiphany regarding something I had previously struggled to comprehend. A jutsu is nearly mastered, Itachi replies with unwavering confidence. Chapter 51. The Flying Thunder God technique is completo? What ninjutsu? Tsunade turned her gaze upon hearing this. Recently unable to indulge in gambling, she found herself exceedingly bored and patiently began to instruct Kushina Uzumaki and Rin Nara in their training. Meanwhile, Uchiha Youhei had temporarily been overlooked by Tsunade. She felt that beyond medical ninjutsu, she had little else to teach him. As for the sealing technique, Tsunade was uncertain whether Uchiha Youhei could learn it. While it was tailored for her, it was more challenging for a boy like Uchiha Youhei to master. Guess what? Uchiha Youhei said mysteriously as he retrieved 2 kunai from his bag. Gripping them firmly, he revealed the words World Core Peace inscribed upon the kunai. Under the watchful eyes of Tsunade, Kushina, and Rin. What is this? A mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. You have mastered it? Tsunade gazed at Uchiha Youhei in disbelief. She had some knowledge of the Flying Thunder God technique. Like Sarutobi Hiruzen, she had once researched it. Unfortunately, her spatial perception, while somewhat better than the average person's, was still insufficient to meet the standards required to practice the technique. Although Tsunade had hoped for Uchiha Youhei's success, she had doubted the likelihood of it. Even if he had indeed mastered it, she assumed it would take some time before he could effectively use it in battle. To her surprise, Uchiha Youhei had genuinely succeeded in mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, albeit not entirely. Some key issues have been resolved, but to truly apply it in combat will require further practice, especially to adapt through experience. After all, as you know, in battles between skilled opponents, even the slightest miscalculation can lead to one's own demise, Uchiha Youhei explained, furrowing his brow. Even if I have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, for now, I can only use it for travel. That's already quite impressive, Tsunade muttered. She had always recognized Uchiha Youhei as a prodigy, but she had not anticipated that he would truly master the technique. If this were to reach the ears of her second grandfather, he would likely question his own life choices. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique was undoubtedly one of the most challenging jutsus in his mind. It was said that Senju Tobirama spent at least 10 years developing it. Kushina, Rin, you should keep these. In the future, if anything arises, I can swiftly come to your side, Uchiha Youhei advised. Unfortunately, I lack chakra metal, so you cannot activate the Flying Thunder God marks on them. Otherwise, if you find yourselves in danger, you could simply activate the mark, and I would be able to appear. Chakra metal is hard to come by. My second grandfather seemed to have crafted only a few kunai for the Flying Thunder God, and they are all lost in the land of lightning. They certainly cannot return them to us, Tsunade replied regretfully. And you've given them to Kushina and Rin. Why not me? It seems I hold no status in your heart as your teacher, do I? She felt a twinge of irritation. Uchiha Youhei, however, remained unfazed. These kunai are merely temporary. I will need to find a way to create custom kunai specifically for the Flying Thunder God technique. Tsunade crossed her arms, turning her head away, clearly dissatisfied with Uchiha Youhei's response. In my opinion, you don't need my protection, they do. After all, we are about to battle formidable foes. Providing them with some assurance seems reasonable, doesn't it? Uchiha Youhei gestured towards Kushina and Rin to emphasize his point. You mentioned that kunai infused with chakra allow you to arrive immediately, Isn't that difficult to create? Rin inquired, playing with the kunai in her hands. It's not that I can arrive immediately. Rather, when you inject chakra, I can sense it, and then use the flying thunder god technique to reach you. Of course, whether I can arrive depends on my willingness. If it's too far, I might not be able to sense it, Uchiha clarified hastily. It's somewhat akin to summoning beasts. Rin shot a glance at Uchiha. Although his willingness was a variable, if it truly worked, it would provide her with a sense of security. Uchiha was undoubtedly a powerhouse, comparable to a jonin, but he simply did not showcase his abilities. Uchiha's expression darkened. I am not a summoning beast. My second grandfather drew inspiration for the flying thunder god technique from summoning beasts. Tsunade smiled at this exchange, finding Rin's teasing of Uchiha quite amusing. She thought it would be entertaining to circulate rumors that Uchiha was the strongest summoning beast, much to his chagrin. So, does that mean the kunai requires chakra metal? Rin asked, gazing intently at Uchiha. Indeed, if possible, chakra metal is the best option. If that is unavailable, special iron would suffice, though it requires more chakra to transmit. Uchiha lamented at the thought of chakra metal. While he was not short on funds, having inherited considerable wealth from Uchiha Kagami and completed numerous missions, the availability of chakra metal in the entire Hidden Leaf Village was scarce. The Hyuga clan possesses some chakra metal. I can bring some back for you. Rin nodded thoughtfully. Thank you very much, Uchiha replied. But there's no need for gratitude. After all, the kunai crafted will still be in my possession, so it's essentially mine. Chapter 52. The Sage of Six Paths faces unjust condemnation. It is said that the second Hokage possessed the flying thunder god technique. Thus, why did he fall victim in the land of lightning? At this moment, Uzumaki Kushina gazed at Tsunade with a look of perplexity. She had previously heard Tsunade mention the flying thunder god technique and believed that with such a skill, Senju Tobarama, while not invincible, should have been among the safest of ninjas. Yet, this skilled ninja still perished on a mission, leaving Kushina utterly baffled. Upon hearing Kushina's inquiry, Tsunade's expression grew complex, and she turned her gaze towards Uchiha. Hi, your father was present at the time. Did he ever speak of this matter? He mentioned some details. The second Hokage, accompanied by my father and the third Hokage, ventured to the Cloud Village in an attempt to forge an alliance against other villages. However, as their meeting commenced, the brothers Kin and Jin led their elite forces in a rebellion. Not only were we ambushed, but the second Raikage also met his demise unexpectedly during the assault. I recounted, casting a profound glance at Tsunade as he spoke of the brothers. It seemed that Kin and Jin were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, wielding what they referred to as Six Paths ninja tools. I harbored deep skepticism regarding these so-called tools, suspecting they were mere trinkets crafted before Kaguya Otsutsuki matured, or toys designed for Ashura and Indra. While these Six Paths tools were ineffective against a fully grown Kaguya, they still posed a threat to those of lesser strength. Even a shadow-level ninja could fall prey to their cunning. What piqued Hai's curiosity was the apparent lineage of Kin and Jin, suggesting they were indeed descendants of Ashura, as they lacked the sage's eyes yet possessed commendable physical prowess. In contrast, Indra seemingly left behind only the Uchiha clan, while Ashura's legacy extended to both the Senju and Uzumaki clans. It stood to reason that Kin and Jin were also descendants of Ashura, yet their relations with the Senju clan seemed strained and unharmonious. Hai speculated whether Ashura's triumph over Indra, earning Kaguya's recognition and becoming the heir of the ninja sect, stemmed not solely from Ashura's belief in love, but also from his ability to uphold the Six Paths bloodline. Consider this. As an ancient emperor with two sons, one dutiful yet moderately skilled, and the other brilliant but somewhat rebellious. The dutiful son sought to expand your lineage, while the exceptional son focused solely on his ambitions, showing little interest in romantic pursuits. Ultimately, after much effort, he bore a child but had no intention of continuing the line. If you were in such a position, whom would you choose as your successor? Ahem. Of course, these musings were merely Hai's fanciful thoughts. Nevertheless, it was evident that Kaguya displayed favoritism towards her two sons. For the betterment of the ninja sect, Indra's capabilities would have more readily fostered its growth. As a father, upon discovering that one child strayed from your ideals, one should guide and communicate with them rather than hastily favor another child, rendering the former's efforts futile. Standing in Indra's shoes, one would likely choose to resist and oppose their father. Ultimately, Kaguya's arrogance was apparent. Even in selecting the successor of the ninja sect, a matter crucial to the peace of the ninja world, she opted for a choice fraught with peril. One might argue that Kaguya chose a democratic approach, given the contrasting styles of Indra and Ashura. Indra preferred to resolve issues independently, while Ashura relied on collective support, making him the more favored leader among subordinates. However, it must be noted that Indra was indeed a capable guide. It is no wonder many believe the tumultuous state of the ninja world over the millennia was a scheme orchestrated by the Sage of Six Paths. Even a time traveler like Uchiha, upon grasping the truths of this world, could not help but suspect that it was merely Kaguya's conspiracy. However, discussing such matters felt premature for Hai. He needed to elevate his strength swiftly. Contemplating these issues before reaching the level of the Sage of Six Paths was futile. Indeed. It aligns closely with what my teacher mentioned. Tsunade nodded slightly. The rebellion led by Kin and Jin was utterly abrupt, initially. My grandfather believed it was an ambush from the Cloud Village. In their confusion, they were thrown into disarray. By the time they realized the truth, the second Raikage was already dead, and my grandfather and the others had sustained injuries. In a bid to ensure their escape, my grandfather chose to hold the rear. Is that so? Did the Hokage truly sacrifice himself to protect his guards? Kushina furrowed her brow, pondering aloud. Weren't they meant to safeguard the Hokage? How could it come to the point where the Hokage himself had to cover their retreat? While this aligns with the will of fire I have learned, it contradicts the principles taught in the Ninja Academy. Did the third Hokage truly err? Despite her innocence, Kushina refrained from voicing her thoughts. Recognizing the presence of both the current Hokage and Hai's father, while she might be somewhat naive, she was not foolish. This line of thought is maddening. She mused internally. Tsunade gently pressed Kushina's head down, speaking softly. If you cannot comprehend it, then do not dwell on it. Sometimes, choices are made in the heat of the moment, and none can predict what decisions they would make in such circumstances. If it were I, during a crisis facing my team, I would likely instruct Uchiha Youhei to swiftly escort you and Hinata away. She then turned her attention to Youhei. Young one, how far can your Flying Thunder God technique transport you at present? If it were only myself, I could teleport approximately 20 kilometers. However, when carrying others, the distance decreases as the number of people and their chakra levels increase, resulting in greater chakra consumption. For our small team, I estimate covering 7 to 8 kilometers is feasible. Youhei, of course, withheld some information. If it were just himself, he could teleport around 50 kilometers. Chapter 53 Indeed. Tobarama was once again disparaging the Flying Thunder God technique's transmission distance, which primarily depended on Uchiha Youhei's chakra and sensory range. Uchiha Youhei's chakra reserves had been increasing exponentially, now surpassing Tsunade and Appo's in an imperceptible manner. At times, Tsunade found herself questioning whether Uchiha Youhei was truly an Uchiha or rather a member of the Senju clan. Is that so? Wait, leave some Flying Thunder God marks on land. Should danger truly arise, take Rin and Kushina and escape, Tsunade said, exhaling softly in relief. 20 kilometers was not an excessive distance for a ninja. If one were to run at full speed, it could be traversed in mere minutes. However, Uchiha Youhei and his companions possessed sufficient speed to ensure their safety. As long as Uzumaki Kushina and Hinata Rin were unharmed, Tsunade believed she would manage as well. Accepting that even sacrifice was part of a ninja's fate. I understand. Uchiha Youhei nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. However, I do not foresee this battle being one of despair. After all, would other villages truly dispatch Kage-level ninjas? Uchiha Youhei was aware that Kakashi Hatake was following closely behind. And alongside himself and a group of root ninjas, they could potentially confront Hanzo of the Salamander, should the situation demand it. Years later, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru would have found it difficult to contend with Hanzo. Nevertheless, the trio of Uchiha Youhei, Tsunade, and Kakashi had the potential to hold their ground. Despite the coordination not being as seamless as Tsunade's original team, some excellent teamwork could indeed yield results greater than the sum of its parts. However, formidable beings like Hanzo were few and far between in the ninja world. Presently, Aihamadara undoubtedly reigned supreme, followed by Uzumaki Mito, with the Kage and Hanzo trailing behind. Although Hanzo had yet to earn the title of demigod, his current prowess placed him among the elite of the Kage. That is unlikely, Tsunade replied, her worries seemingly alleviated. However, to complement the Flying Thunder God technique, I must delve into researching a new ninjutsu. Uchiha Youhei sighed in resignation. The compatibility between Chidori and the Flying Thunder God technique is not particularly high. Without the Flying Thunder God technique, I would have continued to develop Chidori and evolve it into Chidori Stream, experimenting with the Lightning Chakra model and enhanced strength to create a variant distinct from Sasuke's. But now, with the Flying Thunder God technique, I feel compelled to explore the Rasengan. Of course, crafting the Rasengan was not currently the most suitable endeavor for Uchiha Youhei. Despite possessing a significant chakra reserve, it had yet to reach the level of chakra mastery required for such advanced techniques. Ninjutsu. Why not simply use the Raijin sword to sever one's throat? Your swordsmanship is commendable, Tsunade remarked. You have mastered the Uchiha style quite well. And you have also learned much of our Senju sword techniques. Tsunade continued. My second grandfather utilized the Flying Thunder God Slash to slay Uchiha Izuna, who, I hear, was a formidable adversary, matching my grandfather in prowess. Their battles were often a mix of victories and defeats. Uchiha Izuna, you say? Uchiha Youhei pondered. Had it been Senju Tobarama who perished and Uchiha Izuna remained, would Konoha be as it is now? Indeed, Uchiha Izuna was gravely wounded at that time, and Aihamadara's eyes were also compromised. Seizing the opportunity, he took Uchiha Izuna's eyes, enhancing his own in the process. As for the specifics, I am uncertain. This is merely what my grandfather has conveyed. Aihamadara's actions were indeed despicable, even robbing his own brother's eyes, Tsunade lamented, expressing her sorrow for Uchiha Izuna. As far as I know, Uchiha was quite attached to his brother, treating him as paramount. How could he possibly have taken his brother's eyes? Uchiha regarded Tsunade with a hint of incredulity. The Flying Thunder God technique left Uchiha Izuna severely injured, and Uchiha eyes deteriorated alongside the use of the Manjiki Sharingan, which gradually led to blindness. To preserve the Uchiha clan and for his brother's sake, Uchiha Izuna relinquished his eyes to Uchiha, who unexpectedly gained eternal sight from this sacrifice. However, the second Hokage's efforts to tarnish Uchiha reputation are understandable. After all, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for him, having suffered greatly under Uchiha dominance. After a brief pause, Uchiha added, "If Uchiha were indeed the type to gouge out his brother's eyes, do you believe the first Hokage would have considered him a dear friend?" Tsunade fell silent, contemplating his words, before finally smiling. "You are correct. Given my grandfather's character, if Uchiha truly were such a cowardly individual, he would not have regarded him as a lifelong friend." Continuing, Tsunade remarked, "However, I was unaware of the fact that the Manjiki Sharingan leads to blindness. No one has ever mentioned it before. Is it a secret of the Uchiha clan?" "It is not particularly secretive." Uchiha gently shook his head. "I believe the second Hokage must have researched this. The higher echelons of Konoha are likely aware as well. I merely heard it from my father. It's possible that the average Uchiha remains oblivious to this matter. Regardless, Uchiha Kagami has passed on. I can lay the blame for some things on him. Is that so?" Tsunade nodded thoughtfully, seemingly accepting Uchiha's words. After all, Uchiha Kagami had activated the Manjiki Sharingan and could have imparted knowledge to Uchiha. However, if the Manjiki Sharingan led to blindness, did that not pose a danger for Uchiha's future? Perhaps it was best to assist him in developing his other capabilities. The Manjiki Sharingan could be left to those who wish to use it. Uchiha did not require the Manjiki Sharingan to enhance its strength. His mastery of lightning techniques and the Flying Thunder God technique sufficed. What harm is there in being a minor Shinji Tobarama? Lacking the Manjiki Sharingan does not preclude the Uchiha from becoming formidable. I do not know much about Uchiha. I primarily hear about him from my grandfather, and my grandmother seldom speaks of him. However, I have heard that your clan does not hold Uchiha in high regard," Tsunade expressed with a tinge of melancholy. After all, the Uchiha clan must survive, and casting Uchiha in a negative light was politically prudent. When one considers it, the current Uchiha clan leader is, in essence, a traitor to Uchiha. To maintain his legitimacy, he must tarnish Madara's reputation. Chapter 54. A formidable opponent. On this day, the group halted their journey, blissfully savoring their noodles when suddenly their expressions turned grave. In recent days, their circumstances had improved significantly compared to the beginning. These nobles could hardly endure hardship, as their carriages were exceedingly comfortable, devoid of any jostling. Their provisions were also catered to the standards of the aristocracy. This was, in part, due to Tsunade's influence. For ordinary ninjas could not expect such privileges from the nobles, while Tsunade herself was of noble descent, her status surpassing that of common aristocrats. Naturally, their meals were subject to scrutiny, for one could never be certain that no bribery had occurred. Is something wrong? Tsunade paused her meal, directing her gaze toward Uchiha. A multitude of powerful chakra signatures approached. Uchiha placed his fingers on the ground, noting that there were over 10 chakra signatures of Jainin level, with the leader's chakra surpassing that of both you and Kakashi. Is it even stronger than us? Tsunade furrowed her brow, willing to trust Uchiha's perceptive abilities. After all, a ninja capable of utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique would possess formidable sensory skills. Although the strength of a ninja does not strictly correlate with the amount of chakra they possess, an abundance of chakra is invariably advantageous. However, as one hones their chakra, particularly through nature transformation training, the essence of their chakra may alter, leading many sensory ninjas to gauge an opponent's strength through their chakra signature. Well, it doesn't pose a significant issue. We can still engage them, Uchiha declared with enthusiasm. I am eager to ascertain the true strength of such formidable opponents. Tsunade frowned slightly, sensing a reckless inclination in Uchiha. Sometimes, testing one's limits can lead to death. Even I face the risk of demise when confronting genuine powerhouses. Just because you have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique does not mean you can act without caution, Tsunade cautioned, her voice hoarse. She had long regarded Uchiha as a disciple, akin to a younger brother, and naturally wished to shield him from harm. I understand, but battling such experts is perilous. However, without facing pressure, how can one progress? Uchiha shrugged. Do not worry, Tsunade-sensei. If anything happens to you, I will certainly awaken my Manjiki Sharingan. Tsunade. You fool, are you courting death? With an exasperated shout, Tsunade grasped Uchiha's hair, tousling it into a disheveled mess. Still, if her demise prompted Uchiha to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan, she would find solace in knowing she held significance in his heart. Humph. Uchiha replied with a smirk. If possible, I would like to find Kakashi-senpai and coordinate an ambush against those Cloud Shinobi. Are you certain they are Cloud Shinobi? Tsunade's expression soured. This was not promising news. Indeed, most of them are masters of lightning release. I can sense their kindred chakra. Uchiha smiled knowingly. So, what are you planning to do, Tsunade-sensei? Tsunade glanced at Uchiha, then at Kushina and Hinata, momentarily disregarding the nobles. Despite their lavish treatment along the journey, Tsunade did not regard them with much importance. After all, she would not have meandered during this mission if she did. At this moment, Tsunade hesitated, uncertain of her course of action. We could set traps along their route, Hinata suggested, extending her hand toward the group. Before I left, my father expressed his concerns and prepared several contingencies for me. I have plenty of explosive tags. Explosive tags? Tsunade's lips twitched. What? Do you expect to blow them to smithereens? She had never heard of a powerful foe being vanquished by explosive tags. However, they could certainly create some inconvenience for the Cloud Shinobi. You all can use them for self-defense, and I will confront the enemy, while you focus on safeguarding yourselves. Tsunade cast a glance at the nobles before whispering to Hinata, if it comes to it, take Kushina and leave. Do not concern yourselves with the others. Understood. Hinata regarded the nobles with pity, having observed their attempts to curry favor with Tsunade along the journey, yet unbeknownst to them, they held little weight in her estimation. Uchiha, however, remained unfazed. But, aren't these nobles the targets we are meant to protect? The dilemma of choosing between safeguarding oneself and comrades versus the mission's objectives was indeed a challenging one. Ultimately, the decision hinged on the circumstances. If Kakashi had executed this mission and casualties ensued, with Danzo's heart turning even darker, Kakashi would become a target of widespread disdain. I possess a trump card as well. Granny Mito left me a safeguard. At that moment, Kushina spoke up timidly. Tsunade felt a pang of envy. Granny Mito had left Kushina a safeguard, yet had bestowed nothing upon her. Who truly was Granny Mito's granddaughter, after all? Nevertheless, Tsunade inquired. What trump card did she leave you? I do not know. Granny Mito said I would understand when the time comes. I am uncertain of its nature. Kushina scratched her head. However, I believe it must be an impressive technique. Uchiha cast a deep glance at Kushina, suspecting it to be the Nine-Tails Chakra, as her previous displays had confirmed his suspicions. Yet, if Kushina truly unleashed her power, Tsunade might not stand a chance against her. Uchiha then turned his gaze toward Tsunade, who was torn, pondering whether to take the initiative or remain on high alert. She found herself incapable of making a decisive choice at that moment. She had to bear responsibility not only for herself, but for the entire team. If possible, Tsunade would prefer if Orochimaru undertook this mission. She had no desire to take on this task. After all, the heads of Shino, Hinata, and Makoto were still quite valuable. Forget it, kid. Let us confront this challenge together. In the end, Tsunade clenched her teeth and declared with determination. Chapter 55, The Bee of Hidden Cloud Village Halt. The muscular man with dark skin, who had been charging ahead, abruptly came to a stop. The ninjas behind him, in strict adherence to his command, ceased their movements as well. There's a trap, a pale-skinned ninja declared, forming a hand seal, evidently using a perception technique. Moments later, he addressed the leading man. Moreover, numerous ninjas are lying in ambush nearby. A trap, you say? The man sneered, electric energy crackling around him as he boldly charged into the so-called trap, displaying an audacious spirit reminiscent of one who knowingly walks into the jaws of a tiger. Naturally, he harbored no fear of such traps. As he stepped into the trap, a deafening explosion erupted, and countless shuriken flew toward him. Yet, upon striking his form, they inflicted no harm whatsoever. This is bad. It's Killer Bee. Konoha's Shikaku, concealed within the foliage, felt a surge of seriousness wash over him. His right hand instinctively tightened around the short blade at his back, breath held, poised for action. Killer Bee? Uchiha blinked in surprise. If memory served, wasn't he Killer Bee the legendary god of the forest? How curious that such a figure had appeared in this world. Soon, Uchiha realized that this Killer Bee was likely the name of the individual before him. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Damn it, how dare you bear the name Killer Bee? Your end is nigh. Killer Bee was the second in command of the Hidden Cloud Village, his strength rivaling that of the Reikage. Tsunade quietly explained to Uchiha. Each generation of the Hidden Cloud Village has a Bee. They're the right-hand men to the Reikage, akin to Danzo's role with Hokage Sarutobi. Uchiha nodded in understanding, recalling that in the future, Killer Bee would also serve as the Bee of the fourth Reikage. To think that on his very first mission outside of Konoha, he would encounter the current Bee. However, the power he wielded was likely the lightning release chakra mode that Uchiha had long desired to see. It was a shocking twist of fate that he had just been speaking of wanting to witness this very mode. I didn't realize you had the potential for a jinx, Tsunade quipped, her gaze fixed intently on the location of Shikaku. The moment Shikaku made his move, Tsunade would not hesitate to act. Uchiha pursed his lips, contemplating how to confront this Killer Bee. His brother Uchiha Sasuke's experiences had taught him that one should never use lightning release in front of a stronger opponent unless their own lightning release was superior. Sasuke had suffered greatly when he faced the fourth Reikage, though had it not been for Gaara's assistance, the Reikage might have perished alongside Sasuke, a testament to the Reikage's impulsiveness at that moment. However, it was evident that Sasuke's Chidori paled in comparison to the Reikage's lightning release chakra mode. I will leave a flying thunder god mark on you, Uchiha stated, placing his hand on Tsunade's shoulder. Very well. Tsunade hesitated for but a moment before consenting. Uchiha Youhei would only leave the mark on her clothing, not her person, and she was willing to trust him, even if it became permanent. After all, what harm could he possibly inflict? In the midst of such combat, Uchiha Youhei could indeed prove immensely helpful. Boom. Just as Uchiha Youhei marked Tsunade, Killer Bee had already made his move, launching an assault toward the root ninjas. With a speed surpassing human comprehension, he struck one of the root ninjas, rendering him unaware of his fate, before advancing onto others. Attack. Shikaka realized the dire situation and unsheathed his short blade, White Fang, aiming a strike at Killer Bee. Unlike Uchiha Youhei, Shikaku's blade was enveloped in a fearsome wind chakra. Wind release counters lightning release. Although Shikaku was nearly unparalleled in lightning techniques, there remained a gap between him and Killer Bee. Shikaku was also proficient in wind release, and with his swordsmanship, it proved to be a more compatible match against lightning. The penetrating and tearing abilities of wind release were his forte. White Fang of Konoha, is it? How predictable. You're merely baiting me. As the White Fang descended upon him, Killer Bee, surrounded by a terrifying aura of lightning, met the blade with his fist, astonishingly halting the strike. The spectators could not help but gasp in astonishment. Shikaku was a formidable figure in Konoha, yet here was someone who could effortlessly block his attack with mere flesh. Onward. The other root ninjas surged forth, surrounding Killer Bee in a flurry of strikes. We must assist our elder. Tsunade hesitated but a moment before addressing Uchiha Youhei. The elder cannot face him alone. I must lend my aid. Choose your opponent wisely. The remaining cloud ninjas are formidable. And remember, do not engage in lightning release against someone superior in that field. To Tsunade, it appeared that Killer Bee had a distinct advantage over Uchiha Youhei. Though Youhei possessed talent and his Chidori was indeed a remarkable technique, he was still no match for Killer Bee. It was not that Uchiha Youhei lacked talent compared to Killer Bee, but rather that the latter's techniques were learned rather than self-created. Original techniques are invariably more challenging to master than those acquired through study. However, the ninjas trailing behind were a different matter. Tsunade had confidence that Uchiha Youhei could outshine them. Moreover, dispatching these cloud ninjas would effectively weaken the hidden cloud village. With a leap, Tsunade charged towards Killer Bee. Amidst the chaos that had erupted, the root ninjas clashed fiercely with the cloud ninjas. One thing Uchiha Youhei had to concede, these root ninjas were indeed lethal machines, exhibiting relentless determination against their foes, willing to sacrifice themselves to ensure the enemy's demise. Yet, Uchiha Youhei could never truly regard them as allies. After all, one could never be certain when they might turn against him in a critical moment. Since his arrival in Konoha and the Uchiha clan, he had recognized that Danzo would ultimately become his adversary, even if Uchiha Kagami and Danzo maintained a cordial relationship. It was only a matter of time before their paths diverged into enmity. One need only recall how Danzo acted without hesitation against Uchiha Youhei. Chapter 56. This child is terrifying. He must not be allowed to live. Uchiha Youhei surveyed the chaotic battlefield, where several cloud shinobi were attempting to breach the root's blockade and advance toward him. A smirk graced Uchiha Youhei's lips as the three Tomoe Sharingan gradually manifested in his eyes. He drew the sword of Thunder God from his waist and charged at AJ Nin. The sword emitted a golden radiance as he thrust it toward the cloud shinobi, catching them momentarily off guard. They had not anticipated that this child would possess the audacity to retaliate. It is worth noting that children like him often struggle to even wield weapons during missions. However, their surprise quickly morphed into astonishment. Was that a three Tomoe Sharingan? Had he awakened it at such a tender age? Or was this child perhaps not a child at all, but a dwarf? Rather than accepting that he was merely a child, they preferred to entertain the notion that he was a midget, after all. How could a mere child awaken a three Tomoe Sharingan at such a young age? The cloud shinobi had always been wary of the Uchiha, with Uchiha Kagami once presenting them with considerable challenges. The three Tomoe Sharingan was often the pinnacle of most Uchiha's abilities. As their gazes locked with Uchiha Youhei's Sharingan, the leading cloud shinobi momentarily appeared dazed. To engage in battle with the Uchiha and dare to meet their eyes. How contemptuous of them. It is crucial to recognize that Uchiha Youhei's ocular prowess surpassed that of an ordinary three Tomoe Sharingan. He was not like Uchiha Sasuke, relying solely on sheer ocular power without any finesse. Uchiha Youhei, however, had received a rigorous Uchiha education. After his daily lessons from Tsunade, he would also study under Uchiha Youhei. Not only Uchiha Youhei, but Uchiha Kagami had likewise benefited from this education. Furthermore, Uchiha Youhei's family possessed numerous insights related to Uchiha Kagami, with at least a third pertaining to Genjutsu training. Uchiha Kagami was undeniably the foremost Genjutsu user, and his son, Uchiha Youhei, would follow in his footsteps. Uchiha Youhei's talent in Genjutsu was remarkably exceptional, likely a hereditary gift. He had never ceased his training in Genjutsu. Although he was uncertain of its current extent, nonetheless, he felt confident in his capabilities, knowing there were only a few Uchiha who surpassed him in this domain. A brief moment of distraction could prove fatal, and the sword of Thunder God, radiating a golden glow, had already sliced through their throats. Beware of his Jinjutsu. Do not gaze into his eyes. The elite cloud shinobi squad swiftly recognized the threat posed by the Jinjutsu and alerted their comrades. Nonetheless, they harbored a deep-seated murderous intent toward Uchiha Youhei. This child was too dangerous to be left alive. even if it meant sacrificing their own lives. They were determined to eliminate this Uchiha, lest he become another Uchiha Kagami. Am I being targeted? A gleeful smile spread across Uchiha You's face. So, do you wish to dance? Damn it. Tsunade and Kurabi exchanged blows, each stepping back several paces, although Tsunade clearly retreated further. This was the first time she faced someone with such overwhelming strength. Indeed, this generation of B-rank ninjas was formidable. Their strength surpassed hers, and their speed was vastly superior. Without Kakashi Hitaki's presence, she would have been no match and might have fallen here. However, it was rare to encounter a ninja whose speed exceeded that of Kakashi. In the current Konoha, excluding Uchiha You's Flying Thunder God technique, Kakashi was considered the fastest ninja, while Tsunade was the strongest. Now, they faced a ninja whose speed surpassed Kakashi's and strength exceeded Tsunade's, plunging them into a fierce struggle. Konoha's White Fang and the granddaughter of Senja Hashirama, Tsunade, presented an interesting challenge. Kurabi twisted his neck, revealing a sinister grin. The Cloud Shinobi were preparing to wage war against Konoha. Should they eliminate these two, it would grievously weaken Konoha. It all depends on your capabilities, Tsunade remarked with a scoff, her gaze drifting toward Uchiha You's battlefield, her expression steadying. The situation on Uchiha You's side appeared favorable, exceeding her initial expectations. Once they dealt with Kurabi's subordinates, they could then surround Kurabi. Tsunade was confident that Kurabi could not withstand so many opponents. While Tsunade did not harbor fondness for Shimura Danzo, she acknowledged his significance to Konoha. Many unsavory deeds were attributed to him. Similarly, Root constituted an essential component of Konoha's military strength, and Tsunade would not allow her comrades to join Root. Once they became part of Root, these ninjas ceased to be human, transforming into mere tools, dangerous ones at that. If they spared Kurabi, the impact on Konoha could indeed be described as devastating, yet war could erupt at any moment. However, with the enemy already at their doorstep, would they truly refrain from slaying Kurabi, believing that the Cloud Shinobi would not engage Konoha in conflict? Cut. Kakashi Hitaki did not engage Kurabi in further conversation. His eyes filled with a fierce murderous intent. Since he was an enemy, he sought to eliminate him. Anyone opposing Konoha was his foe. They deserved to perish. Tsunade likewise coordinated with Kakashi, holding back a trump card yet to be revealed. However, she wondered if Kushina Uzumaki and Hinata Rinka were managing well. Recalling the contingency plan her grandmother had entrusted to Kushina, Tsunade felt a sense of relief. Damn it, why didn't my grandmother leave a contingency for me? Tsunade mused. She had not secured one, nor had SHJ. Yet her grandmother had always treated them well. Could it be that those contingencies were only meant for Kushina? Soon, Tsunade came to terms with the possibility it was likely true. The key to her grandmother's contingency was probably the Ninetales chakra. After all, Kushina had been brought to Konoha as a host for the Ninetales. Her chakra could suppress the beast. Perhaps this was the crux of her grandmother's hidden strategy. Chapter 57. The disturbance of Uzumaki Kushina. Approximately 3 kilometers away from the battlefield, hundreds of warriors stood in formation, vigilantly guarding the nobles. Uzumaki Kushina and Hyuga Rincha anxiously surveyed the distant conflict. Hyuga Rincha turned to Uzumaki Kushina and inquired, "How is it looking?" Typically, the Byakugan could perceive a radius of 1 kilometer, yet Hyuga Rincha's Byakugan allowed her to see as far as 2 kilometers. This was an exceptional ability. And within the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Rincha was undoubtedly a standout. However, despite being able to vaguely discern some details from 3 kilometers away, her perception was not as sharp as that of Uzumaki Kushina. A tinge of envy arose within Hyuga Rincha for Kushina's heightened sensory abilities. If only her Byakugan could extend such distance, perhaps her own prowess would increase as well. As she contemplated Uchiha and Tsunade battling formidable foes outside, she and Uzumaki Kushina were relegated to waiting. This thought clenched her fists. She had heard tales of Uchiha's exploits at dawn in Konoha and realized she had not yet exerted herself enough. Upon returning to Konoha, she vowed to train harder, sacrificing 2 hours of sleep each day to rise at 4 in the morning for practice, allowing herself a brief nap if her body could not withstand the strain. Uzumaki Kushina, sensing the energy from the battlefield, fell silent. Is something wrong? Hyuga Rincha furrowed her brow. This was not a good sign. If Uchiha and the others could not hold their ground, their position would be perilous. However, what troubled Hyuga Rincha most was her inability to participate in such a battle. Was the Byakugan truly inferior to the Sharingan? While he seemed to be felling numerous enemies, Tsunade and her allies found themselves at a disadvantage. Uzumaki Kushina's expression turned anxious. It was her first time witnessing Tsunade in such dire straits. What should we do now? Hyuga Rincha gasped, her heart racing at the thought that their adversaries might be overwhelmingly strong. Tsunade was formidable, and even the strongest of the Hyuga clan might not surpass her, yet it appeared that an even mightier opponent had emerged from the Cloud Ninja ranks. I must help, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly declared with determination. You? Wait, Kushina, don't act recklessly, Hyuga Rincha exclaimed, urgently advising her not to be impulsive. If you go, you'll only distract Tsunade-sensei and Uchiha. Given that Uzumaki Kushina's abilities were still beneath her own, Hyuga Rincha was uncertain whether Kushina could ever surpass her. Yet, in her current state, Kushina was still too inexperienced. Not every child of 7 or 8 could achieve what Uchiha had. No, I am prepared, Uzumaki Kushina replied, placing a hand on her abdomen. To Hyuga Rinche's disbelief, a brilliant golden light enveloped Kushina, elevating her presence to an extraordinary level. This energy Hyuga Rinche stared in awe. In that moment, Uzumaki Kushina's aura surpassed even that of Tsunade. However, her expression soon shifted again. It was not merely Kushina's energy that had transformed. Her very demeanor had altered, her once innocent gaze now radiating familiarity and warmth. This was a gaze she recognized. But no, this was the essence of Mito-sama. Stay here. I will return shortly, Uzumaki Kushina instructed Hyuga Rinche before dashing away like a streak of golden light toward Shirabi's position. Meanwhile, Tsunade was sent flying by a punch from Shirabi, spitting blood, yet she swiftly wiped her mouth and charged at Shirabi once more. Tsunade's condition was far from ideal. But it was imperative that she held off Shirabi. Kakashi's situation was similarly grim. The White Fang's blade struck Shirabi but failed to inflict any harm. This was unprecedented. As Tsunade approached, she inhaled deeply and intoned, "Release, Ein Seal." This marked the first time Tsunade had unsealed the Ein Seal during battle. In an instant, the immense chakra she had stored surged into her limbs, healing her injuries in that very moment. Tsunade recklessly assaulted Shirabi, calling out to Kakashi, "Senior, I will take the lead." Kakashi regarded Tsunade with deep respect before coordinating with her. Surprised by Tsunade's resurgence, Shirabi hesitated momentarily before launching a flurry of attacks. However, to Shirabi's astonishment, Tsunade's speed and strength had significantly increased. Her pace barely kept up with Shirabi, and her strength was now comparable. What is happening? Shirabi pondered, suspecting this was some form of unique ninjutsu. Critically, Tsunade seemed increasingly resilient, akin to a berserker, though he had managed to strike her down. She suffered no injuries and charged at him with renewed vigor. Shirabi knew that Tsunade's current state could not last long. But the chance to eliminate both Tsunade and Kakashi was too valuable to overlook. If Tsunade posed a challenge, surely Kakashi would be easier prey. Thus, Kakashi found himself targeted by Shirabi, enduring relentless punishment. On another front, Uchiha Youhei engaged in combat with the Cloud Ninja while observing the struggle between Tsunade, Kakashi, and Shirabi. He couldn't help but marvel at the strength of Shadow-level ninja. Shirabi's prowess, in a one-on-one encounter, likely eclipsed even that of Danzo. Despite Danzo being the strongest wind-style ninja in Konoha, facing Shirabi would be a daunting task. Uchiha Youhei prepared to employ the Flying Thunder God technique to aid Tsunade. Though he doubted his ability to make a significant impact, their primary challenge remained the impenetrable defense of Shirabi. Chapter 58. The Grandmother's Substitute. Even Uchiha Youhei must concede that lightning release chakra is indeed quite formidable. In this moment, Killer Bee is likely not inferior to the future fourth Raikage. While Killer Bee may not match the fourth Raikage in speed, his defensive capabilities surpass those of the latter. Uchiha Youhei understands how to counter this so-called strongest shield. His Sharingan grants him observational prowess rivaling that of Naruto Uzumaki in Sage Mode. However, his strength still pales in comparison to that of Naruto at that time. Attempting to replicate Naruto's battle strategy against the third Raikage is within Uchiha Youei's capability. Yet it is fraught with uncertainty. Chidori proves ineffective, and as for Rasengan, he has yet to develop it himself. It is not that Uchiha Youei is unaware of how to practice Rasengan. In fact, its development is far simpler than that of Chidori. The anime has depicted the training process for Rasengan, and with Uchiha Youei's current understanding of ninjutsu, mastering Rasengan should not pose too great a challenge. Albeit it lacks a proper lineage. The original Rasengan was derived from the Tailed Beast Bomb, yet Uchiha Youei has never encountered the Tailed Beast Bomb. How then? Could he research Rasengan? Is it possible that the Uchiha clan possesses information on the Tailed Beast Bomb? Previously, Uchiha Youei was too preoccupied with researching other ninjutsu to dedicate time to Rasengan. Upon returning, he will need to investigate the Rasengan as well. Just as Uchiha Youei hesitated between aiding Tsunade against Killer Bee or joining Root to confront the Cloud Ninjas, he sensed a familiar chakra signature approaching them with great speed. This chakra startled Uchiha Youei, and as he pondered, a petite golden figure appeared not far from them. Is this the Ninetales chakra mode? Uchiha Youei gazed at the golden figure of Kushina Uzumaki, his heart momentarily lost in reverie. However, his expression shifted once more. This was not Kushina Uzumaki, but rather Mito Uzumaki. Remarkably, Mito Uzumaki had fully manifested in the form of Kushina. While Kushina's physical prowess may be lacking, there exists a means to temporarily amplify her strength. The Ninetales chakra mode grants Kushina power that surpasses Tsunade's. Though Kushina may be inexperienced in combat, with Mito's presence, her wealth of experience far exceeds that of an ordinary ninja. Mito Uzumaki, having fought during the Warring States period, even clashed with Hashirama Senju. During the First Shinobi World War, Mito played a pivotal role, effectively suppressing numerous formidable opponents. Utilizing Kushina's body, she may not rival Killer Bee, but she would certainly pose a significant challenge. Upon arrival, Mito Uzumaki first assessed Uchiha Youei's position and noted his adeptness in battle. This young lad has already attained Jonin-level strength, likely not far off from that of an elite Jonin. Such experiences in battle are undoubtedly beneficial for him. She then turned her gaze to Tsunade, who was being overwhelmed, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Clearly, Tsunade was fighting for her life. Yet the immense chakra expenditure was gradually diminishing her condition. If this continued, Tsunade might find herself in peril. While Mito was not well acquainted with Killer Bee, She was intimately familiar with lightning release chakra mode, having faced the second Reikage before. Engaging with a Reikage and his lightning release chakra mode is not particularly daunting. With the Ninetales chakra mode activated, she could systematically identify her opponent's weaknesses and seal them with a swift palm strike, rendering them unable to utilize lightning release chakra mode. Once the capability is nullified, the opponent poses little threat. Thus, Mito Uzumaki, as the wife of Hashirama Senju and a prodigy of the Uzumaki clan, possesses strength that, even without the Ninetales, is comparable to Tobirama Senju. With the Ninetales, her power has transcended the level of the 5 Kage. In the eyes of the public, Mito Uzumaki stands as the foremost figure in the current shinobi world, thus earning her the right to assert such claims. Regrettably, Tsunade had not diligently studied sealing techniques, otherwise she could have easily dealt with an opponent relying on physical prowess. Mito Uzumaki transformed into a golden ray of light, positioning herself before Tsunade. Her arms clasped together to shield Tsunade from an oncoming strike. Killer B's massive fist collided with Mito, causing both to stagger back several paces. Though Killer B retreated just as much as Mito. Kushina, Tsunade exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. This is not a battle for you to partake in. Tsunade, watch closely, Mito declared. Her intention to remain in the fray evident as she transformed into golden light and engaged Killer B. The confrontation left Killer B increasingly astonished. How could this small girl, whose physical capabilities seemed inferior to his own, instill such trepidation within him? What is the nature of Konoha? Where do these prodigies originate? Grandma? Tsunade murmured. Entranced by the conflict between Mito and Killer B, she was certain that this was not Kushina, but her grandmother, Mito Uzumaki. Tsunade, what is happening? Kakashi Hatake, nursing his injured arm, hastily approached Tsunade, his voice filled with urgency. He had fought valiantly in the previous skirmish, and if all went well, he would need months to recuperate upon returning to Konoha. Yet, how could this girl, identified as Kushina Uzumaki, possess such formidable strength? This is not Kushina. It's my grandmother stepping in, Tsunade replied with a smile. It was true that she could not best Killer B, but her grandmother had come to her aid. True to her reputation, even while inhabiting Kushina's body, Mito held an advantage against Killer B. Lady Mito? Kakashi gasped, recalling Mito's heroic stance during their previous encounter. Indeed. During the time, she too had emanated a golden glow. He relaxed, realizing that with Mito's arrival, there was no need for concern, even as exhaustion enveloped him. Ah. My grandmother must have left a contingency within Kushina. That must be it. Tsunade smiled broadly and, nonchalantly, began her healing process. Upon completing the creation rebirth technique, she felt an unprecedented pain in her chakra network. It would be best to avoid its use in the future. Chapter 59. The mighty Uzumaki Mito. With unwavering confidence in Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade felt assured that any challenges could be surmounted with her grandmother's presence. Had she known that Kushina possessed such a formidable trump card, she would not have needed to engage in such a fierce struggle with Kurabi. It had never occurred to her that Mito still had such a hidden advantage. At some point, Uchiha Youhei, having arrived at Tsunade and Kakashi's side, observed Kakashi's woeful state and promptly began to administer rudimentary medical ninjutsu to him. Kakashi was taken aback by Youhei's healing techniques, astonished that such a young individual possessed such remarkable skills, alongside an impressive aptitude for medical ninjutsu. Was this truly human? One could only wish for offspring as exceptional as Uchiha Youhei. Kakashi mused that if his future child could attain such heights, he would be content even in death. Your prowess has indeed surprised me, Kakashi remarked with a tinge of admiration. It's merely a matter of having advanced my abilities a tad early. Aided by Master Tsunade and Lady Mito's guidance, Youhei replied with a slight smirk. Kakashi chuckled self-deprecatingly, recognizing the rarity of Youhei's talent and diligent training, which had clearly contributed to his growth. Nonetheless, it is rather unfortunate that this Kurabi is so formidable. Yet, he shall not stand a chance against Lady Mito, Youhei asserted, watching the unfolding battle. Indeed, it was evident that Kurabi had already succumbed in their confrontation, with Mito marking him with sealing techniques at every turn. As Mito engaged Kurabi, she simultaneously executed the seals with precision. After all, she was a grandmother. Not even the Reikage could rival her. There was no need for her to intervene directly. Kushina's body alone sufficed. Tsunade confidently declared, we must first eliminate all the cloud ninjas. The information regarding Kushina cannot be allowed to leak. Her tone turned grave as she spoke. Tsunade was not ignorant of the intricacies of politics. Having been raised near Senju Tobirama, she had absorbed much wisdom over the years. She simply preferred not to expend her energies on such matters. While Uchiha Youhei was capable of self-defense, augmented by the Flying Thunder God technique, Kushina's situation was far more precarious. Without the Ninetales chakra, she was vulnerable. Should the information be exposed, Kushina would undoubtedly become a coveted target, even without the Ninetales. One could only imagine the potential if other tailed beasts were placed within her. Realizing the urgency, Youhei swiftly brandished the Raijin sword and charged towards the remaining cloud ninjas. Simultaneously, Kakashi and Tsunade commenced their assault on the cloud ninjas. Despite their injuries, they were more than capable of handling these adversaries, as both Tsunade and Kakashi were among the elite of Konoha. As Kurabi witnessed his subordinates fall, a fierce scowl marred his features. The cloud ninjas. particularly after the incident with the Gold and Silver Brothers, had become notably united. Their strongest members genuinely protected their comrades, reminiscent of the Third Hokage, who had sacrificed his life for his subordinates. The Third Hokage was undeniably a figure of great charisma, a sentiment echoed by the Fourth Hokage. In the Land of Lightning, the Hokage was affectionately referred to as boss, much like how the Hokage was revered in Konoha. During this mission, Kurabi had anticipated encountering formidable foes, aware that it could be a trap. However, he had faith in completing his mission, dismissing the notion that Sarutobi Hiruzen would personally intervene to protect Tsunade and her team. Others, like Shimura Danzo, were not even on his radar. Kurabi was certain he could ensure Danzo's demise if he were to confront him. The animosity towards Danzo, a notorious disruptor in the ninja world, was palpable among the shinobi community. Nevertheless, the atmosphere within the Cloud Village had improved significantly, fostering camaraderie among its members. Damn it. Kurabi seethed as he witnessed his subordinates fall, feeling increasingly desperate. Yet, the more anxious he became, the more trapped he felt, unable to abandon his comrades. If he were to flee, how could he ever show his face again? Feeling angered but powerless, Kurabi sensed an unsettling shift as Uzumaki Kushina remained stoic, observing him with an air of calm. What? Just as Kurabi felt a disturbance, he was astonished to find his chakra flow abruptly obstructed, the formidable lightning chakra dissipating rapidly. He could no longer access the lightning chakra mode. Staring at his abdomen in disbelief, Kurabi realized he had been subjected to a sealing technique unbeknownst to him. How was this possible? Before Kurabi could react, Kushina's fist struck him in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. He has been sealed and can no longer utilize chakra. Capture him and bring him to me. I shall cast a sealing technique upon his mind. Kushina directed towards Uchiha Youhei and Tsunade, who had also concluded their battle. Exhausted, Kushina's golden chakra aura faded, and she collapsed onto the ground. Kushina Youhei rushed to her side, disregarding the implications of her being Uzumaki Mito. Tsunade approached to assess Kushina's condition. Chapter 60. The subtle calculations of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the overwhelming power of the Nine Tails chakra proved too formidable for Kushina Uzumaki, who, being still quite young, could not fully withstand its might. Her chakra pathways were excessively stimulated and, in some instances, even torn apart. It would likely take several months before she could utilize chakra again. Tsunade breathed a slight sigh of relief. A mere few months without chakra was, in her view, not a grave issue. It was certainly preferable to losing her life entirely. Given that Uzumaki Kushina was still quite young, it was not appropriate for her to undertake missions. This time could be well spent recuperating within the village of Konoha, mending her chakra pathways, and with subsequent rehabilitation. She would require at least a year for a full recovery. During this period, Uzumaki Kushina could focus on her studies at school. Senpai, this situation requires your intervention. Tsunade turned her attention to Kakashi Hatake, pausing momentarily before continuing. Please come here. I need to attend to your injuries. There is no need for that. We must bring Killer Bee back immediately, Kakashi stated without a hint of hesitation. Afterward, he glanced at the remaining members of Root, his emotions toward them decidedly complex. As a member of the Umbu, he was not part of Root, yet most of those accompanying him on this mission were from that organization. Initially, Kakashi would not have concerned himself with such matters. However, upon his departure from Konoha, the third Hokage had given him specific instructions regarding prisoners. They must be handed over to him. Be cautious. We cannot afford to let them kill Killer Bee, Tsunade remarked, casting a glance at the remaining Root members. He is crucial for negotiating with the Hokage. Kakashi instantly comprehended Tsunade's implication. Though his political instincts were not particularly sharp, he was not entirely oblivious. The Second Shinobi World War was on the brink of resurgence. If Killer Bee were to be slain, it would certainly cripple Kumogakure. Yet it could also provoke them into war with Konoha. It was far more prudent to use Killer Bee as leverage in negotiations with the Hokage. Understood. Kakashi stepped forward to carry Killer Bee on his back, heading toward Konoha. The other Root members exchanged glances and followed in Kakashi's wake. Uchiha Itachi observed this scene, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Is something troubling you? Tsunade inquired, sensing Itachi's unease. I fear that the Root members may turn against Killer Bee, Itachi replied, casting a worried glance at the still unconscious Uzumaki Kushina. Revealing such abilities may not bode well for her. Rest assured, I will not allow any harm to come to Kushina. Tsunade reassured him, her confidence unwavering. In time, you, I, and Shinsuke will be more than capable of safeguarding her. Though reluctant to confront the potentiality of her grandmother's passing, Tsunade, as a ninja, found it easier to grapple with the concept of death. After all, her grandmother was of advanced age. Should she pass, there would be little to mourn. Indeed, Itachi pursed his lips. Without Kushina's presence, we might have truly suffered dire consequences this time. Honestly, I have yet to devise an effective strategy concerning Killer Bee, Tsunade admitted, casting a fierce glare at Itachi. This was the first time since her rise to prominence that she felt entirely overpowered. Her strength paled in comparison, and in terms of speed, Killer Bee far surpassed her. Most critically, his defensive capabilities were far superior, making it impossible for her to breach his defenses. Her own power was insufficient, and Kakashi's wind techniques, along with Itachi's space-time ninjutsu, proved ineffectual against him. While Chidori was formidable, it simply could not match the prowess of the lightning release chakra mode. Tsunade recognized her own limitations. She had previously believed that with her sealing techniques and the strength of 100 seal, her power would suffice against many elite opponents. Yet this battle had served as a harsh awakening. She had much work to do to strengthen herself. Otherwise, she would be helpless to protect those dear to her and would have to witness their demise. Moreover, with Itachi's growing prowess, she feared the day would come when he surpassed her, leaving her vulnerable to being overshadowed by this younger ninja. Let us proceed and regroup with Rin and Natsuki. Tsunade commanded, gesturing for Itachi to follow her. Upon witnessing Tsunade and Itachi's safe arrival, the nobles breathed a collective sigh of relief. They refrained from inquiring about the recent events, as Tsunade was still engaged in battle. With her approval, they resumed their journey, this time at a markedly swifter pace, devoid of the previous leisurely atmosphere. As Tsunade's group tended to Uzumaki Kushina while making their way toward the daimyo's residence, Kakashi had already led Killer Bee back to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen had learned of the incident through special channels, yet when he laid eyes upon the captured Killer Bee, he felt a tumult of emotions. Even now, confronting Killer Bee posed a challenge. He was brought into Hiruzen's office. Such a scenario was something he had never dared to envision previously. Following this, Hiruzen listened in silence as Kakashi recounted the circumstances of Killer Bee's defeat. Why did this feel so surreal? Killer Bee was, after all, a top-tier ninja from Kumogakure. Yet he had been captured by Uzumaki Kushina. More accurately, he had been captured while under the influence of Uzumaki Mito, who had temporarily possessed Kushina. This left Hiruzen at a loss as to how to proceed. Contemplating darker possibilities, he even mused that if Mito were capable of seizing control of Kushina, Konoha could remain invincible in the future. Fortunately, he understood that Mito was not that kind of person. The will of fire within him forbade such actions. Hiruzen took a few puffs from his pipe, his gaze growing contemplative. Capturing Killer Bee was undoubtedly advantageous for Konoha. By the way, Lady Mito instructed me to bring Killer Bee to her. She likely wishes to erase certain memories, Kakashi added. A glimmer of insight flickered in Hiruzen's eyes. Mito had requested Kakashi to escort Killer Bee to her, yet Kakashi had prioritized coming to him first. It seemed that his own stance held considerable weight. What a commendable ninja, he thought. Chapter 61. The scheme of Sarutobi Hiruzen was uncertain whether Hatake Tsukumo comprehended the significance behind the matter at hand. Nevertheless, his perception of the latter had grown increasingly affectionate. Uzumaki Mito had instructed Hatake Tsukumo to seek her out with Jinchuriki, yet Tsukumo chose to approach Hiruzen first, signifying that in Tsukumo's heart, the Hokage held paramount importance. Although Hiruzen, as Hokage, was ultimately tasked with delivering Jinchuriki to Uzumaki Mito, this was a matter of attitude. Typically, Uzumaki Mito refrained from making public appearances, but when she did, Hiruzen understood the necessity of honoring her presence. He was well aware of her intentions and had no desire to impede her. If possible, Hiruzen wished for Uzumaki Mito to extract all the information from Jinchuriki's mind. Deliver the individual to Lord Mito, and please extend my gratitude to her, Hiruzen commanded, waving his hand. You need not return immediately. Tend to your injuries first and ensure you do not leave any hidden scars. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hatake Tsukumo's heart surged with warmth. The Hokage was truly exceptional. After Tsukumo departed with Jinchuriki, Hiruzen resumed his pipe, smoking within the office. As anticipated, approximately 5 minutes later, the office door was forcefully swung open, and Shimura Danzo entered. Slamming the door behind him, Hiruzen, deliver that Jinchuriki to me. I will extract all the intelligence from his mind. Then, we shall seize the opportunity while Lord Mito is still capable of fighting and annihilate the Land of Lightning, securing our invincibility. Hiruzen shuddered at Danzo's words. Initially, he had merely intended to negotiate with the Cloud Village through Jinchuriki in hopes of establishing a peace agreement. Any shinobi of the Kage level was of utmost significance to a village, unless that individual posed a substantial threat to it. To his astonishment, Danzo harbored thoughts of obliterating the Land of Lightning. Truly, it was just like him. The system of one country. One village was established by the first Hokage in conjunction with the feudal lords. Do not forget that, Danzo. Hiruzen gazed sternly at Danzo. Moreover, our Konoha currently lacks the capability to challenge all 4 villages simultaneously. We must ensure that the Cloud Village refrains from aiding anyone. The prior coup had inflicted considerable losses on the Cloud Village, and they had yet to recover over the years. They could not afford to lose Jinchuriki. Precisely because the Cloud Village has yet to recuperate, we should annihilate them. This may be our only opportunity, Danzo asserted, his gaze fixed intensely upon Hiruzen. Danzo. No one will support your endeavor to destroy the Land of Lightning, Hiruzen interjected, pausing before continuing, unless we possess the capability to confront all other nations individually. Lord Mito is not at his peak, nor are we the second Hokage. Danzo fell silent. Indeed, neither he nor Hiruzen could compare to Senju Hashirama. Not even to Senju Tobarama. Yet, he was unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. According to the intelligence I have received, the Land of Rain is already preparing provisions. War could erupt at any moment, and you must understand that once they declare war, the likelihood of them targeting us is greatest. The land of fire is the most prosperous. Hiruzen spoke earnestly to Danzo. While Lord Mito may still possess the strength to fight, it is likely his final reserves. This power is meant to safeguard Konoha. After a brief pause, he continued. You must also consider the current situation. As long as Lord Mito remains, even if other villages reach our doorstep, we will retain the capacity to retaliate. Moreover, with Lord Mito aged, the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan would be a disservice to him. Shall we force Lord Mito to his demise? Such a scenario is untenable for anyone. Danzo fell silent. Should Uzumaki Mito perish due to this matter, he would forever be barred from the Hokage position. This was an outcome Danzo could never accept. Jinchuriki must live. His existence holds greater value than his death, Hiruzen added. Very well, you are the Hokage. Danzo scoffed but refrained from further conflict with Hiruzen, instead shifting the conversation to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi has displayed Jonin-level prowess in battle. He must be controlled effectively. He is a genius, is he not? Hiruzen gently shook his head. I trust Lord Mito will guide him well. Danzo fell silent once more. Uchiha Itachi was a youth favored by Uzumaki Mito. Anyone wishing to act against Itachi would require Mito's consent. While they might plot in secrecy, it was uncertain whether Mito would uncover their schemes. Danzo dared not approach Lord Mito at this juncture. It was as if Uzumaki Mito loomed like a mountain before them, rendering them hesitant to act rashly. Unable to resolve matters concerning Jinchuriki and Uchiha Itachi, Danzo ultimately chose to depart, disregarding Uzumaki Kushina entirely. Even if he desired Uzumaki Kushina, Hiruzen would never acquiesce. Uzumaki Mito. It all revolves around Uzumaki Mito. Danzo slammed the door behind him, and Hiruzen sighed deeply. Alas, Danzo, you truly understand nothing. While he harbored intentions to suppress Uchiha Itachi, as long as Itachi did not ascend to the Hokage position, it sufficed. With the Uchiha clan's complications, Itachi would be unable to become Hokage, as no other clans would endorse him. The Uchiha could not serve as Itachi's ally. They would only hinder him. Hiruzen contemplated using the Uchiha to restrict Itachi while simultaneously employing Itachi against the Uchiha. Balance was essential. Contradictions could be created even without existing ones. However, all of this would transpire after the Shinobi World War. 10 days later, Uchiha Itachi and his companions escorted the nobles to the feudal lord's residence. After resting there for a night, they swiftly made their way back to Konoha, taking 2 days to return. Upon their arrival, Tsunade instructed Uchiha Itachi and Hugurika to escort Uzumaki Kushina home while she proceeded to the Hokage office. Tsunade, what troubles you? Hiruzen inquired. A flicker of surprise crossing his face as he noted Tsunade's sour expression upon entering. Chapter 62, The Clash of the Potentates, Senju Tobarama and Shimura Danzo. This mission is exceedingly perilous. Tsunade glared discontentedly at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Without grandmother, I, Kushina, Youhei, and Hinata Rika might all have perished there. By the time the enemy breaches our defenses, Konoha could very well descend into chaos from within. Hiruzen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, offering a contrite smile. I apologize. This was my oversight. I never anticipated they would assign this task to Tobi. Otherwise, I would have intervened personally. In truth, Hiruzen had contemplated taking matters into his own hands from the start. But his thoughts were abruptly curtailed by Mito Minin and Tsurugi Koharu, who insisted that the Hokage must not leave Konoha without compelling reason. A precaution to prevent a recurrence of the calamity that befell the second Hokage. The sacrifice of the second Hokage had nearly plunged Konoha into civil strife. Now, Hiruzen regretted not acting sooner. Had he known, he would have intervened. Fortunately, Lady Mito had left contingencies regarding Kushina, or this predicament could have escalated drastically. No one was a fool. Uchiha Youhei, Tsunade, Hinata Rika, and Uzumaki Kushina were clearly being used as bait. Their unique statuses meant that any misfortune befalling them could ignite internal conflict, especially with many in Konoha still harboring dissent towards Hiruzen as the third Hokage. Enough. Tsunade rubbed her temples and produced a storage scroll, tossing it to Hiruzen. Hiruzen accepted the scroll with a hint of skepticism, yet trusting Tsunade, he opened it, revealing several White Zetsu. He gazed at Tsunade in confusion. They're merely white figures. After all these years, what have I not encountered? There are even those in the land of water resembling sharks. Compared to that, this white entity is at least recognizable. Focus on the aura they emit, Tsunade replied, crossing her arms with a huff. That scoundrel Danzo is becoming increasingly brazen, utilizing the finished products of the would-release experiments to spy on us. Moreover, their stealth capabilities are alarmingly potent. Even the Byakugan cannot detect them. Without the Ninetales and Appos, Chakra, we would remain oblivious to their presence. Surely you must have one of these nearby? What? A would-release experiment? Hiruzen shivered, incredulous as he scrutinized the body of the White Zetsu, feeling a faint trace of would-release chakra. A chill ran down his spine. It was indeed would-release. Could it be that the would-release experiments had succeeded, and Danzo had withheld this information from him? After all, he was the Hokage, the very one who had painstakingly allocated funds for the would-release experiments. Yet here it was, a product of those experiments. And Danzo had not informed him. Reflecting on Danzo's character, Hiruzen's suspicions about him deepened. Aside from you, who else could possibly acquire my granduncle's cells? Tsunade scoffed. If not you, then perhaps it was my great-uncle's experimental subjects? Very well, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. I must return home now. I hope you can resolve this issue judiciously, otherwise your intelligence will be at the mercy of others. Hiruzen fell into a contemplative silence, understanding Tsunade's implication. If the enemy possessed such formidable stealth, it was indeed perilous. As for the second Hokage's experimental subjects, Hiruzen considered it plausible, for they had always held the second Hokage's abilities in high regard. Had he not perished so abruptly, perhaps the would-release experiments could have indeed succeeded. Mito Granny, we have returned. Upon entering the house, Kushina eagerly made her way to Mito. Uchiha Youhei and the others quickly noted that Mito was currently instructing Uchiha Makoto and SHU. Hinata Hayashi, however, was not afforded such privilege. It was not that Hayashi was unworthy, but rather that the Hyuga clan did not support him training under Mito. After all, Hayashi bore the mark of the caged bird. If anyone in the ninja world were to break the caged bird seal, it would undoubtedly be Mito. Hayashi could not possibly ignore the prospect of Mito having even a 1% chance of breaking that seal. You have returned. Mito welcomed them warmly. Gesturing for them to take a seat, she grasped Kushina's hand, sensing her condition and exhaling in relief. You appear to have recovered quite a bit. You should rest more during this period. Yes, I will. Kushina admitted to relishing the feeling of being cared for, especially as Ye had carried her throughout their journey, attending to her every need, which brought her immense comfort. If it were possible, Kushina wished to remain on Ye's back indefinitely. Now she needed to rest. And Ye should also take a break. Life seemed rather pleasant at this moment. The outside world was fraught with danger. Even Tsunade had encountered peril and opted against undertaking missions. Mito nodded in satisfaction before shifting her gaze to Uchiha Youhei. You seem entirely unfazed. After all, you are a master of sealing techniques. Chakra is a wondrous energy. Nothing should seem peculiar. Besides, the second Hokage researched an array of bizarre ninjutsu. So it is conceivable that something similar exists, Ye mused, occasionally harboring malicious doubts regarding Senju Tobarama. He had trained Uchiha Kagami. Yet he wondered if Tobarama had thoroughly studied the Uchiha clan's essence. Were Tobarama to seize Uchiha Kagami's body, he would likely not refuse. Perhaps Orochimaru's reincarnation techniques had sparked similar thoughts within Tobarama. Despite his probable aversion to the Uchiha bloodline, perceiving it as a taint, he might still have confidence in subduing the Uchiha through Kagami's vessel, solving Uchiha-related issues through Uchiha means. If he truly gained dominion over the Uchiha, would that not render him a mere puppet of the Uchiha? The malevolent Senju Tobarama would likely not refuse such an eventuality, even contemplating the reincarnation of an Uchiha for that purpose. Chapter 63. Vortex Watergate was already aware of everything Vortex Watergate sensed a hint of malice emanating from Uchiha E, albeit not directed towards himself, but rather aimed at Senju Tobarama. Thus, he paid it little mind. After all, Senju Tobarama had indeed delved into matters of this nature, and Uchiha Ye's thoughts in this regard were not entirely unfounded. Such fleeting emotions could not sway the larger picture. The more he understood Senju Tobarama, the more Vortex Watergate felt that Uchiha's resentment towards him was somewhat justified. Nevertheless, the Uchiha clan should also express gratitude to Senju Tobarama, for after Tobarama ascended to the position of Hokage, he genuinely sought to integrate the Uchiha clan into Konoha. Of course, during Senju Hashirama's tenure as Hokage, Tobarama had orchestrated numerous actions against the Uchiha clan. It could be said that the Senju Tobarama before and after becoming Hokage were two entirely different individuals. What are your feelings after this outing? Vortex Watergate inquired further. My strength still falls short. Raikage's lightning release far surpasses my own. If I were to encounter him, I would possess no capacity for resistance, Uchiha E admitted, though he was being modest. With the Flying Thunder God technique, he was more than capable of ensuring his own invincibility. Indeed, the lightning release chakra mode possesses its own merits. Vortex Watergate sighed with resignation. I had previously contemplated assisting you in acquiring the training methods for the lightning release chakra mode from Raikage. Regrettably, his mind is shrouded in corresponding seals. Any violent attempt to breach them would result in catastrophic damage to his brain due to the overwhelming lightning release. Moreover, should you master the lightning release chakra mode, the Raikage would likely go to great lengths to eliminate you. Uchiha E chuckled softly in understanding. I am aware, and moreover, the lightning release chakra mode may not truly suit me. The path I must tread undoubtedly follows in the footsteps of Uchiha Sasuke and Aihamadara, with the development of the Sharingan being paramount. As for the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, I shall not dwell on it, for the time being. No one possesses a compatible pair to offer me. I can only hope that the space of combat will assist me in merging with other Mangekyou Sharingan. Even if that does not come to pass, I aspire to obtain Indra's Mangekyou Sharingan, which does not lead to blindness. Indeed, Vortex Watergate nodded slightly at Uchiha Ye's remarks. In truth, once one reaches a certain level in sealing techniques, countering the lightning release chakra mode becomes quite feasible. You possess a modicum of talent in sealing arts. It would be beneficial for you to explore this further. I understand, and I appreciate your guidance, Lord Watergate. Uchiha E then broached the subject of White Zetsu, which rendered Vortex Watergate momentarily silent. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. These white beings should not be related to Sarutobi Danzo. Oh, Uchiha Youhei regarded Vortex Watergate with surprise. Initially, he had intended to cast aspersions on Danzo in front of him, despite the fact that Danzo had yet to act against him. History had taught him never to place trust in Danzo. Anyone who did so would be treading a perilous path. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan was a multifaceted outcome, with Danzo fanning the flames. However, from the perspective of the Konoha shinobi, harboring hatred towards the Uchiha seemed only natural, as it ultimately stemmed from Uchiha Obito's machinations. The presence of the nine-tailed Sharingan was sufficient to warrant such animosity. If not directed at the Uchiha, whom else could they despise? It was uncertain whether the Uchiha's unfortunate circumstances were a result of Obito's position, which had led to the Uchiha clan's poor treatment, thereby sowing the seeds for their downfall. More likely, it stemmed from Obito's lack of self-confidence, worried that the Uchiha clan might manifest a Manjiki Sharingan beyond his control, prompting him to eliminate them altogether. They lacked the capability to study these matters, Vortex Watergate interjected, continuing, furthermore, these entities first emerged during the First Shinobi War. I managed to capture some of them at that time, intending for Tobirama to research them, only to find that he did not return. Is that so? Uchiha You's expression shifted to one of realization. It was evident that Obito and his associates were aware of the Nine-Tails Chakra's ability to discern between good and evil. It was likely that Black Zetsu or Aihamadara had informed them. But how did they come to know this? Vortex Watergate had become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki after the battle between Aihamadara and Senju Hashirama. Hence, he had long been aware of White Zetsu's existence. Uchiha pondered why neither Orochimaru nor Kabuto had resurrected Vortex Watergate through the Impure World reincarnation technique. Was it due to Vortex Watergate's insufficient strength? Certainly not. She was openly recognized as the foremost ninja in the world. Was it possible that Vortex Watergate's body was no longer available? With Orochimaru's capabilities, he could undoubtedly locate it. Ultimately, the truth lay in Vortex Watergate and Appo's potential danger, given her abilities. Attempting to control her through the Impure World reincarnation technique might result in her taking control instead. Those individuals are anything but human. Vortex Watergate remarked with a sense of lamentation. You must exercise caution. They possess not only formidable stealth capabilities, but also the ability to disguise themselves. Ordinary ninjas, even those from the High-GA clan, would likely struggle to see through their ruse. At this juncture, Vortex Watergate's gaze shifted towards Vortex Kushina. Deep within, he hoped that Kushina would become the Nine-Tails and Appo's Jinchuriki, as it would serve as a form of protection for her. The white monstrosity still lingered. And Konoha required someone capable of mastering the Nine-Tails Chakra. Of course, if Sarutobi Hiruzen's would release experiments succeeded, Vortex Watergate would also welcome such an outcome. Moreover, Uchiha Youhei was quite suitable to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Given Uchiha Youei's current circumstances, it was almost a foregone conclusion that he would unlock the Manjiki Sharingan in the future. However, the Manjiki Sharingan possessed its own drawbacks. And Vortex Watergate did not wish for this to adversely affect Uchiha Youei. Nonetheless, if Uchiha Youei could suppress the Nine-Tails using the Sharingan, he would indeed be a candidate for the Jinchuriki. However, the difficulty of making Uchiha Youei the Nine-Tails and Appo's Jinchuriki was rather considerable. Vortex Watergate could certainly make the decision unilaterally, yet respect for Sarutobi Hiruzen must still be upheld. The Uchiha clan would similarly oppose Uchiha Youei's ascension to that role. Chapter 64, The Darkness Hidden Within the Ninja World. Within the ninja world lurks a terrifying force. I suspect that the rebellion of the Golden and Silver Horns, the downfall of the Whirlpool Country, and the battles between the Mist and Stone villages may all be intertwined with this sinister entity. Uzumaki Mito then spoke with grave seriousness. The Mist and Stone villages? Uchiha Youei recalled the events involving the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage. Truth be told, during the first Great Ninja War, their conflict took everyone by surprise. After all, the land of water lies in the southeast, while the land of earth is in the northwest. These two nations could easily be described as being at opposite ends. Yet, during the war, they clashed fiercely, to the point of mutual destruction. And the reasons behind their conflict remain elusive, yet it undeniably occurred. Initially, Uchiha Youei had suspected that Senju Tobirama had instigated the discord between these two nations. After all, Tobirama was notorious for his underhanded schemes. In that era, whenever a conspiracy arose, Uchiha Youei and Appo's first suspect was always Senju Tobirama. Much like how he would later suspect Shimura Danzo in the face of future events. Indeed, these white creatures can easily masquerade as others. Uzumaki Mito sighed with regret. However, rest assured, there are none of those white beings in Konoha. You need not worry about the villagers, but once you step outside, you must remain vigilant against everything beyond our borders. I once thought this was merely an isolated incident, but it appears they are preparing to resurface. And they have set their sights on you. Uzumaki Mito was adamant about preventing Uzumaki Kushina from venturing out again, while Uchiha Youei could fend for himself. Kushina was far more vulnerable. Furthermore, SHJU also required some restraint. Should anything happen to him, the repercussions could stir unrest among the populace. Both Tsunade and SHJU had the potential to ignite a second war, even though they had spent recent years attempting to diminish the Senju clan's influence over Konoha. After all, Ju was the grandson of the first Hokage, a figure of considerable interest to many. Their lineage destined them for prominence, unless they renounced their ninja status. Uzumaki Mito understood this clearly. Ju was insistent on becoming Hokage, and she had cautioned him on several occasions. Unfortunately, unlike Tsunade, he bore more resemblance to Hashirama in his Navet. Regrettably, Ju lacked the exceptional talent of Senju Hashirama and, in fact, may even fall short of Tsunade. While he might one day become a pillar of strength for Konoha, gaining the consensus needed to become Hokage would prove arduous, especially after Uchiha Youhei's emergence. It would be challenging for any young generation to ascend to that role, particularly since Uchiha Youhei faced political obstacles in becoming Hokage. However, all of this would transpire after her passing. Being Hokage has its advantages, but not holding that title does not diminish one's worth. Senju Hashirama himself viewed it with indifference. Had it not been for Senju Tobarama's incessant meddling, perhaps the first Hokage would have been Aihamadara. Rest easy, Mito. I promise to remain in the village. Uzumaki Kushina assured, sensing Mito's concerns. Yes, Kushina is a good child, Uzumaki Mito replied, stroking Kushina's crimson hair, her gaze drifting to the curious Ju, who was silently absorbing the conversation. She sighed inwardly, realizing she could only offer limited guidance to her foolish grandson. As they conversed, Tsunade returned home, visibly fatigued. She unceremoniously slumped into her seat and began devouring a piece of confectionery. Uzumaki Mito refrained from reprimanding Tsunade, as she was generally pleased with her granddaughter. Tsunade was intelligent and did not aspire to become Hokage. Although she might never reach the pinnacle of strength, she excelled in medical ninjutsu, making her the most talented medical ninja Mito had ever encountered. In the future, she could become the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world, granting her a measure of self-protection. After swallowing a morsel, Tsunade inquired, Grandma, did that little rascal Uchiha mention anything about those white beings? Indeed, he did. Uzumaki Mito replied, casting a glance at Uchiha, who understood her cue and recounted her earlier words. This caused Tsunade's expression to darken. Was there truly a hidden force within the ninja world? This could spell trouble for Konoha. Do you think this matter could be targeting Lord Mito? Uchiha suddenly asked, drawing the attention of the others. The affairs of the Uzumaki clan were likely connected to that shadowy figure, possibly aimed at Konoha or at you, Lord Mito. If it comes to an unavoidable situation, you must take action. However, once you do, the aftermath may not bode well. Uchiha Youhei's words did not anger Uzumaki Mito. Instead, she regarded him with affectionate approval, encouraging him to continue. If anything were to happen to you, Lord Mito, the power of the Nine Tails would become unmanageable, at least temporarily. This would allow those white beings to infiltrate Konoha and remain hidden among us, undetected. Uchiha spoke assertively. Nonetheless, we must remain wary of the hidden hands at play, as there are some overt plots from which we cannot escape. During this time, Uchiha had been contemplating why there were so many of these white beings in their vicinity. After much deliberation, he concluded that Uzumaki Kushina could be their target, with the true focus resting on Uzumaki Mito, who was likely the only individual in Aihamadara's sights. You surpassed my expectations, Uzumaki Mito commended him. Then turned her gaze to Tsunade. You should inform the monkey about this matter. He must be prepared, for the great ninja war could erupt at any moment. Understood. Tsunade replied, hastily snatching 2 pieces of confectionery from the table before rushing toward the Hokage's office. However, at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not in the Hokage's office. After Tsunade's departure, he meticulously examined the white corpse, summoning the Umbu to take the body and heading swiftly toward the root base. Hiruzen was quite unfamiliar with the root base, as he rarely concerned himself with its affairs. This was not solely due to his trust in Danzo, but also because Danzo held his own base of power within Konoha. While the Hokage is indeed the leader of Konoha, one cannot wield absolute authority. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama might have achieved such control, but Sarutobi Hiruzen could not. To stabilize Konoha's situation, Hiruzen was destined to relinquish a portion of his power.